antique trucks, tractors, cars, and so much more. It's all here at the Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum in Colonial Heights, Virginia. Visitors from across the world are making their way here. Now discover why you'll want to, too.
The Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum is a pretty diverse collection of stuff. We have around 180 tractors. We have close to 100 road trucks. We have motorcycles, cars, pickups, all kinds of artifacts, tools, drink bottle collections, soft drink stuff. We have a garage. Just about anything you would have run into back in the day working on old cars and trucks. We have a wide variety, a range of tractors and farm equipment. From the turn of the century on up through the years, back in the day, it was pretty simple to work on, and most mechanics could do about anything you need to do to a tractor. They were just so simple, just the average hand tools, and you could keep a machine running.
Once they hand me the keys to this beauty, I'm gonna hit the road. Maybe cars are more your speed. The Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum has an incredible collection.
This is one of the unique cars here, 1944, and it's been beautifully restored. It has a 350 Chevy motor and a turbo 400 automatic transmission. The interior work was done by some of the people that worked on the ZZ Top Eliminator car. This car has really been immaculately done.
Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum has a huge world-class collection of trucks. It sends your mind into overdrive when you stop to appreciate these trucks are the backbone of modern American commerce.
This is our new addition to the museum behind me here, 35,000 square feet. We fill it with road trucks that kind of give us a history of the past of the trucking industry, which I earned my living at for 50 years. Most of these trucks are pre-1970s. We have tankers, we have trucks that use full vans, flatbeds, any number of commodities. I have a 1957 flexible bus that got from a gentleman called the Gadget Guru.
Every corner of the Keystone Antique Truck and Tractor Museum is filled with trinkets that are sure to delight the amateur visitor to the expert. Something at every corner.
Lidos. One part inspiration, one part science, one part legacy, and one part opportunity. Complex, uncertain world. A world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe transportation, a robust better health, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Lidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Three, two, why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long, is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students program learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet. Definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that will necessarily face.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for what? So this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun, with the team can be fun.
Science, engineering, mathematics are the foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on, because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combines teamwork and creates a solve problem that we face today and will be crucial to the success of our future.
For centuries, sports have played an integral part of our culture. Moving, collaborating, competing, celebrating. We rally around our athletes, lift them up, and admire their awe-inspiring moments and stories that give us hope. The nature of traditional sports is shifting, and we have the power to be forces for change and redefine the game. No matter whether our talents lie on the court, in the lab, or with the controller in hand, there's an athlete inside each and every one of us. Let's work together to champion every sport and every person that plays the game. It's time for us to revolutionize the way we play and move. It's time to be game changers.
Good morning, First Chesapeake, and welcome to First Chesapeake Red 4 and Blue 2 events this week in Fulton, Maryland, Shenandoah Caverns, and Colonial Heights. That's in Maryland for Fulton, and then Virginia for Shenandoah and Colonial Heights. Welcome to Ultimate Goal, presented by Qualcomm, part of the first Game Changer season, powered by Star Wars, Force for Change. First is a global robotics community preparing young people for the future. First engages students in grades pre-K through 12 in our suite of STEM programs, First Lego League, First Robotics Competition, and of course, First Tech Challenge. First Tech Challenge started in 2005, and we've grown to more than 6,000 teams in more than 25 countries. This continues the transformative impact of First programs, and you are part of this movement. All of you are helping to make this program possible for the next generation of innovators in this very virtual room. And thank you all for joining us today. And thank you all for being first. We're going to have a blast today, and I cannot wait to see how everything comes together as these 40 or so teams, more than that, have been working so hard to design and build their robots for this season's challenge, Ultimate Goal. Now, as you know from tackling the challenge, STEM skills have never been so important to solving the issues facing the world today, and First Tech Challenge is forming the leaders and innovators of tomorrow by getting kids involved in these disciplines early. I want to take a moment to recognize and thank all of the parents, the coaches, the mentors, the volunteers who helped make today's events possible. Thank you all. Now, we ask all of you today to honor the first ethos, gracious professionalism. And this means doing your best work, and at the same time, we're going to respect and value the other students, the teams, and the volunteers here with us. Today is where all the hard work that you've put into designing, building, and programming your robots comes to life in thrilling competition. So to everybody, good luck. I'd like to honor the memory of distinguished First Advisor Woody Flowers, the man who created the ethos of First and gracious professionalism. So please join me in watching a short message from Woody. Thank you, Woody. Would also like to give thanks to all of our sponsors that make this possible, especially our live feed sponsor, Northrop Grumman Corporation. Now let's please watch a short video about their company before we get started on matches. And thank you to Northrop Grumman. And we are going to move right into match play over at Colonial Heights. And joining me here in the box today, as always, we've got Niall. Give it up for Niall. And in the other chair, we've got Ethan. Ethan, say hello.
I think I'm muted right now. No, maybe.
You're right on.
Fantastic. Glad to hear it.
Don't worry about that.
And we are taking a look at Colonial Heights. They are getting ready to roll. Looks like they are rolling. And tell us who's on the field.
Well, we got two teams that we've seen here before. One of which I believe is a rookie team, and that's going to be Monkey Bang Rock. And you can tell of their rookie title because of the high number. It's up there in the 18,000. So they registered.
I believe you're looking at the wrong field right now.
Oh no.
It's all right.
The two teams that are currently on the field at Colonial Heights are the Robo Tigers of 17682 and Tiger Bite of 17824. Those are the two teams that are currently on the Colonial Heights field.
All right, see him right there. We see some shooting. We've got a park in the auto, and we're down near the end of it here, or maybe 5 points tells me park in auto, but could be that didn't happen.
Yeah, you just need just a little bit of your robot to be over that line before it can count. Could be anything. Could be a zip tie. Could be an entire wheel.
Oh, we saw last week with that weighted chain.
Mm-hmm.
That weighted rope.
All right, Robo Tigers still moving. Robo Tigers on the field, 17682. They're from Woodbury Forest School in Woodbury Forest, Virginia. They started playing in 2019, so they are been with us a year or two, and they are moving a little bit, trying to work with that wobble goal, get it on the line perhaps. Didn't see whether they had moved it beyond the line and make it scoreable, so we'll see what they come up with. On the field with them as we get down near the end of this match, our team 17824 Tiger Bite, and they are from the Stephanie Miller, from Yorktown, Virginia, also starting in 2019. So both of these teams have been playing FTC for a little while, and we will hope that in the next match, the Tiger Bite team will get their drive issues worked out and they will start moving.
That's right. The first match of the day is just always the hardest because, maybe you forgot to flip something on, maybe you forgot to plug something in. So it's good to have this first match to kind of work out all the kinks. And of course, we don't have any practice fields available at the competition sites this year, which is kind of unfortunate. So teams are just trying to make their best with what they have.
I mean, yeah, but then also a lot of these teams have had the difficulty of even meeting in general. So
that's right.
I'm proud of any team that can put anything out on the field this year. Some of these teams are fortunate enough to where they're home teams, but for a lot of our school teams or a lot of our teams that deal with a lot of their events outside or in big groups, they can't meet this year. And so that officially...
We are taking a look. Sorry to call your attention to the field. Taking a look at the end of the Fulton match. And over here, we are seeing some scoring. It looks like the commentators got 8 points. That was pretty cool. But what matters is the 74 points on the board for the Red Alliance.
That's certainly...
And so they got one of those double goals out.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder where a lot of those points came from. They must have been shooting a lot in the auto period.
Yeah,
because it says there's only 3 high goals, so they must have been shooting before during the auto.
Absolutely.
And so remember, teams, the two teams that we have on display right now are the teams that were being talked about earlier, the Bot Brigade Quartic and Monkey Bang Rock, two teams that we have seen in these previous weeks, both teams have been doing very good and putting up very nice performances. So we do expect to see a lot more from them as we continue. Now, if you guys see, I believe that's Monkey Bang Rock's robot going chroma colored. They have a lot of green on their robot. So sometimes it gets chroma keyed and it just looks black. So if you see a black robot going around everyone, that just means that the robot was green and it got chroma colored.
That's right. It's not like CIA redacted keeping the robot design secret because, of course, in First, we're all about sharing our ideas and making sure that, we can all learn from each other's robots.
That would be hilarious. We do have a final score over in Colonial Heights. The Blue Alliance will take 5 points for that match. Don't know the breakdown, but we're pretty sure that was scored in auto.
It was a 5-point auto.
Yeah.
So somebody got the park point. And now, as our referees go to reset the field, we have plenty of time just to open up and see how everybody's been. Chat, how have you guys been? Did everyone have a wonderful week? We hope you guys also got to tune into both Tuesday's stream, which was the judging panel, as well as any of our other streams that we post throughout the week. Make sure, team, that you're looking at all of our posts and updates, mentors, coaches. Look at all of your emails to make sure that you all are able to see and get all the information from everything that goes on. And teams, remember, please submit all information and videos that are for judging before each and every event that you attend. So you still have today to submit all of your videos and all of your information so that way you guys can come see, so that way the judges can see all of your materials.
All right, waiting for final results here from Fulton.
Our referees and scorekeepers have a very fun job trying to track all these points. We're, I think, about to get randomization at Colonial.
That's what I'm thinking. And in about half an hour, we should start to see things rolling at Shenandoah as well. So it's going to be fast and furious here, folks, as we hop back and forth between the three events during the course of most of the day today.
Never a dull moment when it comes to FTC competitions.
Never a dull moment when it comes to First in general.
That is for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely can say even FLL events will surprise you with all of the emotion and passion that these kids put into their robots and that these kids put into their designs and their builds. There is no lack of passion, whether it's the preschoolers or whether it's the high school seniors.
It looks like they are getting set up for the next match as we're waiting for scores to come in from Fulton. Meanwhile, over in Colonial, we have a important switch robot changing orientation. Always good to have your robot pointed in the right direction for autonomous.
Please make sure your robots face the right direction. We've seen plenty of bots either bump into their alliance member on the field or accidentally shoot out of the field in the wrong directions. And teams, remember, you must be trying to shoot forward. Please do not shoot out the sides. Please do not shoot at the referee. Please shoot forward. People are not
many years ago. Many years ago, I was working at the St. Louis Championship event and was working on a practice field. And so, you stand in the back, out of everybody's way, just make sure that the flow is right and everybody has their time on the field and so on. And sure enough, someone had turned their robot the wrong way, and in auto, they hit the go button, and this thing comes driving straight at me. I got knocked real hard.
Gosh, yeah.
It's only so fast you can skip out of the way,
Especially if some of those robots are geared right and they have a very good 0 to 60. Oh man, those things just
very fast.
Hi, buddy. Wait a minute.
So it could be that we have randomization C at Colonial Heights, but I don't think I've seen the referee call that yet.
I didn't see an official randomization pop up. Oh, it's popping up.
It's going to be B.
So that is with one ring on the field and with them aiming for the middle square. But I like how we have 2 tigers on the field. Because tigers are normally pretty solitary, right? Tigers don't,
Yeah, they're not quite necessarily a pack animal.
Well, you don't see too many tigers together sharing the same cage, so I want to see how these tigers get along.
Hopefully very well, Yeah,
I think they're set apart, running away in heights.
Pick up your controllers.
They got their 5-point park now.
2,
Let's see
1.
what else is about to happen. Because time is live, but I don't see either of the robots moving. Oh, nope.
This is what I like to call the great staring match of autonomous when
somebody's back to life.
There we go.
I think that's the only reason why I don't really like the delay is because of that big gap where nothing moves. Versus FRC, as soon as that time shifts over, those bots are still moving.
Yeah, but the control systems are of course different, whereas FRC has a field-centric control system. FTC, it's all on the drive team. So they have a little phone in front of them, and they have to switch over from their autonomous program to their teleop program, and they actually have to pick up those controllers. And, more often than not, you'll hear a kind voice saying, "Drivers, pick up your controllers."
Quick note on Fulton. We do have a result over there. It's 84 points, 46 in the auto, 20 in the end game, and 18 for driver control.
Well done.
And Fulton just got randomization A, but they're still shooting over at Colonial Heights. I can't see if any of them have gone in yet. They're in these last 30 seconds. And their alliance partner seems to still not be moving. I wonder what their system issue might be. Hopefully they can take that 5-minute break in between matches to figure it out. And with 10 seconds left, let's see if they can get any more shots off. Shoot! I think they thought that they were going to get parking points. Teams, please remember, it looks nice to be on the white line at the end, but the only time that the white line matters for points is in the beginning. You park on it, you get points. You shoot behind it, you get points. Parking on it at the end does not help you.
Got our score from Colonial Heights, 5 points in C.
Driver, pick up your controllers.
And switching over to Fulton.
2, 1.
So Fulton, I believe, had 2 parts, the wobble, and I can't see what else they got.
There was one wobble. There were a bunch of points in the high goal as well that they were shooting on.
Okay, so they keep getting these high goal points.
Yep. Shooting a little bit high. Speaking of high goal, that's going right in.
There it goes.
Yeah, and if you're going to shoot anywhere, you're going to want to shoot high, because that just means that you can back up, and hopefully due to that parabola, you should be able to make it into the high goal. If you're shooting low, well, there's not much you can do about that.
The other thing is still, though, remember, these teams do have to be wary of the amount of power that they are able to shoot in general.
Right.
They're only allowed a certain maximum arc just for the safety of everyone around the arena.
16 feet horizontal, 5 feet vertical. And it's not always easy to tell, which shooters qualify and which shooters don't. But should the referees want to, that field is about 12 feet by 12 feet. So if you're quick at the Pythagorean theorem, you'll find that the diagonal of the field is about 17 feet. Meaning that if you have a robot that shoots along the diagonal of the field, if it makes it from one corner to the other, it's probably illegal.
One bubble goal out. Taking some shots. Oh, they got one power shot. A few in the top goal there. Not quite enough time to get that next power shot, but this will be a good score.
I mean, it's always a good score, no matter what score they put on the board. With some of these more competitive teams, we've definitely seen that average of at least 150 is definitely what you need to be one of the top tier teams in these events.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And that score is
145
with a 56-point auto, a 54-point driver control, and a 35-point end game. So
congratulations.
I'm trying to see, how do you get 35 in the end game? What's 30? Well, the wobble goal went out, and then because it's 20 and 15. Okay.
Yeah, if you get one power shot and one wobble goal outside of the field. Yeah.
Colonial Heights, they are getting ready for match 3, taking their rest and recuperation time, hopefully solving the drive issues or control issues.
I can see both teams off to the side, just down on the ground working on their bots. And that's one thing that is definitely very, very, very important. Teams, please make sure to always work on your bots.
Yeah, you have the time. Don't lose it.
It does not matter how small of an issue you think it is. If you have spare batteries, change your battery. If you have time to look at all your bolts, tighten every bolt. If you know that you have bolts that can vibrate loose, double check them. If you know that you have something such as a zip tie on your robot, maybe replace it every few matches, because those zip ties will wear.
Absolutely. And this year in particular, we're asking something pretty much unprecedented of these robots, which is to perform 5 matches back to back to back to back with very little time in between. And also, a lot of teams aren't working with the full support of their team because we're only allowing 3 students into these venues at a time for safety reasons. So they don't have their normal pit crew. It's they're driving it and then they're fixing it. It's just the same 3 people.
I mean, but a lot of these teams, and we've heard from some of our other alumni, like Caitlin, for example, she said her team was only 3 people. So some of these teams, they are really small, especially FTC compared to FRC. Their teams are of a limited number. So their teams do have a very small orientation, but that also means that not too many people specialize, they generalize. A lot of their teammates learn all the parts of the bot. A lot of their teammates learn to both code and build.
Yeah, and that's certainly what we support here in First Robotics. We want everybody to learn as much as they can. So FTC is more like a small engineering company where everybody has their hand in every single pie. Whereas in FRC, as Niall loves to talk about, it's more like a big engineering company. You might be in charge of one bolt, but you're going to learn a lot about that one bolt. You're going to make sure it is exactly the right size, shape, and in the right place.
Hey, I talk about what I know and not what I don't.
Now, there's another dimension here, and I think it's important, is that when you get to the events, and even though your team might be small, in a regular setting, you'd have all the other teams in the pits who would be willing to step up and give you a hand, and you're missing a part, and someone's going to reach into their bucket, and they're going to find that screw, that bolt, whatever. And here that you have what you bring. There's no extra parts. It's just what you can manage to fabricate from, tape and gum while you're waiting. And so it really comes down to the team and their own resources. And I give them all credit for surviving through those 5 matches
last
back
second
to back.
MacGyver solutions.
I'm going to say, don't underestimate the power of duct tape and some gum. I've done wonderful things to my robot with some duct tape.
I see randomization C in Colonial Heights right now.
It's C in Colonial and A in Fulton.
A in Fulton, okay.
We'll see where they take us to next.
And it looks like, in Colonial Heights, they misaligned, so they're not going to get that park this time around.
I don't know if it's so much that they misaligned or if they're under that ring, because I can see that ring that was over them.
Could be that.
It might have just buffered into those rings.
Over in Fulton, 34 points in the auto.
And teams, remember, with these very low clearance wheels, you do need to be careful with rings and be careful with obstacles. Please train with your drivers on how to deal with multiple obstacles and multiple things in your way. Because as we've said many times, this year, unlike other years, no, there is not a permanent obstacle in your way, but those rings and that wobble goal definitely will give you a run for your money. You underestimate those rings and they will get up under you and lift your robot. You underestimate that wobble goal and it will tip out of the way and be impossible to move.
So Robo Tiger's lining up, trying to take a shot here.
Now their system, I still can't see if it's a double fly or a single fly. It looks like a single fly, but it also looks like they have a little baby wheel on the other side.
Yeah.
And they got one big wheel, one little wheel. Oh, that's the wrong direction to shoot. Turn back around.
No, they certainly don't want to lose those resources the other way. Looks like they're having trouble clearing it right now. We'll see. All right, so we're in the end game. They have an opportunity to score that wobble goal if they can bring it back.
I don't know if that wobble goal was fully across the line, but it should be scoreable. I think it might have been on the line out across it, but yeah. But it's up.
Yeah, it is now.
We'll see if they can push it back.
All right, so here we go.
And they get it back. They're trying to move it.
Oh, they're trying to. You got it in the right orientation. Oh, stink. So I think they had managed to line it up, and if they had another maybe 2 or 3 more seconds, I think they could have got it onto that line.
But then that just goes to show the things that happen when you don't have an actual manipulator. So they don't have a claw or a hook or anything of that fashion. So them trying to move pieces is sometimes very hard because it just gets bounced off of one of their wheels or one of their rollers.
The scorekeepers have finished their tabulating at Colonial Heights. Unfortunately, 0 points scored that time around. we will see them come back in 5 minutes. Over at Fulton, we are in the process of tabulating. There's some discussion, and looks like that match is posted. We've got 102 points on the board coming up right now. There it is. And in this match, they scored 34 in the auto, 50 in the end game, and 18 for the driver control.
So once again, that auto and their driver control are two things that they had strong in the last match that weren't as strong this match, but they made up for it with their end game, which was weaker last game. So if they can get consistent, keep a 50-point end game, keep a 50-point auto, and keep a 40, 50-point driver control, they will be more than ready to get back into that 150 range. But they have been consistently over 100 points. So it's still a very solid and a very decent showing coming right out the gate. And once again, these teams that we have on display at Fulton are teams Monkey Bang Rock and Bot Brigade Quartic. And over at Colonial Heights, we have the Robo Tigers and Tiger Bite.
I think that's awesome that the two Tiger teams are playing together. I always like seeing that with teams with similar names.
I like when the names like play off of each other. Mm-hmm. So some of the schools that have 2-3 teams, when they are like the past, the future, and the present, and I'm like, I love this because then when they're in line together and you see the names going down the list, you're like, oh, past, future, oh, okay. Or one school that I had saw, they had teams that were named after movie vehicles. So you had the DeLorean, and then you had the Millennium Falcon and the Death Star, and there was a couple other just movie references. Or one of them was the Enterprise, and I was like, okay, so they just went through every series. And chat, how are we feeling? Are we waking up? Are we alive today? Show some love for your team. Say hello. Say good morning. What's going on? If your team is here, please let us know. And if you have any information about your teams that you want us to know, please go remember to fill out that survey. That survey is your direct line to us as commentators. It is our wonderful way of getting to introduce you and your team. Also, teams, if your team has something descriptive, like a certain color or a certain pattern or a certain little funny dance that you like to do off to the side, as James loves to see, or all your favorite spirit items that I love to see, please make sure that you tell us, because that way we have something to look out for. We have something to pay attention to. If we don't see it, if we don't know it, we play a very big guessing game for a lot of it.
That is for sure. All right, so let's see what's going on over there in Colonial Heights. We got Robot on the field. Fulton, we have Robots on the field. We'll see which one we're going to see first. We are running at Fulton, so let's see if we can get to Fulton.
No, I think
that was a false start at Fulton, I would call that. We are going to go to Colonial Heights and see the start over at Colonial Heights.
Both teams do seem to be live and on the field. I hope they got their startup together and that they're connected. Also, I see Shenandoah cutting on, so I do see teams starting to approach the field at Shenandoah. So everyone, Shenandoah might come live later, and we might start talking about them as robots and teams approach the field. So you all will hear us switching back very quickly as we pan between 3 different event sites. Yes, technology has worked that well that they can beam us out to 3 different locations all at the same time. Fulton, Maryland just got set up A for qualification round 4.
waiting on Colonial Heights. C. It's going to be C.
And so we're going to see what they can do as they're going for that very, very, very back square. I think their auto is just pushed forward.
Oh, they're going to get a park.
They're going to get a park. I don't know if they're shooting, though.
Nope. I think they're just parking. It looks like the strategy is to drive forward and get the wobble goal out, and then we'll see if they can bring it back. It looks like they had planned to push it back and get the wobble goal on the line in the end game.
Pick up your controller.
We'll see if they can actually do that this time around. It would be exciting to see.
Now see. Oh, we
got motion.
We are live with 2 bots over at Colonial Heights.
Yay!
First time that we've seen this bot in action, and I see a shooting mechanism. I want to see it shoot. Please don't shoot towards my refs, though. Please turn it around. Do not shoot the referees. Shoot into the field.
Now we'll see where they need to be in order to shoot. So Robo Tigers is monopolizing the goal there. So we'll see if they can take a shot and back out of the way and give some room for their alliance partner to take a shot here.
Tiger Bite.
Oh, they got full motion. Look at them go.
They have motion. I haven't seen anything internal move, though. I haven't seen whether they have a wheel powering on or... With Tiger Bite showing that cell phone that they've talked about multiple times, people showing that teams are connected via a cell phone.
Mm-hmm. Trying to push their partner out of the way here in the last 30 seconds.
That wobble goal was not put into scoring position.
Nope, it was not. So maybe we can get some shots on goal here. Looked like they were lined up.
Both of these bots seem to be very low clearance, though.
Mm-hmm. Take the shot. Oh. All right. So we've got 5 points on the board in the auto. Both robots moving. So that's a win right there. Both robots moving. Fantastic work on the field crews getting that to go. And here comes our...
I don't know if either team actually took a shot. But with that 5-point auto, they are still doing solid with that. Their autonomous is great. Only thing that I would say, though, is their auto doesn't seem to avoid that center zone. So they had 3 rings in their bot, and then they still went and pushed the 4-stack over.
We have a final result over in Fulton. It's going to be 128 points. And that would be 56 in the auto. Fantastic auto. 70 in the
end game. So they must have gotten everything out. They must have gotten everything out in the end game.
No kidding. And then 2 points for driver control, which seems odd, but amazing work. Both of these alliance members getting all those points in the end game and doing so well in auto.
And teams, that's just to show that even if you aren't as strong in your driver control, maybe say one of your servos isn't firing properly, one of your flywheels is acting up, they still went in what looks like 2 logos, because that's the only way that you get 2 points in driver control. But with that 56-point auto and that 70-point end game, that means that they took out both wobble goals and 2 power shots. That means that in the beginning of the game, they were going for those high goals and going for those wobble goals across the line. If you are solid and if you can maintain control of the field, you can definitely dominate this game. The only way that this game gets the best of you is if you let the game start to run itself. If the rings are littered everywhere, if the wobble goals are uncontrollable, then the game will run you.
All right. So we've got teams setting up in Shenandoah, pretty exciting. And we have activity in Colonial Heights we're paused in Colonial Heights. Teams getting set up again in Fulton. So for Fulton and Colonial Heights, this will be
their final match.
Their final matches, yes. But first match on the board for Shenandoah.
You know what I just realized that we haven't done?
What would that be?
We haven't been running up the pun counter.
Well, I've been thinking about it, but I haven't been actively putting money, pennies in the penny jar.
Yeah. We'll put some quarters in the swear jar, shall we? It is our ultimate goal to fill up that jar. Please believe, fans.
Oh. Well done. Well done.
We wish to be a force for change when it comes to how much change we want to put into that jar.
We are indeed a force for change. It looks like they are changing it up down at Fulton, getting the teams on the field right now. And also Shenandoah, first team on the field at Shenandoah. And then first team off the field at Shenandoah.
These teams have been playing the hokey pokey at Shenandoah. They put the right foot in and take the right foot out. We do have bots trying to come on at Colonial, and we're waiting for randomization over at Fulton.
All right, let's go over to Fulton. Looks like they are lined up, getting ready for randomization.
Randomization A with 0 rings.
All right, so they are going to get cracking here soon. While we're waiting for them, over in Fulton, we have, over in Shenandoah, we have got two teams that are getting set up. One is team 1885, I Light the Legacy, and they're from Haymarket, Virginia. They've been playing since 2007, so they've been at this a long time. And then joining them will be Team 16605 Yogic Transformers from Ashburn, Virginia, and they are a relatively new team starting in 2019. We'll be seeing their robots on the field in a little bit as they are getting ready to go. Taking a look at Fulton, we've got our randomization in play.
Both fields, I think both fields have their randomizations. We're just waiting on start.
Yep.
Our referee is still on the field, making sure everything's fine with the final clearance. We might get a second randomization, but Colonial Heights is off. They do have that park. They did get the wobble goal past the line, and robots are off.
So here at Fulton, shots on goal.
And one power shot
in the high goal.
I see one power shot. It went for
one power shot.
One in the high, one ring, one wobble. Is that a second? Oh, I don't think that's in the box.
Park is one park. I think they'll get one wobble goal, but the thing that I don't know is the robot touching it over?
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
The referee is
3,
going to go look
2,
at it right now. The
1.
referee is definitely taking a look at it. Time is counting down, but I see neither team moving.
And I see. This is interesting. I can see that. Oh, now we're going. All right.
Teams lost tons of time. This is very valuable time that they are missing. These teams have been putting up at least 100 points a round. Let's see what they do this time.
And we have a robot not moving, so that's concerning. I'm wondering what's going on with communication there. I see a lot of talking on the sidelines.
It might be communication, but they also might have lost a part somewhere, and we just can't see it.
That could be too.
Because these teams, their robots seem to have been communicating fine earlier. So the only thing that I can assume is a mechanical malfunction. I do like some of these surgical tubing entries versus the roller entries, just because with the surgical tubing, it's a lot like a vacuum cleaner. And also with these rings having that opening in the middle, you can get some grip on the outside of it, and you can also grip it on the inside. So even if it's laying at a weird angle, you can still grip it.
So this is a really awkward lie for that wobble goal right now. It's very hard to get picked up around the other robot who's sitting there. So they just abandoned that strategy, gone straight to hitting down the power shots. They've got 2. Can they get 3? They'll get 2.
They missed one. They missed one of them. And at Colonial Heights, their final score was once again 5 points. And we are just going to await our final score over at Fulton, Maryland. And Shenandoah still seems to be playing hokey pokey on the field. I see one bot.
Well, we have one robot, but I don't know if the second robot is there.
I believe they said the second robot called out, so they might be looking for they might have found the surrogate.
Find the surrogate, yeah.
But the final score over at Fulton, Maryland is 57 points with that 27-point autonomous and that 30-point endgame. Unfortunately, that is going to be a crushing blow to their average due to that robot malfunction. But these two teams have been putting out very strong showings, and they still have many other ways to win. Remember, teams, your score is not the only thing that makes or breaks you. Also, your robot design, your outreach, the way that you engage in the FIRST community, the ways that you inspire and innovate are very big things in the FIRST community. A lot of these teams move on not for being the champion scorer, but for being the most impactful in their community.
So we're going to see some new teams at Fulton and at Colonial Heights. And over in Shenandoah.
At Fulton, we have Team 18230, Team Luminous. That's one of my DC teams. That team is actually hosted by my old FRC coach. And that team is considered a rookie team because their team was founded this year. But they do have some veteran members, as well as we have Team 17477, Kettle to the Metal. And so the only teams that are still considered rookie teams are our 2020 and our 2021 teams. 2020 teams because their season did not finish last year. A few of these teams, when approached this year, especially some of these 2020 teams, because they did compete in maybe one event last year before their seasons got ended, a lot of these teams said, hey, I still have a bot. I'm not counting myself as a rookie. I'm counting myself as a champion. I have kids that competed their season now. And I told him, hey, you're still a seasoned rookie. You can still go for that rookie award. Please believe. There are many things that you still want to do. But over on the other side, at Colonial Heights, we have teams 11209, Code Crushing Griffins showing up, as well as team 14616, the Techno Rats.
And we have a new face coming in to the commentators lounge. Let's see when we get her camera on.
We have Louisa joining us.
Give it up.
Let's see when she comes in with us. We get a new.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Louisa. How are you doing?
Hi, good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm loving the colors. We got the tie-dye shirt, the Hawaiian shirt.
I saw that you guys were pretty colorful today, so I had to tag along.
I mean, well, everyone loves being colorful with us. You gotta join us.
That's right. So what's going on today? It looks like there have been some pretty good matches this morning.
Yeah, currently we're in between matches. We're waiting on teams to show up. And tell us a little bit about yourself. The fans don't know you. I don't personally believe that I know you. So yeah, let's.
Hello, I am a mystery person today. I joined First Robotics when I was in high school back in 2011 and 2012, my junior and senior years. In Columbia, Maryland, Hammond High School. Urson Major was our team, and it's still active till this day.
I do remember Team Urson Major. I've seen that. They're the black and green team, right?
We're red and gold, I believe.
Y'all are red and gold?
Mm-hmm. Black and green is, I think, Athelton, which is another competitor in our county.
I'm about to say, I'm pretty sure I knew the area.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. But maybe they were really good. Maybe they weren't. I don't know. They were always pretty good. But yeah, the last time I volunteered at a first event was the Battle of Baltimore in 2015, actually. So this is my first time joining since then, and I'm really excited to see what's going on. This is actually my first FTC event as well.
Right. So what do you do now? Are you in like a technical field? We can always hope.
No, so actually I work at a nonprofit think tank as a legal assistant. So very different, but the technical writing from the competitions really helped push me into this position, which I really do enjoy. So
excellent. Well, I'll tell you, there's very little in our society that is more technical than the law. So I think that you can call yourself a technical person if you have anything to do with the law.
That's true. Compliance is one of my favorites, following rules. So we've got plenty of those here.
Yeah, see, that's where I wouldn't be able to fit in. You know, my teams were good at finding loopholes. We tried every single one. If we could shave a bolt off of our bot, we did it. If there was one little nook we could miss, we missed it.
Got my eyes on you then.
I think the bare minimum weight because of our team. Like our team would always be at the bare minimum of the weight. They were like, wait, are you even registering on this scale? Yeah, like 65 pounds. That works, right? 66.
If it works, it works. What team were you on?
I was on teams. So my original team was Team 4821, which was at the time known as Team Vulcan. And then they got renamed to now being Team Cyberus. And then the other team that I was on was Team 2961, which is the Crimson Tide Robotics. And I was there for their reboot.
Nice. So you're very involved, I see.
Yeah, I've been, since coming out of being an active team member, I was still very much so active because I'm still in my region.
Niall's blood alternates red and blue.
Oh.
No. Stays very red. Team red all day. Red team.
All right, so we have got more activity going on at Shenandoah. We've got people in the right positions, so I have a feeling that we might see some match play coming up very soon there.
I think I Light the Legacy is the team that we don't have at this time. I do see Yagic Transformers.
Okay.
And Luminous is over. Luminous and Kettle to the Metal are over at Fulton. And I see both Code Crushing Griffins and Techno Rats over at Colonial Heights. So we will have matches underway shortly. Remember, teams, it's always fun getting to see us. We love to talk, but we love to talk about you. So tell us about you. Hit that survey. Remember, update your stats. Fill in all your forms. Submit all of your videos. We love playing your videos and your recordings. So please do send in your video submissions. I love seeing what teams can do.
Okay, that's the last adjustment. I'm making a prediction. I could be very wrong about this.
Yeah.
I think it's the last adjustment.
Yeah. I don't see the referee on the.
He walked off to the side, so he's there.
But I'm saying that's why I'm saying it might not be done because the referee doesn't like to turn their back to the field once it's time to start. I do like their little stand though. They have a little over kickstand thing.
We're gonna go take a look at Fulton and see what's happening there. We've got
I think they're doing their referee debrief.
Ready for the debrief happening, safety talk.
Remember, teams, ask all your questions. No question is a dumb question.
People are walking away from the field over at Shenandoah, so that's a little distressing, but
Techno Rats are on the field at Colonial Heights. I don't see the Code Crushing Griffins on the field yet.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still loving the color codes from Luminous, Mobius, and Cybers because they all do that rainbow theme.
Right.
And once again, teams, if you have something that makes you stand out, show us. Tell us. Please put it on display. And speaking about display, I see qualification A on the display at Shenandoah. So that match should be getting underway very shortly.
All right.
I see our referee just removed the rings from the field. Human players in the background. Team getting ready to go. And remember, teams, unlike the remote play, in this format, you have both sides of the field and all 20 rings if you were going to score. And that's even if you're playing yourself.
Forward motion. It's lining up, see if it'll take a shot. We see the elevator work. Oh, one power shot down. So we can get another one.
Let's see if they get that third one.
Oh, so they're going to try and put the wobble goal down.
They're going for the wobble. I don't know which way they're wobble release.
Oh my goodness, they are. Oh,
is it in?
Stay right there.
Is it in? Is it in?
Pick up your controller.
The ref is going to have fun with that one. I do not know.
He's pointing at it. He got it. They got it.
I see a thumbs up.
That is incredible.
Done.
That is the first downed wobble goal that we've seen be counted.
Yep. Hey, welcome back, Ethan.
Hey, good to be back. All right.
And in a few moments, I think we'll have Louisa back with us too, which is great.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, getting all here. All right.
Love seeing
they're really
our team.
pick up those rings.
And remember, teams, to be careful, you do have to wait to grab those rings. They do have to hit the ground. Now, I can't tell with their spinner because it looks like their spinner is shooting and was picking up in the wrong direction. It looked like it was throwing back out forward.
Shooting instead of picking up.
Pushing away instead of pulling in.
Yep. And that could be just as simple as getting a wire reversed or just a negative number in the wrong spot in the program. It really could be anything. But they're going all over the place.
They're trying. And remember, teams, that effort does matter.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, I do believe that motor is just reversed the wrong way. And as Ethan was saying, it's something just as simple as having a wire reversed. I've seen it happen plenty of times. You think it's supposed to go in one direction, you put it in the wrong direction. Hey, now you have a problem.
But what I really appreciate is that they're not giving up. They're not throwing their hands up and saying, we'll try it next time. No, they are trying to make this work. They just got that wobble.
They're trying to get the wobble goal out, I believe, or at least back to the line.
Because they stood it up.
Yeah. So we're well into end game. Time is ticking down. We got less than 11 seconds left. They are just trying to grab it, but it is ever elusive. Oh, and that's the problem with the wobble goals. They wobble all over the place. They're clogged. Missed it. But a really
that's still a very good shot for the first round.
Not bad.
Oh, absolutely.
I hope they take that 5 minutes to diagnose.
Right now. They're trying to do it on their own. We got official scores already. That's going to be a solid 15-point match.
Auto. So I don't think that they counted the wobble. I think they only counted the power shot.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1. Drivers, pick up your controllers.
But not quite able to get them out. Ooh, saw one come out, but I didn't see it go in.
All right, so but they can't pick up now, so they fixed that problem with the motor.
Yeah. So hey, if you fix one thing,
See, hey, oh, that was a shot. That looked like that might have gone in.
All right.
Mid shot.
Okay. We saw it. Did the ref see it? Yes,
very good.
Saw it. Refs counted it. It's still got plenty of time left in this match. One just kind of lobbing out. Looks
And
like
the official score coming back from Fulton is 34 points. So teams, that score was from that match. And as we're in these final 30 seconds, let's see if they can get that claw over that wobble goal. It looks like
down.
it is.
All right, they got it.
It's up and over the wall. Can it get up and over the wall?
Let's go get rid of it.
Let's see. They seem to
which do it.
Throw it over. They get caught up a little bit on the rings. Can they do it? Time's wearing down.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Out of there. Way outside the zone. They just launched it.
Yeah, that wasn't a toss. That was a clear launch.
They did a javelin toss with that wobble goal. They ran up.
Well, that was exciting. Let me go get my hat right now.
I wonder if you
that was the first Olympic toss of the day.
Could you technically throw the wobble goal? That's another.
I'd say
That's
yes.
what I was going to ask. Can you throw it, or does it have to be placed?
I mean, I'm talking about if I was back near the white line and I just get rid of it. Get out the zone.
That might not work. They might call you on that one, but they made the attempt to put it out, place it, or whatever the verb is. So I think they probably are okay. Well, they got the point. So that.
I'm about to say I might need our legal representative to go check the rules real quick.
Yes, I think that's
find me a little loophole here. How close do I have to get before I can just get rid of it?
That's
right. Twitch is trying
I'm now going to start calling you Legal Louisa.
Yeah, they generally frown upon launching game elements.
I mean, I'm not talking about suborbital. I'm just talking about a nice little, javelin toss. Just a.
Solely points on throwing it from one side to the other.
Yeah. Yeah, they try to avoid any sort of launching of game elements that are not supposed to be launched. But that one was debatable,
I mean, they were the robot was over the robot was at the wall when it did that heavy.
It was in the right place.
It was where it was supposed to be. It just, instead of doing a nice gradual release, it sort of kind of just said, okay, move. It's like the arm was spring-loaded. It just said, okay.
B in Colonial Heights, randomization B, and they are getting ready to start the match.
All right.
Oh, and Louisa, since you're just joining us for the first time, we tried to make as many puns as we possibly can. So if you think of anything or if you want to do anything, feel free.
Thank you. I believe it is almost 9 a.m., so maybe my brain will start working then. And I can think of some good puns.
All right, so B is done. Uh-oh.
Louisa, maybe
this could be trouble.
And there we go. There we see that contact that we talk about, teams. In autonomous, it is very important to discuss beforehand what your robot actually does in autonomous and what zone
Pick up your
They
controller.
like to occupy.
3,
It is
2,
hard for them.
They must have had one corner of that 14-616 over the line.
Yeah, they had their right front wheel just barely cross it.
And that's all you need.
Yep.
I still want to see that famous tape measure that y'all talk about.
I'll say that thing was great. I have not seen it yet.
Louis, so if you don't know, because we don't see this in FRC and FTC, apparently they just need to just barely cross the line. So some teams would stay at the back wall, take a tape measure, and extend out the tape measure all the way.
Oh wow, that's pretty creative. I like that idea.
And
a little tough.
All right. So looks like we got so far one low goal over on the blue side during teleop.
Here comes another one.
Oh, yeah. Come on, come on, get it just up and over. Oh, couldn't quite tell.
Looks like their team is caught up on
it went in.
Rings. I think their team is immobile. Team 14616 might be immobile. I believe
they're on top of a.
They got both corners. They got two diagonal corners stuck on a ring.
Yeah. So, yeah. Luckily they can't.
They're gonna get some help. Oh, come on, push him, push him.
This is one of those friendly nudge moments. You nudged them in autonomous. Please nudge them again.
Oh,
yeah,
stuck on the ring.
They're on two rings, and it's just barely on their diagonal. Teams, this is another thing that you can talk about with that low clearance. These foam rings are not friendly. They do bite back.
Yep. So their line partner's actually going to elect to
You just need a little nudge from the other team.
That can make all the difference. One wobble goal is out of here, and they're making sure to.
If they can go for the second one, they've got time. They can do it. There's time. Okay. So they can get around their alliance partner. 3, 2, 1, and it went out the wrong wall.
Yeah.
Good effort though.
Our back is even joining in on this pun game.
So our backstage crew is asking if the Denver boot has been applied to this robot. They must not have paid their parking fines.
I don't know if that's a boot. It looked like they got jacked up. They might have tried to get.
Yeah. They picked it up. Did you notice there were 2 other rings under the robot when he picked it up?
Yeah, I mean their robot got put on stilts. I think they might have parked in the wrong neighborhood. I don't think it was a boot. I think they got put on some cinder blocks.
So there's 36 points, saying quick, 10 in the auto, 6 in the driver control, and 20 in the end game. Shenandoah is underway, and you can see we've got, we're now into the end, getting near the end of the driver control period, trying to put some score on the board.
And they're still aiming for that mid goal.
And
with some of these teams, I guess if you're a mid goal shooter, you can still hit the power shot.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the other robot that was competing with them?
We're not sure where they went, but they did not appear.
Didn't arrive today.
They look like they're moving pretty fast. Looking good.
So 1885 is at the venue. They're just not on the field yet. So they're working on it now. We hope that they'll be able to get on the field in the next match. There's still 2 more to go in Shenandoah. So everybody's crossing their fingers that they'll have an opportunity to get on the field.
But as both Shenandoah and Fulton wrap up, Shenandoah comes up with a tie score of 0-0. Fulton, I'm trying to see what happened over there. I see parts on the field. I see scores going everywhere. And so that score looks really weird. I wonder how there are negatives on the field. I wonder what penalties appeared. But
Must have been some big penalties.
I did see Luminous taking off their wheel in addition to taking off their bot. So parts have came off of robots.
So they are doing some scrambling on the left there. Still waiting on final results. Must be some conversation about.
I wish we had Caitlin here to just give us that scoop on the background.
Tell us all the details, wouldn't she?
Because she puts her earphone in and keeps that referee chat in her left ear, and she just knows all the juicy little details.
All right, I think we're getting close to a score.
But we just got our randomization over at Colonial Heights with randomization B.
Nice.
But yes, as you can see with our referee standing out in the middle of the field, they are having a very wonderful discussion. So if they ever look like they're talking to themselves, sometimes they are.
All right, so switching it back to Colonial Heights, that match will be underway momentarily. We know we have randomization B. You can tell from one ring on the field, and we are off.
Uh-oh, Twitch is already lighting up with hashtag numbers guy.
Uh-oh, where is he? Where is he?
Do they know something that we don't know?
I don't know.
Are we expecting a mysterious guest to enter? A voice from the great beyond?
Not from the beyond. It's from the exam prep or whatever he's doing.
We get voice without visual. It's a great beyond because they can't see him; they'll just hear him.
That's a good point. Very good point.
It's beyond the stage. It's called the back.
From the great beyond. So yeah, I made that happen.
It looks like they started.
Of course, and they're just loading up some of these goals. With 10 points on the board, teams are flying around the field. Now see...
A lot of activity. There we go. There's a low goal right there.
Both of these teams are very good at manipulating the field. That is one thing I do give both of these teams. They're very good at activating all the pieces. If they want to move a wobble goal, if they want to pick up a wobble goal, it's going to move. If they want to get a ring, they're going to go get that ring.
Right. And I love how different both of them are, but they're both capable of doing the same things.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing that I would like to see a little bit more from these two teams is, and one thing that probably is still happening, they're still communicating over there. Their teams are definitely over there talking.
Oh, yeah.
But they don't seem to be moving as a fluid unit as we've seen with some of the other teams that turn around and just both teams, as soon as one team is finished reloading, the other team's right back at it and back at it and back at it.
Okay, but what? See what he's doing right now, or she's doing right now? They've got both of those wobble goals stood up and ready to go for the end game.
I only think one of them counts.
One. I think one is going to count. Yep. Power shots.
But they're going for those
right now.
I do love that. And once again, with these rear loaders, they can back up and don't have to actually turn their bot before they angle again to shoot.
That's right.
Now let's see if they can get that out. Get that wobble goal out.
There it is.
Wobble goal is
and a
gone.
Robot part on the ground.
Uh-oh.
So the something on the ground.
I think that might be the back cap to the wobble goal.
Oh, good call. Does that mean the wobble goal didn't score if all the wobble goal isn't out of the arena?
If I have to turn around...
That's a good question.
If I have to turn around and get a tiny little red cap out the arena, that is a whole different...
No, they got the points, which is perfect. Love it.
I would definitely argue with the ref if they told me that a tiny cap didn't count.
So the unofficial score is 42. We're going to switch to Shenandoah, underway right now. We'll tell you the results from Fulton once we have it, or from Colonial Heights when we have it.
0. They did get a 10-point penalty.
Mm-hmm.
But Colonial Heights with an official score of 42 points, a 10-point autonomous, a 12-point driver control, and a 20-point end game. And over at Shenandoah, they already have 20 points on the field.
See if we can raise the roof on some more scoring. So they're down in the end game, and it looks like they are going to go for, and they've been very successful with manipulating the wobble goal in the end. Having trouble lining up right now.
One thing that I do like about their bot is that speed on the bot. Because
yeah, it's fast. So they got 7 seconds. It looks like they've got the wobble goal, but they might not realize that. Oh, there it is. Not enough time to get it out of the arena, but they'll do it just for show. Maybe not.
But even as fast as that bot is, it is not fast enough to beat that clock.
No, they were moving pretty fast.
But one thing that I do say about a lot of teams, some of these highly specialized teams still forget that they need to be able to move. So they'll have very slow bots that can do very good, but unless they're getting fed by their alliance mate, they're not actually the most successful.
And over in Fulton, we had the score from Shenandoah, 20 points in auto is the score on that one. In Fulton underway, we had a park in the auto, and we are in the driver control period. And you can see the dumper is hooked up. We've got one ring in the scoop right now. We'll see if they can get into position to put more in the low goal or perhaps even in the high goal.
Luminous is mobile. I think they're talking about how to keep the wobbles and how to get out the way.
Yep.
I love the colors on that robot were matching today.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Like I said, I love the
telling us last week or the week before that all the teams associated with this school or with this group have rainbow coloration.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
awesome.
It goes with their team's mottos and ethos of equality and inclusion.
Love that.
So Mobius, Luminous, and Cyberus all are rainbows. They try to put that us at the end to say, everyone's included. It's for all of us. Now, one thing that I always talk about with their bots is even though it has a very low clearance and it looks like their frame is solid the entire way around, it has a very slim gap that just barely lets a ring underneath. And so that also prevents them from picking up 2 rings at once. There's that little thin sliver in the bottom. But with 20 seconds left as we're approaching the end game, we will see what these two teams can do. I hope they can get the
goal stuck there. They can't get rid of the wobble goal, and it's going to prevent them from
stuck in their bot.
How do you think they're able to get that out?
With their hands after the conclusion of the match, I think.
I think they're just trying to show out to the judges right now that they can move and some of the features of that scoop, though, with them being able to show it going side to side. Because remember, teams, there are multiple awards, not only for having a high score, but for having a uniquely crafted robot. So please be sure that if your robot has something unique, cool, or some very interesting function, to send it in, submit it, and even submit the survey and let us know what you guys see and what you guys do. But we're about to shift over to Colonial Heights, Virginia. As we await their start, they have set up B. And it looks like they got that auto dance fixed. Both teams clearing the way for each other in auto. So I think team 14616 has a variable auto that they use, and so they can shift it over. Luisa, do you know much about this game?
I have learned much about this game this week, so I'm learning as we go. But I understand the concept of the picking up the rings and the bubble goals. I do know that whatever they've done here is pretty awesome because it takes a lot of work to even create that little arm to pick up those rings, let alone scoop up those rings on the field.
We're definitely going to end up showing the game animation later today. So if you have the Twitch channel open when we show the game animation, just turn on the audio, listen to the game animation, and hopefully that can give you a slight description about the game.
Thank you.
And for our Twitch chat, yes, FLL, FTC, and FRC are all first events. Everything from the first, I believe they now call it First Explorers and First Challenge, First Lego Explorers and First Lego Challenge, up to the First Technical Challenge and the First Robotics Competition are all programs run by the first company. Anything with that triangle, circle, square logo is first.
All right. I think we're over in endgame here in Colonial Heights. We got one wobble goal being just tossed out of the field gently, of course. While their alliance partner, they lined up to take power shots. Looked like they did connect with one power shots. So this is shaping up to be a pretty high scoring match over in Colonial Heights. Coming down to the last wire. Time is about to expire. Can they get that wobble goal over? It looks like
they got it.
We'll wait to see what the referees rule that as. Currently, the score on the board is 78 points, and we just got the score coming in from Shenandoah at 19 points.
That's right. So, great job by them. That was, of course, their last match. That was team 18-8-5.
No, that wasn't 18-8. That was 16-605.
I'm so sorry. I'm just
the Transformers.
All right. But a very high-scoring match in Colonial Heights here. We even us, the commentators, got like 12 points there, courtesy of 2 high goals. So we'll have to see what the final score is. That last second wobble goal, that could
possibly push them over the 100-point mark. Because if it counts, that's 98, and then if they made one more point that also registers, that would push them over the 100 mark.
Yep. But of course, it's great that these guys are just doing their best. Glad to see that they didn't get tripped up on the rings the same way twice. So that's what we encourage. Don't make the same mistake twice. Always learn.
And as we're speaking of making sure that teams don't make the same mistake twice, it looks like over in Fulton, Maryland, the 2 teams, Luminous and I can't remember that other team's name. I know I have it.
Doesn't mean we don't love you guys. Just
I can't see your number. I can't see your number. I'm sorry. It's my only issue.
Yeah. All right. Yep. So, final score over in
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
I know it was another.
3, 2, 1.
I'm so sorry. I just had to remember being able to see your numbers. So we have Kettle to the Metal. That
you never
get off the tongue, but
kinds of names. It's only first teams, First is like the only place where you get such wacky names. And speaking of,
I mean, there are some other sports that give wacky names. Like if you went to like roller derby or bowling and a bunch of other things, they still have puns in their names.
Okay. All right. So, it looks like there's a little bit of movement here. We got that dustpan robot on the backfield. Doesn't look like they're quite moving. This could be...
They're moving. Their top arm is moving.
There we go.
They have
back to life.
They have 2 separate manipulators, both the pan moves and they have a separate arm that moves.
That's fantastic.
Almost like,
so they have 2 pieces that can.
It's almost like it's almost like that Dr. Seuss car. If anyone remembers from The Cat in the Hat, that car that had all the different arms coming out of it.
How do you remember that?
I love looking at illustrations like that, from the perspective of a robot builder and thinking like, yeah, that's funny, like, and all to kids, like, oh yeah, let's have an arm with 13 different 13 different motors on it. So,
I haven't seen either of the teams score yet.
Yeah.
I see that they have some rings, though.
So luckily, it's right now in endgame that one team already has that wobble goal, so they're going to try to score that over for some 20 points here. Can they release
Luminous
it?
Over in the rainbow. I believe they're just trying to make sure that they're over the edge because they got those rings in the way.
Oh dear, yeah.
Not enough
See if
time.
they can make it.
Oh darn! Looks like they can get it over.
But speaking about game
it was really close there.
Speaking of game,
This is where the launching arm would have come in handy.
right? Can we get that javelin throw? I'm telling you, just let me get a nice little. And as much as I keep saying javelin throw, in my mind, I keep remembering Recycle Rush when I used to throw those pool noodles across the field.
No.
I remember that game.
Don't discuss that game.
It was fun for me. I was on the field.
Well, I'm glad it was fun for you.
I remember.
Hey, guess what? 6 feet with a pool noodle, so it works out.
Unfortunately, that year, one of my coaches had slipped on some ice, and so he was unable to attend the actual event because he was in a cast. But
ouch.
When he was watching us on TV, he said he knew our team was on because I was wearing my ROTC uniform, just launching pool noodles across the field.
All right, so we are setting up for qualification 10 in Fulton. We've got qualification 10 setting up right now in Colonial Heights, and we've got qualification 5.
Qualification 5 just concluded at Shenandoah. So Shenandoah is to be on a little break.
Here we go.
And teams, you're all here. There's 81 people in the chat. Good morning. Hello. How are you guys doing? I know some of you guys are on a team, so let us know what team you're on. Shout out your team numbers. What's your team's chant or cheer? I know every team had one. You can still support and you can still be here for your teams. Also, they do have, I believe, a Zoom call that links to a screen on the actual event site so that way your teams can hear you if you're there. But please say something. We'd love to hear from you guys.
Oh, we've got the Fonzie. That would be randomization A in Colonial Heights.
What does randomization A entail for this?
Oh, randomization A, you can tell the randomization by the amount of rings that are left on the field, and that's what a lot of the robots use with their vision sensors, is how many rings are on the field. Randomization A is the first box. Randomization B is the second box in the middle. Randomization C is the third box. If you can get your wobble goal completely in your box, that is 15 points. If you can park on the white line, that is 5 points. You must be behind the white line to shoot. And if you can shoot down a power shot, which is the little PVC pipes, that's another 15 points. And if you can hit any of the goals are doubled during autonomous.
Looks like we'll get 2 parks here. Well done. Still not quite, I mean, I understand the diagonal strategy now because I understand the mid-goal shooter there. But I'm not sure why they dropped the wobble goal.
I believe they just drop it just to make sure that it's on the other side and just to make sure that later in the game, because remember, if you're back behind the line shooting and you still have the wobble goal when it hits 30 seconds, then it doesn't count. So some of the teams which pay attention to the clock, yes, they stay on the right side in that last 5 seconds, but some of the other teams, they'd rather not focus on the clock the entire time, and they'd rather focus on the other things that are going on in the field.
We're doing pretty well so far, 30 points.
We're so quiet right now.
We're checking out the game. We're moving pretty well throughout the field. I'm curious as to why they pushed all of the rings to the back. Is that a certain strategy that they've been using?
At team 14616, they're a rear loader. So if it's up against that back wall, they just back into it and pick it up, back into it, pick it up, back into it, pick it up, back into it, pick it up.
That's smart. Looks like
And then
it's
they
been
shoot
working.
out the front. So yeah, if they're pushing it back, it's just like that way they can immediately push it right back over. It looks like their partner is going to go for both of the wobble goals and try to put both of the wobble goals out while they're shooting at the power shots. And remember, teams, it is important to touch the power shots, but they must tip
so close
in the back position. If your power shot does not rest in the rear position when time has concluded, that power shot does not count.
It looks like one of the wobble goals was dropped a little bit
Looks like
later.
one wobble goal is out. I can't tell if both of them are out. I can't see the second wobble goal. Oh no, they're both out of the arena. Okay. One might have passed after the clock. And down at Fulton, Maryland, they will now work on their wobble goals in their end game.
Let's see, it looks like the final score for Colonial Heights is 52. 10 in autonomous, 22 for driver control, and 20 for endgame.
Once again, a very solid matchup. I really miss the cheers and the songs and the noise.
Can you give us a cheer?
Oh, I think you can.
And the button. I don't think.
I'd love to hear one of your cheers.
None of my old school cheers are stream appropriate.
I have one.
we definitely used to get very rowdy in our cheers.
Our team has signs, and they have single letters, right? So they'll sit in the stands and they'll hold up and spell words and stuff. And one of the ones that they definitely use is whoop. So they'll put up WHOOP with an exclamation point, of course, go whoop, whoop, whoop.
Oh, I love
Pretty much
that.
it. So down to Fulton, we have got randomization on its way. Or from scores from Fulton, we see lots of conversation happening there. The match is complete. We're just waiting for the results.
It's the debrief with the ref because both of these teams are leaving, I believe.
Here we go.
And the
scores
is
on
about
the board.
to be 30 points. A 8-point autonomy, 20-point driver control, and a 20-point end game.
Love that end game.
Those wobble goals, oh, so crucial to some of these teams' scoring plans.
Oh, yes.
I feel like over the years, these teams are getting better and better. I remember when I was in high school, the autonomous period was not fun for us.
Oh, we're not going to talk about how these teams have and their new sensors and mechanics that they get in FRC.
Well, we're not talking about FRC. We are talking about FTC.
We're not going to talk about FRC right now. That's a different discussion. We can have that one on the side during one of our breaks because I can tell you that I saw and I was like, wait, this changes?
So we've got some new teams over there in Shenandoah.
We have new teams everywhere. We have team 1820 System Overload and team 15317 error code 404 making their way onto the field at Shenandoah. And teams do remember we have to sanitize and decontaminate everything in between our matches. So we do have a nice 5 to 10 minute window in between teams leaving out and teams starting their next match. That is just to give our field a chance to reset, our referees a chance to make sure that everything is okay, make sure that there are no alterations that need to be done. These foam tiles do occasionally get replaced. These tapes do occasionally get changed. There is definitely tons that must go on this field.
And on the field, we have two teams, as we said, 13-8-20. That's System Overload from Front Royal, Virginia. Their rookie year was in 2017, so they've been playing this game for a while. And joining them in the Blue Alliance will be Team 15317, Aero Code 404. And they are from Harrisonburg, Virginia, starting in 2018.
I do believe these two teams played together one of the other weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Still at Shenandoah. But I do believe I think it was the first week that we had Shenandoah, these two teams played together.
Interesting. So I wonder if they knew that coming in. I bet they didn't. And so now the question is, can they strategize? Can they capitalize on their pairing from before and turn that into higher scores? We'll find out shortly, I think.
I remember some of these randomizations and some of these customizations for these teams. And even though these teams have to run 5 matches back to back, which is definitely hectic and unprecedented, I do remember getting sometimes my randomization where I'd have 3 matches in a row. I'd have different alliance members, but I would still have 3 matches in a row. And teams, I know how stressful it is to go back to back. I know how stressful it is to be like, hey, I'm off the field. Wait, I'm back?
Yeah, a lot goes into setting up these robots on the field and even moving them back and forth, all of the pieces, all of the spare parts that they need. And like you guys said earlier, they only have, is it 2 or 3 people currently for each team?
Each team is allowed 3 members and 1 mentor. And this is one of the
mentor can act as a coach on during matches.
And I believe this is the only time that they're allowed to also work as a human player. The mentor is able to be a human player because of the shortness of people on the teams. And we did just get a confirmation they were together. So this is 2 teams that have played before. See, I like my memory when it works sometimes because I remember the puns that I made for this. It was a whole bunch of computer puns. I said I love my keyboard because my computer does the matrix keys lighting up and codes lighting up. And I was like, see, if Aero Code 404, I wish they had a shirt or something where it was just the glitch. And then System Overload, I was like, I wonder if they can overload that gold. Let's see how they fill it up and load it up. And see, that's where I'm like, I know I remember these jokes and these comments about these teams. I wonder if they get the same nostalgia when they go see each other at the events. Oh, hey, from the other side, because I can't come give you a high five or a hug or anything else that First is really known for. I really miss that first handshake. I graciously accept handshake. We're here.
This is where the hand gestures come in.
Start throwing up signs across the field.
A friendly wave.
But they are underway in randomization C. And as you can see, both teams are moving forward, shooting at, I believe that's a high goal.
Yeah.
And look like 2 highs and 1 power shot. And I believe they're still going to go for the wobble. Can they get the wobble in? That wobble looks down. And so with Parks, a power, and
Driver, pick up
a
your
wobble,
controllers.
not to mention those 2 high goals that they shot. That looks like a wonderful 64 points right out of the bat. And remember, teams, some of our high scoring and high competition teams have been putting out over 150 points every single match. And part of that is having that strong autonomous and that strong end game.
Wow. They've gotten a couple of high shots there. Doing pretty well.
I liked how both of these teams are bright white, so when you look at the lights, it almost it blinds out because I can barely see the parts on the bottom. Like I see why, where's the shadow? There's no color contrast. Wait, it's just white. I remember one year having to speak with my design team the same time that the same time that we were putting mechanical parts on the robot, because our design team was trying to figure out the color scheme and how they were going to orientate the robot and all these other things at the exact same time that we were talking about, no, I don't need that there. I have to manipulate something in the way. It's going to get destroyed. But with a score of 118 leading into this end game, they're going for that wobble goal already. Or I believe they're going for the wobble goal. Something, I don't know what that's.
Oh, there's one right in front of them, and then there's one in the back by the red.
So if it's behind the white line before the 30 seconds, it's eligible to be scored. If it's not past the white line before that 30 seconds, it's ineligible.
Makes sense. Oh, wow. Looks like we have 118. Let's see what the final score is.
Very nice.
And actually, over at Colonial Heights, I believe their two teams are also teams that have played together before.
How interesting.
Maybe the randomization isn't so random.
Or it has to do with when they can arrive.
Oh.
And with 118 points on the board, that will be a solid entry coming out with a 64-point autonomous and a 54-point driver control. And that will be our high score on the board for today at Shenandoah.
Well done, teams.
And remember, teams, we have plenty of time to raise that score. So let's see how high we can push it. I believe our current high score overall was 330.
330, that's pretty good. Very good.
Oh, it's fantastic.
And that was in Fulton. But let's go ahead and talk about some of our other teams that we're about to have show up. So over at Colonial Heights, we're about to have teams 1, 6, 5, 3, 7, Logic Coyote, and team 7, 0, 3, 9, Lord of the Bricks. As well as in Fulton, Maryland, we're about to have teams 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, RoboCav Silver, and teams 1, 8, 4, 4, 2, World's Wires. And now I believe all four of these teams we have seen in Colonial Heights, Logic Coyote and Lord of the Bricks. I believe we've seen those two together before. I definitely remember Logic Coyote, those hats. Once again, I am a big fan of the camo. I'm a big fan of the color coordination with the teams. Their whole team comes out head to toe. Orange camo hat, camo shirts, and blue jeans. And then the Lord of the Bricks comes out with their wizard Gandalf, their Lego minifigure Gandalf on their shirts.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay, we are moving over to Fulton, and yeah, we do have confirmation that 118 that we just saw over at Shenandoah, that is a high for the day across all three events, setting a nice bar there.
And remember, teams, just because they said it doesn't mean you shouldn't break it. Shatter those records. Unlike the rules, our records are meant to be broken. Please don't break the rules.
There on that shot. Let's see.
Unfortunately, I already see a -10. I believe that is because they are orientated sideways and one of the rings may have shot out of the field. And no, the current high is 145 coming out of Fulton. So we are sorry. 118 is the high for Shenandoah and Colonial. Remember, teams, Shenandoah and Colonial are combined. So
Driver, pick up your controller.
Has a high of 145.
3, 2,
but the Shenandoah
1.
and Colonial events have the high of 118.
All right, so we are shooting and shooting and shooting. Trying to line up to shoot.
Even with that negative, It is already back in the positive. These teams loading up these goals, firing and firing again. And so I see
one team is working on the wob goal, and then we have the other picking up the disc to shoot.
And see, with their launching mechanisms, we've seen this before. Some of these teams have a double fly shooter. And so we've seen that destabilize in flight, and other teams we've seen be very efficient with that in flight.
I love the way that RoboCavs is a super fast intake there. They back right up against the wall, scoop up those rings, take the shot.
And with that last 30 seconds, we are going into our end game. I like how when we type, everyone can hear it.
We're not typing.
My keyboard is loud and my microphone is sensitive. You know when I'm typing. But RoboCavs Silver and that was just team. What was that other team number? Ooh. There's so much litter on the field, I can barely see the numbers. Team 18442 and team 10001 with plenty of points on the board. I wonder what I wonder what the referees and the scorekeepers are discussing with all those points up on the board. Shenandoah.
While that is happening, we're going to go over to Shenandoah. Match is midway through. They got 68 points on the board right now. We can see some high goal shots going in.
With 86 points already on the board and more than 70 seconds left, this is going to be a wonderful match. Both of these wobble goals are in scoring position, and with them up against the wall and off to the side like that, it should be pretty easy to grab. And by should be, I mean it's just less likely to tip. These wobble goals are still very, very hard to grab.
One going in, two going in there. So we could be cresting the 118 here, I think, pretty easily if they can get one of those wobble goals out. And it looks like we're in good.
If those wobble goals move, it is gone.
So plenty of time.
30 seconds beginning, I see one of those wobble goals up, and it is going downfield. Let's see if it gets out of there.
One gone. Can they do the other? There's time. Go for it. Go for it.
Put those points up.
We got one down.
That's a
two down.
Let's get the third one.
Oh, yeah! Got on the rebound.
Touch it. Do not touch it. Whatever you do not touch the ball. And with 169 sitting as the current unofficial score, we will see what the referees have to say about this. Oh,
that's just incredible.
That was exhausting, those last few seconds. Well done. That will be if that holds, that will be our high score for the day across all the events.
And our referees do not have much to discuss because that score coming up at 169.
Congratulations.
With autonomous, a 48-point driver control, and that 65-point end game.
65-point end game. Wow.
Those 45 points from that power shots can be so amazing. Not to mention that 20-point from that wobble goal.
And what I really like is that this is only qualification match number 7, which means that we could be seeing 3 more performances just like this, if not better. Because if I'm correct, they did not get both wobble goals out. That's potential for 20 more points right there.
Yep.
Oh,
And
man. So that's a great
what we've
performance.
seen, if they can keep up that autonomous and keep up that end game, all they need to do is maximize that driver control.
And that's the thing. Yeah, it's all about consistency. You know, the way the ranking works this year, it's based mostly on the sum total of all the points that you get. So it rewards consistency as well as performance. You know, you need to consistently do well. So we will see where this puts them in the ranking. So if I remember correctly, Shenandoah, all the matches from Shenandoah are considered the same competition as those from Colonial Heights, whereas Fulton.
That's because they are the same.
Yeah.
Whereas over to Colonial Heights. Speaking of Colonial Heights, Logic Coyote, Lord of the Bricks, getting ready to roll. Looks like randomization on the way.
2 very good teams. Cannot wait to see what they do for us this match.
And
this will be their first match together for today.
Teams, I know you're in the chat with us. Let us know if your team is here. Let us know something about your bots. Please don't forget to fill out that survey and let us know about your teams. And speaking about those teams, I'm pretty sure Logic Coyote filled out their survey. So this is Logic Coyote's second season. They are a community team. One of their biggest lessons that they learned was perseverance this year, because their team started out with about 11 members, and due to all of these stresses of this season, they're down to only about 4 people in their team. This team has been affected by COVID because they used to be in a church, but now they've been meeting in garages and a bunch of other spaces and maker spaces because of the fact that their team isn't able to meet the same ways that they used to. They try to speak to each other online and they try to do a little bit of outreach, but it's very hard with the restrictions that are here. And their team members really like their team members would really like to shout out some of their other members, but unfortunately we don't do those shout outs here at this time. But they say that their team uniforms pay homage to their home of New Kent with the digital camo and a blaze of orange.
All right, so we are over at Shenandoah, randomization A, and teams are moving out in the auto.
All right. Going right up to that line, taking aim, fire 1.
I see one high goal.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Bounced out, unfortunately.
I believe. I saw a power
Yeah,
shot.
looks like one.
Wobble goal. Oh, there might be 2 of them. Nope, it looks like it's only one of them.
Yeah, 1 wobble goal down. Looks like 2 parks. Looks like a power shot.
Pick up your controllers.
I don't think any of those high goals connected because it really just
connected.
It comes down to just the most minute details. You know, if you're 1 inch to the left, if you're 1 inch forward, because that wobble goal, that's like an Amazon delivery employee trying to throw a package through your mail slot from 5 feet away. It's just it's difficult, to say the least. All right. So, yeah, look at how far back they are from the line when they're shooting. You know, they clearly have a very powerful shooter. And it looks
one
like
thing I can say about shooting from that far back is one thing that I can say about shooting from that far back is that it allows their teammates to be up close and on the line. If I can shoot over my teammate and I can consistently shoot over my teammate, then we're not interfering with each other.
Exactly. So, and that's what it's all about, is, you know, working well with your alliance partners. So far we've got 5 shots in the high goal, 1 shot in the low goal. And this is just an incredible performance. Just both teams just taking those shots, and yeah, some of them are going to miss, but as long as you're consistently and quickly putting rings in the direction of the goal, some of them are going to go in. And that is exactly what's happening here, as I believe I just saw 2 more go in. Yep, total of 11 high goal shots for a total of 108. These guys are really trying to break their own record here. So I'd love to see this kind of
I
performance.
mean, with 30 seconds left on the clock, if they can get these wobble goals out, they're definitely in a very good position. Going for those power shots once again. I believe both teams have a wobble goal now. Let's see if with these.
Yeah, it looks like they got one power shot. Might have gotten a second one there. Having trouble with that wobble goal. Chime's about to expire.
Hit one more. Oh, and that is time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I do believe that last wobble goal counts.
Yeah.
I mean, not that last wobble. I don't know if that last power shot counts. It might have.
Yeah, all 3 power shots looked down, but
it looked down, but I couldn't tell if it was shot after the buzzer. But the referees are putting in the score right now at 173.
All right, beating out their previous high score. Wow,
so
that's
team just smashing records.
That's what we love to see.
And speaking about smashing things, Colonial Heights off to a smashing start.
High scoring autonomous.
49 points on the board.
All right. So teams are
always
all over
great to start. Look at that. 49 getting going. Shots underway. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. It's hard to even see it. It was so fast.
Yeah, if you blink,
again, that is Logic Coyote.
Yeah.
Tearing at that goal. And the Lord of the Bricks sitting right in front of them.
Yeah, so they're just consistently putting them in. So giving Shenandoah a run for their money here. And speaking of Shenandoah, we do have a little bit of an update to the score coming in here.
Coming in now. So it's going to be 185.
185. So we're bouncing up even higher with a 52-point autonomous, a 68-point driver control, and a 65-point end game. So they did get that high goal that I was talking about.
Yep.
They did get that opening high goal because that's what bounced up that extra 12 points.
Wow. So that is just incredible. So now back here on Colonial Heights, they're trying to beat that new high record here because Logic Coyote is just
Coyote is just flooding,
shooting.
And with 30 seconds approaching on the board, they have plenty of time to get both of those wobble goals and keep flooding it. Lord of the Bricks starting to move that wobble.
A little bit of an indecision there.
Once again, drivers, you gotta speak to the other team. You all should be moving fluidly like a dance.
Right. They can do it. They can do it. They can do it. It's time. Go, 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 go.
They're making a dash. Can they get it?
Drop it, drop it. Go. Oh, that's a buzzer beater. We will find out from the referees if that scored. Oh my goodness, too close to call.
I believe the robot itself had opened its claw, but I don't know if it had actually dropped through.
Yeah, so that's one of those things where, it's scored at rest. So if the robot opened its claw right as the clock hit 0, the referees can't score it until everything has come to rest. And that's the same with the power shots and high goals. You know, if that ring leaves right as the buzzer sounds, then it still counts.
In the auto at Shenandoah, we've got high goals scored and a park and almost a low goal goal, 2 parks. Looks like we've got a wobble goal in there too, so that's going to be a nice start.
Pick up your controllers.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Another really 39 auto.
All right. And those bots are moving. And that's what I really like to see is fast robots. You know, if you're going to do something, do it fast. We all have the same 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the field.
Score coming in right now from, let's see, from Colonial Heights. It's going to be 135 for them.
A very respectable.
That is a high score at Colonial, but that is not a high score overall for their event because Colonial is still paired with Shenandoah.
All right. So, speaking of Shenandoah, yeah, we just saw a couple high goal shots. Looks like 2 have been scored so far during teleop, that is. A respectable score of 61 at the moment. Shooting another volley. Couldn't quite tell whether or not those connected. Yes, they did. 2 more on the high goal, a score of 73. Doing great. About 40 seconds left in this match. All right. You just got to make sure that you're behind that line when you shoot. It's hard to tell from my perspective, but sometimes they get awfully close. But glad I'm not a referee having to make this. Yeah. So, robots all over the place. The field is mostly clear of rings. They're doing a pretty good job of keeping those out of the way. Ooh, looks like they were both at the same time. That might have caused a little bit of mid-air collision there. So we're well into it now.
Remember, your human player needs to be launching those rings right back down that chute. If those rings are off the chute, then where's your team going to go? Remember, there are only 20 rings in the entire game. So if you clear the field and your human player is not paying attention, you will have a issue.
All right, looks like they got one wobble goal, one wobble goal sadly right in front of the wall. And looks like they just got at least 1 power shot down. I see 2 down, but whether or not it was down at the right time, that remains to be seen. But a very respectable unofficial score of 94 in Shenandoah. Way to go, teams.
And as we speak on that, the final score is coming in at 94 points.
Very well done. So,
and look at that.
Looks like
autonomy. Once again, that strong auto carrying them through, even though their end game wasn't as strong as it has been before. But speaking of strong autos and strong driver control, let's go look at that driver control over at Fulton. Fulton is in progress after completing a 10-point autonomous. And now, with them lighting up that field, we know they're going to try to fill that goal as best as they can.
That's right. Those goals are hungry, and they only eat onion rings. So, we got teams lining up.
So not onion rings.
They're onion rings. So both teams seem to have kind of this this ramp design where they have wheels in the front that bring it up a very long ramp and then shoot from the other side of the robot. So that's those systems that you were talking about, where they eat in the back, shoot from the front. And speaking of shots, looks like one shot, unfortunately, it looked like it connected with the middle goal, which is not where they're aiming.
In the middle goal.
Yeah. So, one in the middle goal for 4 points. So don't forget, it's 2, 4, and 6 in teleop. So that's points to us, the commentators. Lining up both teams for the wobble goal now. They seem to have little fork designs trying to catch the wobble goal. They're dragging one very carefully towards the wall. Can they get it up and over? Still working on.
And remember, getting it out is not your only method. You can also attempt to put it on the line.
Yeah, but these teams elected not to do that. Looks like both are over the wall, and looks like they lost contact with it right as the buzzer sounded, because that's important too. You have to get it over the wall, and you have to not be touching it. So that'll trip you up. But it looks like from the commentator's perspective, those might have both been good. We'll see what the referees have to say.
And now rejoining us will be James shortly.
Yeah. So we've got a little merry-go-round of commentators here.
Those voices from the great beyond.
Yeah. Could you hear me? If so, I totally apologize.
No, it's okay. We're glad to hear you, James.
But could you hear me when I was away?
No, we hear you.
Then
Yes.
that was a win.
The voice from the great beyond now. We can hear you. They just don't see.
Every now and then, we all have to take breaks to just say to ourselves, "Man, these teams are so good."
It does require some deep breathing, perhaps a paper bag just to calm down.
Because these are some incredible teams, and I almost feel sorry for you guys, the viewers at home, because I've got 3 different matches pulled up in front of me, as do our commentators here. So there's just so much robot action, and right now that robot action is
cranking.
Shenandoah. All right, so they have just started their autonomous, shooting at the power shots. Can't tell if one connected or not because it's just a few pixels on my screen.
We got 2 parts, and we got.
I see 1 power shot, 3 high goals, a wobble, and 2
pick up your controllers.
That sounds like a takeout order to me.
I'll take 3.
Oh, they're taking out those points.
Oh, yeah.
With 76 points. They were taking it out of all right.
76-point auto. That's one of the highest autos that I've seen today.
That's all right.
Hey, look, I'll accept that takeout order.
Yeah. So, yeah, they're off to a start in tele-up. Haven't put up any points on the board yet, but that's okay. When you have an autonomous that good, you can take things kind of easy in tele-up. Do it a little.
There's no such thing as taking it easy. We don't take breaks in first. They wouldn't call this the world's hardest fun if we took breaks. You must eat, sleep, and breathe robotics.
There we go. A couple of high goal shots. Looks like a total of 6 so far, already over that 100-point mark with plenty of time left in this match. Looks like a shot might have accidentally connected with the power shot. You don't want that to happen. Yeah.
There are human players resetting it, but that human player just having to feed. And as you can see, she's dealing with a litter of rings just in front of her, not to mention out on the field. I wonder if that's part of their team strategy, is that as they come out to put them back on and to not have too many on the field.
It makes a lot of sense. We've seen too many teams get hung up on those rings flat on the field, so it's a way to prevent that hazard,
Yeah. And some of those shots are so powerful that they're actually bouncing out of the high goal. I saw a few do that.
And we did
so 130 points unofficially.
We did just get back our official score from Fulton, Maryland, though, with a 50-point win. That was a 10-point auto and a 40-point endgame, courtesy of those 2 wobble goals.
Yep, in Shenandoah, they picked 1 wobble goal up using that little fork design and got it out of here. It is up and over that wall, having a little bit of trouble with that second one. And again, those rings are just in the wrong spot. Looks like a shot came out right at the last second towards the wall, power shot, that is. I don't think it connected, but a very respectable unofficial score of 150 points.
150 is solid.
More
than solid.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the land of the screens, James.
There it is, 150. Yeah, it was 100% operator error.
Yeah. But there was very little operator error from that match. It was very good. And you'll notice a lot of these points, we're not seeing penalties. And that is good. That means teams read the rule manual. They know what's up. They know what's expected of them. And they're being gracious and professional at all times.
And James, was it operator error or was it an error 404?
It was definitely an error between the brain and the keyboard. Yeah. Misconnection there. Misconnection. But we're going to go and connect at Chesapeake. So let's go take a look over there.
We're all Chesapeake.
Oh, sorry. Colonial Heights.
See, folks, this is what happens when you get a system overload, You lose your location. Let's see if he gets some logic back while we watch the Logic Coyotes and the Lord of the Bricks.
That's true.
Both teams are set up here. Looks like we're just awaiting the randomization.
In my defense, I am from far away, so I don't always get the words right. But I think the intent is good.
Sometimes I forget about DC.
Well, fortunately, this year we are hosted by Star Wars, so you can be coming to us from a galaxy far, far away.
I can.
Oh yeah, if
Even
we could
though-
get that like holograph technology, like where it's like those shaky blue holographs that they always seem to have, that'd be great.
Just hollow project us onto the screen.
Oh
I
yeah, that'd be
still,
awesome.
I still keep
Randomization C on the way.
I still keep forgetting to go finish my Jedi Knight training so I can bring a lightsaber onto the screen with me. Just
Oh, there you go. All right, Logic Coyotes are off to a wicked fast start. They just sent that wall goal all the way to the far side of the field, drop it in Zone C, and I bet you they're going to line up to try to take some shots
Oh
here.
no, they backpedal for those shots. They fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Look at that.
Looks
Yep,
like
it.
two of them got close. Lord of the
Uh-oh.
Bricks going to do a little bit of a pile up here.
That's a problem right there.
I think Lord of the Bricks might have accidentally locked up one of their wheels, or their wheel wasn't at full power. So instead of driving straight, they drove at an angle.
Yeah. And some teams have these super sophisticated systems where they use the internal gyro on the control hub, and they're actually able to tell, okay, I seem to be going this way a lot, and they actually use the motors to compensate it to make sure they go in a straight path. Some wicked stuff in terms of controls options. Looks like we got a great start to tally up here. Already 3 points in the high goal, I believe courtesy of the Logic Coyotes. All right. Lord of the Bricks
seems to be trying to make some wizardry happen on the far side of the field. I don't know what magic can occur while they're over there.
They seem to be taking a more passive stance during the match, making sure that they aren't getting in the way of the Logic Coyotes, kind of making sure that both teams have full use of the field. Now, one thing that, it does look like one of their wheels is jammed up there. You can see them pivoting around. It's hard to say.
I think it's either something got disconnected or something could have got in that wheel, because I know from competing on carpet, one of the frequent issues is the carpet will tear and you'll get some string caught up in your robot wheels. Now with these bots, because they aren't on carpet,
be the case here though with that foam floor.
Shouldn't be a case of getting a string caught up, but if there's any loose cable, loose wiring, or a loose chain, that can definitely cause a pile up in those
electrical tape, rubber bands, all sorts of things can get caught up in there. Logic Coyote,
even a hair.
Oh, they got one.
Making some full court shots at the power shots.
Wow, at the buzzer.
Yeah.
Looks like they got one down.
But with a wonderful unofficial score of 116, let's see what goes on over in Fulton, Maryland. Because with them approaching that last few seconds, I think that is 70 points on the board as their final score.
Man, oh man, what a match.
Here it comes.
And our score is 70 points with a 5-point autonomous, a 30-point driver control, and a 35-point endgame. Courtesy of teams 1-0-0-1 and teams 1-8-4-4-2, RoboCav Silver and World's Wires. I feel like World's Wires almost sounds like a promo. Like that sounds like an actual company.
And we've got some new teams coming on the board over at Shenandoah. We've got Almond Robotics 12518 and Nth Degree 18103 getting ready there.
They're not so much new to the game, they're new to today.
New to today.
Almond Robotics should be featured in their classic pink form. And then Nth Degree, they might be new to today. I don't believe we've seen Nth Degree.
Colonial Heights, we have a score, 131.
And
going to be
our two teams
in the auto.
And second position over at Colonial Heights. And remember, Colonial Heights will be conjoined with Shenandoah. So just because you are in first and second over in your specific side does not necessarily mean that you will be first and second overall. So currently, the Logic Coyotes and the Lord of the Bricks are first and second over in Colonial Heights. And James, you know something about being pink, don't you? Like Almond Robotics?
Our team has had pink as its color for many, 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 many years. We tend to be known as the pink team, although there is a team called the pink team. This is on the FRC side, not FTC. So, yeah, we are known for our pink coloration.
And remember, teams, it's all about what you're known for and how you're known, not necessarily the fact that you guys can do one thing or the other. Oftentimes, what used to happen is if you had a good reputation and if you were known as a very good, reputable veteran team, that could make all the difference in you getting chosen and in people getting to know your name and getting to know your team.
And of course, when he's talking about getting chosen, he's talking about back when we used to do alliance selections, where at the end of the day, the top 1, 2, 3, 4 ranked teams would choose alliances, and they would compete in elimination matches. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to do that due to current circumstances. But hopefully, we can get that going either next year or maybe even as soon as the World Championship. No one's quite sure what the World Championship's going to look like at this very moment, but hopefully it'll be a lot of fun.
I mean, wouldn't it be interesting if they invited us to go to the World Championship? What if they invited us to be commentators?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've certainly got the skills for it. I mean, I don't know if First Headquarters thinks so, but I think we've got what it takes.
Anybody, if you got an ear in for First Headquarters, just drop that little.
Let me know.
That little.
Give them our names. Yeah. But yeah, personally, I'm hoping to earn my ticket to the World Championship because I am actually the coach of an FTC team that competed last weekend, Team 4924, the Tuxedo Pandas. So, or sorry, the Redbeard Pandas, formerly Tuxedo Pandas. So, yeah, we're going to be competing in the championship for First Chesapeake, and that's next weekend. So, this is actually the last 2 competitions for First Chesapeake. A lot of these teams have already competed, have already gotten their ticket to the championship, and we wish them all the best. It seems like it's going to be a lot of fun.
And our final score is coming in from Fulton, Maryland at 85 points. Once again, that is RoboCav Silver and World's Wires with a 20-point autonomous, a 30-point driver control, and a 35-point endgame.
Fantastic, yeah. Points all across the board for that last match.
Loving it. Loving school.
And now, for all my math people, how far is to the nth degree? Because I do remember a little bit.
You just keep adding 1.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
you can always go higher.
N is a variable, you know? It's like, it's whatever it needs to be. It could be
Not
1.
That.
It could
N is for needs to be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. So a lot of teams are making sure to be set up here. You've caught us at a funny moment.
Field. I see Almond Robotics and Nth Degree on the field. I see Logic Coyote and Lord of the Bricks on the field. I see RoboCav Silver and World's Wires on the field. And with all these bots on the field, we're gonna get configuration A over at Colonial Heights with Logic Coyote and Lord of the Bricks. That is with 0 rings, but with these shooters, they don't seem to be having a problem with it. They're going to flood the box and then keep on pushing.
That's right. All right. Looks like we're just awaiting a countdown here in Colonial Heights.
Oh, it's
for yet
There it is, underway.
It's already happening.
Look at that flat.
We got an A drop. And they let go good and then take some shots. Maybe, no, backing out of the way for their alliance partner. No, going to take some shots. We got one of those in the high goal. Here comes the other robot in, going for the park.
Yeah. Hard to say whether that wobble goes in. The referees counted it.
They counted it.
Shot connected. But that's all right because we got 2 parks. We got 37-point autonomous, which is a great way to start our teleop period. Now, the reason that we say teleop instead of remote controlled is because they're different. Teleop implies that there's some level of automation. I can hit a button and the robot will take 3 shots just like the Logic Coyotes did. All right? It's not purely controlling each individual motor. These are still smart robots. They know what they're doing. They can still use sensors and all that. It's just that the drivers have controllers in their hands.
Well, remember, a robot is only as smart as the person controlling it. So if it's a smart bot, let's just give credit to all those people who's put in those long hours working on these bots.
That's right. So far, 7 high goal shots for a total of 79 points.
2 more right there.
Oh, man. As I was talking about it, yeah. With a total of like 59 seconds left in the match. Still plenty of time. Looks like they're going to shoot for getting over 100 points here. Trying to get those triple digits.
There it is.
There we go. All right.
2 more in.
Again, taking more of a passive stance. Now that it's getting close to end game, they may want to start taking a closer look at those wobble goals. Because one of those is sideways, which is going to be a real pain to pick up. And Lord of the Bricks is going over there, trying to help it out.
Ooh, well done. Give their alliance partner a little advantage.
Yeah, that's good teamwork. That's what we like to see. Throwing it right into their jaws. Can they get it, the Logic Coyotes? They got it. It's up. It's over.
Down.
And it's down. All right.
Now will they take a power shot? They got it.
Time expires. Yeah, taking a last-second shot at the power shot. It doesn't look like it connected.
No, they got one down.
It's down.
Yeah, it did. All right,
one down.
All right.
There it goes with 170, and look at their teammates dancing in the background once again.
Oh yeah, they should absolutely be proud. They should be proud of every match. Official score
those dances. And that 170.
And taking it over to Fulton, last few seconds, we've got a goal going out, and that looks like that will score.
Mm-hmm.
And some other.
I see one of the power shots down.
Looks like one down.
Yeah.
See if that scores. It should score.
Look at those numbers on the side: 3 high goals, 3 mid goals, and 1 low goal. They were really.
Yes, they were just
showing here. They were going for that box.
All right.
And we'll see where we land here. While we're waiting for that, we're going to go back to Shenandoah, underway.
With our first look at Almond Robotics and Nth Degree for today.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they're having a lot of fun here.
Getting ready to try and pick up. Boy, that goal is in a real awkward position, sitting against the wall, but that does not seem to deter.
Yeah, they're just going to go over there, pick it up.
And with an official score of 77 coming out of Fulton, Maryland, now let's see what Shenandoah will wrap up to.
So far, 1 power shot. Looks like
power shot's down.
Up out of here. Here comes the second wobble goal. Getting thrown over that line.
That's out.
Mm-hmm.
Another power shot, maybe? Oh, running out of time.
Well done. So So that was just a very high scoring match. 132, 12 shots in the high goal. Love to see that. And you could tell that they really focused on the high goal because none were in the middle, none were in the low goal. They had a plan, they stuck to it.
And we're just going to wait for a few seconds to see that final score coming from our judges. But as we await that final score, over at Fulton, Maryland, we're going to get ready to see two new teams come back onto the field. Team Mobius, once again, the sister team to Team Luminous that we saw earlier, one of our rainbow teams, and the Moco Studs. Once again, that is Team Mobius of 14315 and the Moco Studs of 17037. Mobius coming out of DC and the Moco Studs coming out of Potomac, Maryland.
All right, still looking at some scores. We had 170 over in Colonial Heights. That was a high score for them.
And speaking about high scores, let's talk about a high score for this Twitch chat with 100 viewers. Fans, let us know that you're here. Shout out your people. Shout out your team. Share it up. Host it out. If you have the raid capability, start a broadcast and raid us. If you guys have the hype train capability, go start a hype train. Remember, every viewer counts. Each of you matter. We are so glad to see you all here. We are so glad that you guys are here to support your teams. Remember, it's all about your teams. It's all about you guys. We're just here to be funny and keep up all the energy.
And so here we go with the final results. 112 on the board. Oh, 20-point penalty going to be meaningful for them. But 55 end game, 72 driver control. Well done.
I guess we'll have to wait for our referees to tell us where that penalty came from. We'll wait for the back to speak to us. Well, welcome back, Luisa. How have you been?
Thank you. Good. I've been watching from afar. It looks like there's been some good action going on with these new teams we have.
Oh, yeah.
Really enjoying seeing all of these robots on the field. Like we talked about before, those colors, they're eye-catching.
Oh, yes, always. I remember one of the things from FRC, we definitely had those light-up bots and really colorful bots and really descriptive bots. And I really love that with these FTC teams as well. They use some really unique pieces to make some of their robots. We've seen these unique scoops. We've seen those like T-Rex claws. We've seen the cones. We've seen all sorts of things be used for these teams. And so as we're waiting, we see Colonial Heights with the Logic Coyotes and Lord of the Bricks setting up. And teams, if you can see that little tiny square in the middle of the field up against the wall and those other squares posted around the field, those are vision markers. Some of these robots have visual sensors that look at these markers for sort of a depth perception / orientational view. And what this allows teams to do is during their autonomous periods and during some of their teleop periods, they're able to see everything. They're able to adjust themselves. It also tells them their distance. The bigger the box, the closer I am. The smaller the box, the farther I am. So the smaller the box, the harder I have to shoot.
That's pretty cool. It helps navigate them throughout.
Now, with their vision sensors, the only slight disadvantage that they have from time to time is that because of how low they are on the field, if another robot is in front of you or next to you, you might not be able to see the other sensors.
Right. And is this all used during the autonomous period, or does it help when they are using the drivers?
It can help throughout the entire game. I've seen some teams where they orientate themselves off of the boxes, and due to that orientation, they will constantly get 3 for 3 when it comes to shooting. We've seen other teams where they don't necessarily orientate themselves off of the boxes. And so depending on their driver's capabilities depends on how well they shoot. And we just got configuration B from both of our sites, both from Shenandoah and Colonial. So let's see what these teams can do as they begin to get underway. Once again, this is Logic Coyotes and Lord of the Bricks, as well as Almond Robotics and Nth Degree. So currently on screen at Colonial Heights, this is Logic Coyotes and Lord of the Bricks getting ready for their autonomous period to begin. Oh, and Luisa, we've had a very long running conversation about these rings on the field.
Yeah, I I heard we call them onion rings.
I said they look like the rings from Sonic.
Oh, you're right. They do.
And we were saying, well, you know, Sega didn't necessarily sponsor us today. And so then people were getting hungry and started talking about food. And so Ethan likes to say onion rings, but I personally was saying calamari. Which do you?
Oh. Since I'm from the East Coast, I have both seafood and Sonic, but I'm feeling calamari since we're close to lunch.
All right.
It looks like both of the teams are playing right now in Colonial Heights and Shenandoah.
I see an amazing auto coming from both of these teams. Colonial Heights putting out a 49-point auto, Shenandoah putting out a 68-point auto. Because we're sitting here looking at Colonial Heights for you guys, what you all are able to see right now is both of these teams gunning for all the rings that they can find on the field. Remember, if your human player is not filling up the field, you have nothing to get. No matter what food item you think it is, if there's no food on your plate, what are you gonna eat?
More importantly, what are those goals going to eat? So far there have been 8 high goal shots in Teleop over at Colonial Heights for a total of 97 unofficial points on the board with less than a minute left. Both of those wall goals look like they're in prime position to be scored in game here. So
both of these fields, I'm loving it. I'm honestly going to want to switch to see Shenandoah endgame because we've seen the Logic Coyotes and Lord of the Bricks, and with both of these teams being very close to each other, you can see with that score of 140. I want to see what they do in this endgame. I want to see if they get both of their wobble goals out.
Absolutely. Logic Coyotes got one. Almond Robotics has one of theirs.
I believe Almond Robotics is taking shots. Oh, are they going to get all 3? I saw 2. They're running across the field trying to get it out. Do they have time to reload? Reload, quick. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, they didn't want to take the shot.
Looks like we have an unofficial score of 210 over at Shenandoah. So for those Twitch viewers at home, sorry that we're switching between these matches so much, but they're just both so gosh darn exciting. And when you put exciting matches in front of commentators like us, we're going to want to talk about it.
Oh, I love my matches. And with our referees putting up our final score, it is 210 points with a 56-point auto, a 84-point driver control, and a 70-point endgame. Yeah, and with that is Almond Robotics and Nth Degree, putting those scores up to the Nth degree.
Mm-hmm.
And as we were speaking, our final score is getting ready to pop up from Colonial Heights, but the screen seems to have frozen a little bit. We're just going to wait for Colonial Heights.
Now, if you remember, Colonial Heights... Go ahead.
Sorry, but if I check my event results, the match isn't posted yet.
Yeah. But
no, it looks like they're working on the field right now.
Yeah. Still taking the thing off. Just a little bit of maintenance. And Colonial Heights, with the Logic Coyotes and the Lord of the Bricks, they were the ones who put up that score of 185. And now that high score has been beaten by Shenandoah, Almond Robotics and Nth Degree of 210, which is just incredible. You know, we love to see records made, and then we love to see them broken, because that means that the teams are doing better and learning, and they got their robots tuned in, and that is just fantastic. So still waiting on the score from Colonial Heights here.
And while we wait for Colonial Heights, let's just take a quick look over at Fulton, Maryland to see our next two teams that are going to be popping up. Once again, we have Mobius coming out of DC, and we have Moco Studs coming from Potomac. And these are two teams that we have seen before. Moco Studs is going to be characteristic in that bright green, and Mobius, you can't see it currently, but they do have their rainbow coloration. So once again, all the US teams, Lumen US, Mobi US, and Cyber US, are all going to be rainbow colored. Their team allegiance, they all work for the same, they all come out of the same school, but I believe the FTC teams are also still considered community teams. And so with those three teams, they all do that Rainbow Coalition. They all are about equality, unity. And with Configuration A, they're about to get underway.
All right.
But Shenandoah just got Configuration C. So let's see what these two teams can do as this autonomous mode starts.
There we go. Taking a couple shots.
Oh, wait, it bounced back. I think that's only two robotics.
Looks like they have the wobble goal, and those high shots, they all bounce back.
That wobble goal wasn't in C, so now there's a wobble goal in C. That first wobble goal was not in C.
Yep. And now one's in C. Looks like 2 out of those many shots taken connected. And you saw like some of them bounced out, some of them actually, I think, hit the other shots in midair. And that's always a risk that you run when you have 2 robots shooting at the same target at the same time. Both teams in a mad dash to get rings. One's already lined up. That's Nth Degree. Almond Robotics taking a few shots. Looks like 2 of those connected between them. Total of 68 unofficial points at the moment. Still plenty of time left in this match. Human player needs to remember to reset those power shots. I think I see 2 of them down on the blue side. But she has plenty. He or she has plenty of time to do that before time expires. All right. So these teams are just going all over the field, making sure to get those rings, lining up side by side to take those shots. Giving the wobble goal a friendly little nudge, but you want to steer clear of the wobble goal, especially when the time is starting to run low. 11
and remember, teams, that wobble goal can either be your best friend or your worst enemy. If that wobble goal is not upright, it can definitely cause problems. But if your wobble goal is upright and in a very scoreable position, teams have been very, very fruitful with those high scores coming out of that wobble goal.
Yep, they wobble, and they do fall down. All right, we got 14 high shots, reflecting their high score of 100. Gosh, every time I talk about it, they get more. 16 high shots for a total of 154 points in tally up, and now Louisa,
16 high shots might be our high score for today. But I believe that is 3 for 3 coming off of those power shots.
Yeah.
They knocked them all down. They even got a low shot there too a little bit earlier.
Good eye. All right. See 1 wobble goal out of the field. Still teetering around. Not sure where the other blue wobble goal is. Maybe they threw that out.
Yeah, I can't see it on the field either.
The other wobble goal, both wobble goals seem to be out of the field. They seem to be out in the back.
Oh, I see it. Yes, it is out.
Down sideways. It's under a pile of cables.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so far, unofficial score of 251. We will see if that is the official score here in a second. Speaking of official scores,
Fulton, Maryland coming in with a official score of 88 points with a 56-point auto and a 32-point driver control.
Well done. Oh, here we go. Official score in Shenandoah.
251. Once again, that is our new high score for today. 251 with a 56-point autonomous, a 110-point driver control, and a 85-point endgame. Remember, teams, flood that box. Flood that box. If you can make it overflow, the points will be wonderful.
Yeah. And so that's beating out their previous high score of 210, which we only saw one match ago. And it's clear that these teams.
Yeah, I think what also helped for those power shots that they got in towards the end of the game.
Both of these teams, with most of our teams having been to at least one event before, the very good thing that we are seeing is that they're starting to hone in their skills in preparation for next week's competition.
That's right.
Everyone seems to be dialing down their needs for.
Yeah. For some teams, this is just another competition. They've already qualified. For some teams, this is their last competition, trying to get into the championship. But of course, it's not all about robot performance. There are judged awards. Some teams are being judged currently by a wonderful panel of judges, and other teams will be judged tomorrow. So what they do is they submit all their engineering documentation. This year it's a 15-page portfolio that the judges look at, and an optional 1-minute video to show the judges what your robot can do, because it's not always obvious what the robots are doing on the field. You can't always tell what sensors a robot's using on the field. You can only see the results of those sensors. And of course, they want to hear about all the great community outreach that people are doing, how they're staying in touch with the STEM experts during this time of crises, all sorts of great things. Speaking of great things, Colonial Heights is underway.
And with them being underway, please don't forget, teams, if you have anything to submit, you must submit it at each event that you attend. So that 15-page report, that video, and all the other documents and outreach must be resubmitted every single time. And we might even show some of your remote videos later today. Now, with our teams underway, it seems that we have a 25-point autonomous coming from those two parks and the wobble goal, as well as these teams have been high scoring all day. So let's see what they can do.
And this will be the last match with this dynamic duo, the Logic Coyotes and the Lord of the Bricks, who have been putting up some incredible high scores. And just that wicked fast shooter of the Logic Coyotes, it's unmistakable. So far, one high goal shot has been made during teleop, but still plenty of time left in the teleoperated period.
Now, see, I really love all these team shirts and all the team gear.
Oh, absolutely.
And one thing that I definitely miss was all of those buttons.
Oh, yeah.
I really
Plenty
miss.
of buttons.
I remember my team used to bring a button press to the pit because we would no doubt run out of buttons. So we were like, hey, wait a minute, button press.
That's something you do in the stands. Don't do that in the pits.
We did it in the pits just so that way people could get it in person, and so that way the judges could see us doing everything from print to press.
It's all about the judges. All right. So far, 3 total high goal shots during teleop. Still about 40 seconds left in this match, so it's time to start looking at those wobble goals. So far, one is already in the outside of the launch zone, meaning it can be scored. Logic Coyotes has their gripper on another one. They're just gonna dunk that right over the side here. Lord of the Bricks helping out, getting that wobble goal closer, but unfortunately that's gonna knock it down. Oh, but they knock it right back up. It's wobbling.
One thing that these two teams are very good at is their driver control. We've seen it many times before. They can drive. And that is one thing, teams, that I strongly recommend that you do. Take that bot out for a spin. Put some stuff in the way. Get your drivers to drive around things that won't normally be on the field. I know personally we used to drive around traffic cones. We used to drive around balls. We used to try pushing stuff around just to say, hey, I know how to deal with any obstacle. We personally used to dump out a bunch of our tools and a bunch of our gears and wheels just because of when spare parts would get lost off of a bot. But as we take our way over to Fulton, let's just see what's going on with team and with these two teams.
Looks like a couple of points going to us, the commentators.
No, those
sorry.
Those teams.
Quickly taken away. They don't want us commentators have
at the scoreboard though, because I don't know if
Drivers,
auto or
pick
not.
up your controllers.
I think they just
3,
came out of auto
2,
with 41
1.
points. That was a park and 3 high shots.
Mm-hmm.
Both Wobble goes in scoring position for the end game. As long as it stays in front of that line, they will be eligible.
Mm-hmm. Still waiting on scores from that Colonial Heights match. Looks like they're having a little bit of technical difficulties. But right now we have an unofficial score of 41 over here in Fulton, Maryland. And you can tell this robot is very colorful, the one in red and green. And it seems like a lot of their parts are 3D printed, and they got a wicked collection shooting mechanism that tilts back and forth.
In red and green, that is the Moco studs.
Thank you so much. Yes. Yeah.
Remember, Rainbow is Mobius, and red and green. Christmas is Moco. It's Christmas out in Moco.
Fantastic.
Especially with all this snow outside, it might as well be Christmas, you know?
I ain't got snow. All right.
I still have snow on my rooftop right now.
All right.
Did you get snow, Louisa?
Trying to get a couple more rings in their collection.
Seems like Fulton must have started off with configuration A this match.
No, Fulton started off with configuration C. You can see all 4 rings still up in the stand.
Yeah, there's an undisturbed
They just on the right
right here. And of course, as soon as I say
it, it goes to destroy it.
You can hear me, I swear.
Coach, I know you're probably listening to me right now. Why? Why would you do it to prove me wrong?
It's all good. Looks like the unofficial score is 3 parallel lines. That's 1-1-1, a very respectable score. 6 shots in the high goal, 1 shot in the mid goal. Of course, we will await to see what those official scores are.
And the Moco studs and Logic Coyotes both cheering themselves on in the chats. It seems that up next at Colonial Heights, Lord of the Bricks is going to be a surrogate alongside the library bots. I hope their team isn't quiet like the librarian. Let's see if their team can make some noise.
That's right.
Hopefully it'll do the exact opposite. We want.
Gotta go shatter some shells, make some noise. But hopefully they did study at all of those engineering books in that library.
Yeah, and engineering is one of those things where, yeah, you can read books on it, but it seems that one of the biggest things to give you that knowledge is actually going out there and doing it. And speaking of doing it, there's a score of 111 put up by the Moco studs and Mobius, a very respectable score. 41 in autonomous, 40 in driver controlled, and 30 in end game.
And so once again, very respectable. We've seen that our top tier teams have to maintain a minimum of 100 points every game just to be considered competitive.
Of course, all these teams should be proud of their performance no matter what. We just love to see robots on the field. And we have exactly that over here in Shenandoah, starting off our autonomous period with Almond and Nth Degree. A couple of shots look like they're headed towards the high goal from Almond. Reconnecting Looks like they're trying to get that wobble goal. Just a flurry of shots coming out from Nth Degree. Don't think any of those connected because they all came out in such rapid succession.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Right, 2 parking points. Sorry, 10 points from 2 parking. There, 2 parked robots. There we go.
Yeah. If you only gave me 2 points for parking, I might not do it.
Yeah, it might not be worth it.
Now you say I got 10 points, then we making some money here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So those bots are just all over the place, wicked fast, playing off of each other, getting those rings, lining up. They seem to both have preferred spots. Nth Degree seems to like the wall. Almond Robotics seems to like to be front and center on that goal.
I believe Almond Robotics, they practice more so out towards the middle. They practice to where they can shoot at both sides, or they can hit that one spot and then turn around and load up the power shots from the same spot that they were loading up the high goal.
Ah. Fantastic. That's what's so important, is being versatile, you know. Don't pigeonhole yourself into one spot. But at the same time, if you're really, really good at that spot, maybe it's all right. You know, it's a question, you know. How much time do you have to practice driving, and how are you going to use it? And it looks like these guys are using the 2 minutes on the field really well because they got 15 high goal shots, resulting in an unofficial score of 151 points. Fantastic.
But speaking of diversifying, seniors, don't forget to diversify your college applications. Don't forget to list first and to go look at the many first scholarships and first opportunities. There are plenty of ways to get scholarships and grants from being a first alumni, and even joining something as simple as the Alumni Ambassadors Program, which we are a part of, is a great way to give back to your teams or to a team of your choice. I know personally, because I served on 2 teams, I'm going to be giving back to my second team this year, as well as with some of the other grants and scholarships that you are eligible to earn. Plenty of people go through first and come out with wonderful scholarships and wonderful opportunities. Some people even get great job offers coming from being first alumni. James talks about all the time when he meets certain people just by their mannerism and by the way that they carry themselves, he knows that they're a first alum.
All right, and there's an unofficial score of 202 points over in Shenandoah. I don't think I've seen these guys put up a sub 200 match.
For anybody who knows the DC area code, shout out to the 202.
All right.
With a 61-point auto, a 96-point driver control, a 65-point endgame, but unfortunately that 20-point penalty stopping them from being 222, which would have also been a very, very respectable score. We're about to jump over to Fulton with Mobius and Moko Studs. And in configuration A, firing away with 2 shots already in at high goal. Mobius was trying to load up the low goal. I don't think that they were successful.
Yeah, they just barely missed. I can see one of them
just rolled against the wall. Oh no, collision. Collision.
Pushing each other out. What happened?
This is not a boxing match. Please do not pin your teammates against the ropes.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
I mean, these robots
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, but they're auto now. Let's see what these teams can do. I don't see any bots moving.
Yeah, hopefully that collision didn't disable them.
Maybe they're just chatting about skill.
Mm-hmm.
No, Mobius is trying to wiggle free. Wiggle, Mobius, wiggle.
Come on.
Wiggle, Mobius, wiggle. I know you're driver training. I know you're alive. There we go. 2 teams back to life.
There we go. All right. Just goes to show anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Moko still in possession of their wobble goal, electing to say, yeah, leave it there, that's fine. Take an aim for their first shots in teleop here.
The final match between the Logic Coyotes and the Lord of the Bricks was 98 points. Lord of the Bricks thanking the Coyotes for being such grateful partners. Once again, we appreciate all of our gracious professionals. We love seeing everybody. We love seeing you all here. We hate to say goodbye. But fortunately, we probably get to see you guys at the championship. So teams, remember, tune in on Tuesday to see the final judging to make sure that you all are in the championships next week.
Mm-hmm. I'll be
and
there.
Once again, that is the FTC Chesapeake Regional Championships, hosted by us once again next week.
That's right. Okay.
Us and our sponsors. We can't forget about Qualcomm, Northrop Grumman, Booz Allen Hamilton, Leidos, and all of our other wonderful sponsors.
Yeah. So it looks like the clock is running out here on this match. There's been 2 high goals, 1 mid goal. Looks like Moko got stuck up on some rings right over the line at the last second. That's a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully they can make sure to make those games a very wide berth and really make sure to keep away next time. But still,
unofficial score of 28 points. I really think that beginning hiccup is what caused them all this trouble. I would definitely hope that both teams take that 5 minutes to do a full diagnostic and make sure that these bots are okay.
That's right.
Seems like a lot of them get caught up on the rings every now and then. Are there ways to avoid that, or it's just all
a lot of these bots have super low clearance, and unlike the FRC floor, which is a hard carpet, this is a foam floor, and these rings are also made of foam, so these bots with their weight actually compresses it and rolls right over. But so that everyone can get a good feel for the game, let's go ahead and show our game animation. So if you didn't know about the game, this is your chance. Here's our game animation. We will see you after this.
Yes, I live literally right next to the metro by the Target.
Oh, I know exactly where you are. Oh, we're back.
Pretty nice.
apparently. Hey, everybody.
Sorry?
We're back.
Each ring launched or placed into the low goal earns 2 points. A ring launched into the mid goal earns 4 points. Rings launched into the opposing alliance's goal earn points for their ends. A ring launched into the high goal earns 6 points. The last 30 of the driver-controlled period is the endgame. During this time, robots may continue scoring rings, but there are also ways to earn bonus points. Each knocked down power shot target earns 15 points. Returning a wobble goal to the start line earns 5 points. Each ring fully supported by the wobble goal earns 5 points. If a robot lifts a goal over the front wall into the drop zone, its alliance earns 20 points. There are many ways for an ultimate goal, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will deduct points from your alliance. For example, a robot may not block another for an extended period. A robot may not possess more than 3 rings at a time. A robot may not launch rings over the side or front perimeter walls. A robot may not intentionally tip another robot at any time. This has been a brief summary of the Ultimate Goal game. For complete rules, please read the entire game manual and check the Q&A forum. For more information on our remote season, including gameplay and field requirements, please make sure to visit our game and season webpage for the full library of remote event documentation. And always remember the most important rule of First Tech Challenge, great professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a great season.
How is everyone? We're getting ready to go into Configuration A. We hope everyone just enjoyed that video, got a great showing as to what's going to be going on. And speaking of what's going on, let's see what's going on over in Fulton, Maryland with teams Mobius and Moco Studs. Remember, these two teams have been competing together so far today. This is their 4th match together. Let's see what these two teams can do. Both of these.
It looks like they got the 15 points for the wobble goal.
15-point wobble goal, 5 points for the park, and 2 shots into the high goal with 1 low goal. Gives them a opening
pick
score
up your controller.
of 47
3,
points.
2,
and both of these wobble
1.
goals are in scoring position. So at the end of the game, if they do manage to get both of those out of the arena, that will be their extra 20 points each.
It looks like Mobius is trying to grab that wobble goal.
Mobius might just carry the wobble goal if they feel like picking it up. They'll just carry it and walk around with it and take the rings and keep going for the low goal. I don't believe Mobius has their shooter powered up to where it's going to do high shots. I believe it's only powered up for the low shots.
Well, they're still behind that line. Looks like they might be aiming for maybe the middle shots.
They might be trying to test they might be trying to test it. I didn't believe that they had it fully powered before. So yeah, so now they're trying to power up, and they definitely got that mid shot.
Mm-hmm. Should be very proud of that.
I'm always proud of any team that makes it on the field. Just making it on the field, no matter what you can do and what your capabilities are with all of these diverse and unique robots, is plenty enough to put a smile on anybody's face.
Absolutely. Second middle shot, courtesy of Mobius. There we go. Moko putting up another high goal shot over on their side of the field, and yet another. Just got into endgame here. We'll see if we're going to see any action with the wobble goals, or if it's all going to be power shot focused. So far, no clear moves in either direction.
I believe Mobius is going to go for another mid, and they did. I don't know if Moko Studs is deactivated right now. It looks like they might be stuck on a ring. I think I see a ring under them in that top corner.
Yeah, you're right. I see it.
Once again, teams, that low clearance can be a killer, especially if you get trapped.
Oh, absolutely.
But speaking of killers, let's go see that killer score over in Shenandoah while we await our official score. These two teams putting up one good fight. These are two new teams that we haven't seen so far today. This is team 18792 and team 18905.
That's right. So 18792, that's going to be Penguin Robotics. They're from Clarksburg, Maryland, and their rookie year was 2020. And that means that this is their rookie season. This is their first game that they've played. And they are joined, as mentioned, by, and I lost it. There it is. 1895.
They're joined by the legends.
Yeah, they're going to be out of Clarksburg, Maryland, and their rookie year is also 2020. So we're playing with two teams from Clarksburg, Maryland, both of which this is their first year competing, and they're doing a great job with a score of 73 points. 108 as soon as I said that. Time is winding down here in Teleop. Very respectable. 4 shots in the high goal. Looks like they just got that second wobble goal out at the last second. Something they should be very proud of.
And with that current unofficial score of 128, the official score was posted at, I believe, 83 points coming out of the last match between Mobius and Moko Studs. But this match coming from Shenandoah is an official 128 points with a 34-point autonomous, a 24-point driver control, and that crushing 70-point endgame to load up that score. Remember, it's just as important how you finish as how you start.
Absolutely. And speaking of starting, we are getting started over here in Shenandoah Heights. Colonial Heights. A little bit of a combo there. Just finished a 5-point autonomous, and you might think that you're seeing double here because the Lord of the Bricks are still on the field, but that's completely intentional. They're joined by 7278, the Library Bots from Chesterfield, Virginia. Rookie year was 2013. So both robots seem to be they have designated tasks. Library Bots just shot a ring from behind the line. Didn't look like it quite connected, but hey, this is the first match for the Library Bots of today, so they're still trying to make sure everything gets tuned in. It's actually going to be a surprisingly close match at this point between the commentators and the teams, with a score of 4-7. So luckily, a low goal shot was just made to help put some more points on the board. And again, we're so proud of these teams for being able to come out of their come out of their hometowns and come join us here in Colonial Heights and digitally for this fantastic competition.
They're doing a great
job. This competition is. We have seen teams going at it all day today. and we still have plenty more to come. Remember, teams, we are here all day today as well as all day tomorrow. We have plenty of teams and plenty of matches to see. We are probably barely, I don't even think we're halfway through yet. We're not even halfway through today.
So here in Colonial Heights, we are on match 16 out of 25. Over in Shenandoah, we are on match 17 out of, doesn't say. And over in Fulton, we're on match 20. So, yeah, we are all over this board in terms of matches.
And speaking of all over the board, all of those boards are saying A right now. So Shenandoah and Fulton, Maryland are going to be running setup A while we wrap up in Colonial Heights with an unofficial score of 29. And Shenandoah takes off onto the field first. Shenandoah running and gunning at that high goal. I see a fury of shots coming from both teams as
there goes a flying wobble goal.
Yeah, I was about to say. Man. Fantastic. Fulton, Maryland, they just finished.
Driver, pick up your control.
And
Colonial Heights just got their official score posted at 29 points. Both teams getting ready to go into that teleop mode as we see these bots spring back to life up in Shenandoah. These two teams are flying human player, launching these rings, flooding the arena. Remember, teams, we've said it once and we will say it many, many, many more times. Your human player must feed your team. If that robot doesn't get food on its plate, how is it going to fill up that goal? It needs those rings of calamari.
Yeah. Now, what's interesting is that the team over on the right half, sorry, I can't see your numbers at the moment, they seem to have a little, like a little fork or spoon combo, some would call it a spork, and they seem to be picking up those rings and flipping it back into their shooter, lining up, just bounced one out of the high goal. Looks like might have made it in. That's a really cool loading mechanism that I've never seen before. So far, 2 high goal shots in a teleoperated period. All right.
But currently what we're seeing is Fulton, Maryland, and we are watching once again the Moco Studs. Oh, nope, they just jumped back. Oh, we're still on Fulton. Okay, so we do see Mobius going for that mid goal while the Moco Studs are chilling off in the sidebar. And unfortunately, this is our last match between this pair. So after this, we will be saying goodbye to these two, but hopefully not for long. Hopefully we will see both of these teams back in the championship.
That's the goal. The ultimate goal, some would say. All right. Colonial both Shenandoah and Fulton are well into their end games. This is where it can make a break. There has been a power shot on the Shenandoah side. Fulton, they're lobbing those rings, trying to get a power shot. Didn't quite connect though, as the timer sounds.
The backstage is saying that we could do better with these jokes. I mean, we're sorry, but if you want us to be game changers, you might want to change the game.
Yeah.
So we try to be a force for change. I'm sorry.
What really happened for this match in Fulton?
Both of these teams, they've had their struggles, and they've definitely had a lot to power through and overcome. Both of these teams, I believe that collision that we saw earlier is what slowed their scores down, but that score being posted currently is coming from Shenandoah. And so that is a 82-point score of 29-point autonomous, a 18-point driver control, and a 35-point end game.
Very respectable.
Also the final qualification score posted for that alliance is posted at 8 points between Mobius and Moco Studs. Next up in Fulton, Maryland, we have the Metal Jackets FTC2 as well as big brain bots.
Love that.
I almost want to yell it just because of how big those letters are and how bold they are. Maybe that's what they need to be, the bold brain bots. Not the big brain bots, the bold brain bots. Those are some bold letters. I wonder if their uniforms is just as bold. Big bots.
No.
You got some big brains, but you got some big bots. Do the bots live up to the big name that you've put out there for them? Can we take a quick jump over to Colonial Heights? I just want to see that hat.
Yeah.
Lord of the Bricks going out with a Lego minifigure hat. I want to see if we can catch that really quick.
I think that might be a library book right there.
But Lord of the Bricks would make sense, wouldn't it?
I get that, but yeah, can't quite see the number on there.
Library bots. No, that's a name on the front of the face. I can't see the side of the bot.
Oh yeah, I saw the 8.
Oh,
that's a library bot.
Oh, that's a library bot?
It's a library bot.
Oh, yeah, I can see the 2. Yeah, it's a library bot coming out with a minifigure.
Yeah,
so
we all like Legos, man. Because a lot of these FTC teams, they started in FLL, and they could have bridged up to FTC. That's certainly what I did way back then.
I know personally with my team, we definitely like to go to the schools that have FLL and FTC teams and recruit them into the FRC league, as well as if you're in the FLL league, we'll recruit you to our FTC league as well, just so that way we can keep you in our programs and keep you continuing all the way through. It's definitely great seeing some of these alumni that are coming out now that can say, hey, I was in first all 12 years, or hey, I was in first for 8 years, 9 years. Some of these kids are younger than the game. Some of these kids that we'll have coming out soon will be younger than FTC itself.
Pick up your controller.
We've got some points on the board over here in Shenandoah. We've got 46 points in autonomous. That's courtesy of 3 high goal shots, 2 parks. And now the robots are off.
Wonderfully high score. Let's see if they can keep it up. And once again, that is the Legends and
Penguin bots, or Penguineers? Penguins.
Penguin bots.
All right.
So the Penguin bots over there keeping it ice cold, and the Legends putting out a legendary performance. Let's see if the Penguins can waddle their way to victory.
There we go. Yeah.
So they're going to hit the pun counter later.
Oh, yeah.
They're glad they don't have the pun counter up this week.
Penguins may be flightless birds, but these shots certainly aren't flightless. They are being sent in the direction of the high goal at rapid velocities. Unfortunately, one just bounced out. And what I really like is the fact that these robots are one in front of the other. It's like they're, politely waiting in line at the grocery store for their turn to shoot at this high goal. So far, 2 shots have been made into the high goal. 3, 4. Every time I talk about it, it changes.
I don't politely wait at the grocery store. I go over to that self-checkout line, so I'd shift over to that mid goal and keep filling it up.
That's the thing. So it's all about strategy. Where do you want the robots on the field? And another 2 high goal shots, another 1 high goal shot put up there for an unofficial score of 76 as we get into end game. Now they were ready. They had that claw right there, ready to go on the wobble goal. They got it up and over, easy. Here they come again, grabbing another wobble goal. Ooh, that's just gonna fall over. That's exactly what you don't want to happen. They got it.
With 9 seconds, they have plenty of time to cross the field. Run, bot, run, drop it.
Yeah, right. And look at that.
And with 2 power shots down and 2 wobble goals out, the current unofficial is 146.
And that is just incredible for these 2, again, rookie teams. This is their first year together, putting up a score of 146, which is incredible.
And while we're taking a look at that, we're about to jump over to Colonial Heights, who is also underway. But Twitch chat is lighting up. I'm loving it. Twitch chat, yes, I'm here. The almighty Slicksmith is here. Unfortunately, our numbers guy is gone for the time being. He's still paying attention to school, because everyone remembers school is just as important as the fun that you get to have with your robots after school. So pay attention in school so you can make these bots outside of school.
And speaking of these bots, we've got 2 high shots and 1 low shot. And that's going to be the library bots working with the Lord of the Bricks. And the library bots, of course, as we were commenting earlier, have those hilarious little Lego minifigure hats. We're well into endgame here. I see some lava goals rolling around. Not quite what you want to see happening. You really want those lava goals to be upright so that you can just easily grab them with the gripper or something.
I think they're just going for the line. They might just be going for the line. Put it on the line and back away. Run away from it.
There we go. Yep. That's going to be a referee's call. Can't quite tell from any of my angles whether or not that's on the tape. I think they're counting it.
Yeah, that's working. I think it's on the tape, yep, because that's 5 points.
All right. Yeah, so a very respectable score of 24. And again, we're just so glad that these teams could come out and join us today. Here we go with the official score.
Is popping up. 24 points for teams 7, 0, 3, 9, and 7, 2, 7, 8. Lord of the Bricks. And wow, I've already forgotten names. I'm
Library bots.
Oh, yes. Library bots. I knew it was another L. I was like, L, L, L. And then I was trying not to say Legends because I was like, no, that's not the Legends field. Legends on the other side.
Somewhere else right now. Yep.
So many L's, not enough time. Speaking of Shenandoah, I think that cart is using a piece from one of the other years. You guys said Lego, like supersized Lego bricks was used another year, right?
Yeah, so those are what's called those are from the challenge called Sky Stone. So those aren't necessarily sky stones. Those are most likely just normal old stones. But those yellow bricks that you might be able to see up in the corner there, those were actually used to stack on top of each other, much like certain FRC games that will go unnamed. And the goal was to get as tall of a stack as you could, and then you had like a little capstone that you put on top, and it like made the whole tower worth way more points. And yeah, I've got enough of those yellow blocks in my current robot shop to build a fortress. So if you want some, let me know.
Hey, you can send them to me. I'll definitely put something up in my background. And remember, teams, we love showing stuff off. We love displaying things. We all have our hats, our buttons, our pins, our medals. I still have all of my game pins from my years dating all the way back to 2014 and all the way up to 2020, I believe. So only thing I'm missing is my 2021 pin. But I have all of my many pins. You guys should have all of your gear too. Remember, wear your gear, show your gear, support your teams, and live your team. Your team is a story. As the team Legends is over there, they are new, but even they're forming their legend right now. Wear your team's numbers with pride. Remember your team's numbers. Remember what your team does. I actually have a painting that has my team's numbers. So when I first joined my new school, when I first joined team 2961, I was still with team 4821 at first. And so team 2961, as a token of appreciation, as a token of them stealing me away, and with our new logo, and with our school's logo being the Crimson Tide, they showed the Crimson Tide washing away 2961.
Wow.
So that's really cool. I have a red wave with the numbers 2961 getting washed away inside of it.
That's pretty cool. So all the swag that you've gotten, all the buttons that you've gotten from other teams, where do you keep it? You showed us, but I see what it was.
All on walls, on old shirts, on we used to have sashes and flags, so a lot of my old high school has a wall of buttons. It's all of our old Red Alliance and Blue Alliance flags and all of our old event the pinups that they give us, like big flag pinups when we win an award. Yeah, those are just littered in buttons.
Nice. All right, it looks like we're back on Shenandoah.
Speaking of littering the field in Shenandoah, those rings are about to start littering the field as these teams light up that top goal. In configuration A, oh. Let's hope both teams can get in front of the line. I think we only get one park.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
But that wobble goal got launched. How did that wobble goal get all the way over there?
It's just
super on.
Driver, pick up your
they're
controllers.
just really powerful either motors or servos here, and very easy to work with. All sorts of FTC parts. I can't wait to see what these two teams do. The Penguins and the Legends, especially with that super cool loading mechanism. They are just really able to reliably pick up those rings better than any spatula bot that I've ever seen and load them immediately into their shooter with no problems. Looks like they got one high goal shot so far. Might have been a second one there. And again, sorry that I can't tell which robot that is. You got to make sure that your numbers are big and visible, and that is for the commentators' purposes. We want to be able to call out the cool stuff that you guys are doing, so make sure your numbers are super visible. A couple more high goal.
It's also for the referees and the judges. Please make sure if the judge cannot see your numbers, how are they going to see who you are when you're performing on the field? Some of these performance awards, if they can't see you, they can't tell who you are.
That's right.
So we like to talk about you, but they like to give you the credit.
They're just doing really well with these high goal shots. 64 unofficial points with 48 seconds left in this match. A lot of rings are between them and the wobble goals. This could prove to be a problem in about 10 seconds. Already lining up that claw of theirs. 8 high goal shots so far during teleop. One wobble goal is away over the edge of the field. They make it look easy. But of course, these are robots. Nothing is ever easy. We know how much hard work everybody put into them. Here comes the second wobble goal for another triple-digit score, well over 100 points. Taking a couple shots at the power.
Those are beautiful scores to see. One power shot down, another high goal.
Oh, another power shot down right at the last second, it looks like. Hey, Zeke, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
And speaking of crazy hats with tons of buttons, look at that hat.
Yeah, this has got a bunch of any first FRC teams on it.
Very cool.
So,
all right.
And here we go. We got our scores going up on the board. And we see 158 points.
All right.
34-point auto, 54-point driver control, and a 70-point endgame. Very nice.
The chat is still going crazy talking about both me and Numbers Guy. But chat, don't just praise us, praise these teams. If your team is here, talk about these teams. We'd love to hear you guys talk about the teams and talk about the bots that you all see on the field. As you can see, Fulton is lighting up this field. Shenandoah just finished demolishing that score. Colonial Heights prepping and getting underway. And these teams are just going.
We have Fulton in the driver-controlled period. They're moving around the field pretty well. I see we've got one wobble goal toppled, the other one in position. So let's see what they're doing with those.
I almost forgot that you were here.
I'm observing.
I almost forgot she was here. I'm sitting there like, oh, it's just me and Zeke chilling. And I was like, oh, wait, there's a voice?
No, the voice from the great beyond, but also still here.
Right?
See if they can get that. Can they get that wobble goal out? It looks like they will not be able to.
Oh no, I think somebody's trapped under another wheel. I mean, another ring.
I'm not sure where the ring is in that robot. But...
It's in that back wheel. It's in that very back wheel. You can barely see. It's hidden behind the wobble goal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it looks like the wheel is inside that hole. So
yeah, it's there. So teams, remember, with your very small wheels, these rings will bite back. Rings do not play nice. But we're about to go over to Colonial Heights just to see how nice these games can be with Lord of the Bricks and the Library Bots. Let's see if the Lord of the Bricks have studied enough of their wizardry skills down in the library to figure out how this game should be played.
We're moving with that wobble goal. Let's see if they get it in.
And with a final official score coming out of Fulton, Maryland being 28 points, that is wonderful to leave them in the 9th and 10th pole positions at this time.
And they'll get a park.
So with that 5-point opening, both of these teams are rearing and ready to go. Library Bots springing to life. Lord of the Bricks moving, getting their way underway. Are both of these teams getting ready to line up and fire? Let's see who starts shooting. Library Bots doing good to take out one of the power shots. Unfortunately, it does not count at this time. I think they should have spent some more time in the library reading that manual.
Well, let's see. They have to launch those rings into their goals, so I haven't seen any yet, except for the other side.
See some local shooting.
There we go.
Little local shots. See if they can get some higher mid.
Let's see. Yep, they're getting all the locals.
And the power shots are not getting the goal. That's a problem.
And power shots don't count until the end game, correct?
Yes, power shots only count in the autonomous period and in the end game. So teams, while it's great practice to show that you can do it, please wait to show off until it actually counts for something.
Yeah.
Maybe this is practice for the next round.
Oh, there's no such thing as practice. It's all game. But fortunately, our human player has reset those power shots, so now they have the ability to put those power shots down in these last 30 seconds. They missed the first one. They gear up, and can they hit a second one?
Oh,
let's see.
There's a goal on the line, so Lord of the Bricks will give them that 5 points for it being on the line. We'll see what the refs have to say about it. Yep, they got that 5 points for being on the line.
I love the little clapping going on there.
Oh yeah, we love as the teams cheer themselves on. And speaking of teams cheering themselves on, we're going to cheer on Shenandoah Caverns as they're underway with a nice 34 points listed on the board. 46, they are filling up that goal 52, that high goal, at the mercy of these bots.
They get some good shots in.
6 points already up in that high goal. And with a little bit more than 60 seconds left on the clock, they are in a perfect position if they knock up that second wobble goal to score both of them out, as well as to sit on those on those 3 power shots and tear through those as well. Remember, teams, sometimes it's not about how hard you start, it's about how hard you finish. And these teams know all too well how valuable those finishing points can be.
It looks like they're trying to pick up the wobble goal now to move that.
Yep, pushing it up for that last few seconds. Unfortunately, just teetering it back and forth over its other side. Once again, these wobble goals are so flimsy.
They are. Have we seen any teams put the rings on the goals?
Yes, I have seen one team I believe I saw 2 teams do it. So you get 5 points per ring that you can put on a wobble goal. But the problem is, if the wobble goal tips over, it still doesn't count.
Okay.
So some teams find it's more fortunate and beneficial to just throw it out. Other teams have found it more beneficial if they can stack up at least 5 or 6 rings on it. And we're about to jump over to Fulton with that official score coming in from Shenandoah at 164. But with Fulton underway with the rest of this autonomous period, let's see if they can put some points on the board.
I've only seen one of the robots move.
Drivers, pick
Looks
up
like
your
they tried to get a
controllers.
wobble goal in, but they weren't touching
3,
it.
2,
So
1.
that may not count.
I also don't think it was fully in the box when it went anyway.
That's a good point.
Oof, my legs. Team, don't forget, if you're here with us all day, please stretch. Please stay active. Please stay alive. Whew, I am not a robot.
Staying alive is good.
I am not one of these machines. But if I was, even my batteries still need to recharge. And even these servos and motors that we call joints and ligaments need to be oiled up and greased down from time to time. Because they will lock on you.
Make sure you drink your water too.
What was that? What was?
Oh, that's a lot of water. Hopefully, that'll keep you going. It looks here like they haven't scored any points yet in the Fulton match, but they're doing pretty good navigating around the field.
I'm trying to figure out that front mechanism.
Now we see some shots going in.
Now we got some points. There we go.
I'm still trying to figure out that front
like
mechanism on that other bot.
Yeah, that's really weird. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is, and it's such a low clearance. I don't know what it's for. I haven't seen it lift.
It looks like the robot may just be for wobble goals based on what I saw during auto.
But then I also can't tell if, for example, because see, now it just went back and parked on the line. It's not even going for a wobble goal.
No, you might be trying to load the rings through the back of the robot.
No, that back looks flat, and it's such a low clearance. It can't accept anything under it, which is why it got jammed on a ring.
Right. Oh, let's see. It looks like we have an unofficial score of 12 for Fulton.
Yep, just waiting on our
We
round.
got those 2 high points.
And remember, teams, just because you are too old or not old enough yet to physically be on the field as one of the team members, there are plenty of ways to get involved in first. Whether you serve as a volunteer, a referee, a judge, an ambassador, or any of the other capacities that we have, there are plenty of ways to get involved. We even have a ton of people in the back that you guys can't see. You guys have seen about the 6 or 7 faces of us commentators sitting on the front, but there's tons and tons of people. I believe there's probably 20 plus people just in the back, between the referees that you can't see, the judges that you can't see, the stage crew that we have, and all the other organizers that love to dedicate their time to the mission of First and to the ways of First. But we're getting ready to jump back over to Colonial Heights as they just got Configuration C. So let's see what these two teams can do.
And it looks like they got 4 rings to start because of that.
Yep, that is Configuration C. Remember, teams, Configuration C is 4 rings, Configuration B is 1, and Configuration A is 0.
And here we go. See if we'll get some movement.
Yeah, so far we don't see any action.
There we go.
Oh, there they go.
Those last few seconds spurring to life.
They're waking up.
The Lord of the Bricks.
It doesn't look like they'll make it in time to place.
They got that 5 points for the park, though. Sometimes that 5 points is all that matters.
All right, here we go.
And teams, if you're here with us, remember, cheer on your teams. Let us know who you are. If you have anything special or any great, wonderful information that you would want us to know about your teams, please put it into the survey. You guys filling out your surveys is the only way to directly contact us commentators in this box that we are currently in. If you guys fill out that survey, we will try to find your team information and talk about how great your teams are. More than just the information that we can find off of the Orange Alliance or off of First website by itself. Also, teams, please make sure if your information is changed, change it on First. Change it on the Orange Alliance. If it is not changed there, that's our primary information source.
Oh, it looks like we have 9 points thus far.
Getting ready to go into that game. It's 2 logos and that 5-point part. Getting ready to go into that 30-second end game. Let's see what they can do. I see some shots firing off from the library.
It looks like they're trying to get the power shots. They got one.
Trying to bring up that wobble ball back on the line.
And they did it. See if they can get the other power shots in time.
And that is time. Let's see how our referees and scorekeepers rate that match. And as we're talking about that, we're getting ready to have 2 new teams show up over in Shenandoah. But this official score of 29 points in the 19th qualification match will stand. But over in Shenandoah, we're getting ready to see teams 1, 3, 3, 5, 3, the Circuit Breakers, and 1, 7, 7, 7, 4, Monroe Robotics. Actually very nice. I like the way that rolls off. Monroe Robotics. Row.
Sounds very fancy.
It's almost like Scooby-Doo-ish, though, the way you...
Let's see what these robots look like. Maybe they'll have some homage to it.
These teams pay so much homage to all these random things. It is way too funny. Like I said, teams, I've seen some schools that have 3 teams, and their teams will all have a theme that goes through each other. So, like I said, my DC teams, Team Mobius, Luminous, and Cyberus. Cyberus was the FRC team, and that was to pay homage to actual Cyberus, the 3-headed dog, but then they changed it to the US at the end. Then with Mobius and Luminous, I don't remember the tags for the front end, but that us part goes along with all their team unity and stuff like that. I've also seen teams of 3 be like the past, the present, and the future going there. I believe Team Legacy also has another interesting thing, but we're about to head over to Fulton and see what these 2 teams can do with Configuration A. Uh-oh. Zeke has left the building. Lisa, they left you with me. I don't know. You got to take over.
It might be trouble over here now.
We got to see what you can do. Come on, take over.
All right. Well, we are now in the autonomous period where these robots are definitely moving across the field. I see one has control of a wobble goal, and the other one don't have a good view, but it looks like they're hanging out back there. While the goal hasn't been put into position,
Driver,
it's still
pick up your
in
controllers.
the robot. Oh,
Three,
now we're in driver controls. Let's see what happens.
1.
We've got those rings coming towards the robots. They started off with none on the field. So it's all up to the team to get them those rings.
Remember, teams, these bots are hungry. If they get configuration A, they are starving with no rings on the field. So, human players, feed those bots.
That's right. You want
Yeah, and it looks like we've got a couple of points.
There we go. All right. Yep, that's 1, 2, perhaps a third high goal.
If there's one thing that the Chesapeake is known for, it's known for that seafood. So feed these robots some of that good old calamari.
Why can't they be donuts too? We need a good variety.
No, like the whole outer to inner diameter ratio.
It's way too big to be a donut.
Yeah.
Maybe
you don't know
if the hole was smaller, it could be a donut.
Yeah. It's all about that diameter to inner diameter ratio. Speaking of ratio, I actually don't have a good tie-in for this. There have been 2 high goal shots so far in Teleop for a score of 27 points unofficially. Just as we go into end game, we've got 1 wobble goal already in the clutches of the robot. They're going to take a few shots first before they try to go deposit it. Well, yeah, it looks like they're still collecting.
They've got 15 seconds.
Here, look. I got one for you. Speaking of ratio, that pun ratio is off. Me and Ethan have been loading up the chat. Luisa, hit us with something. What do you got for these 2 teams as we're in these final 5 seconds?
I have no idea.
And just as I say hit us with something, one of those rings flies at that human player.
Oh, God.
Don't hit the people.
So let's check in on Shenandoah Heights, shall we?
And these are 2 new teams that we're about to see.
Tell us about them.
I actually don't have the information up on them.
What? Where's numbers
We
guy?
missed Sean.
Chat, go find numbers guy. That is your mission. He needs to do his job.
Hold on, I'm trying to pull it up now. They took it away from me.
Hey.
Configuration A.
Run away. Hey.
All right. One of those teams is going to be Monroe Robotics. That's 17774. And they're going to be from William Monroe High School in Standardsville? I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm so sorry. Standardsville? All right.
Up here we say Standardsville.
Yeah.
That's not standard. That's the Nardsville.
Yeah, this
Driver,
is
pick up your controller.
Nodsville. There you go. Nodsville.
Or standard.
Look at the points on the board. 2 power shots. Park. Wobble goal. Boom.
Wow.
There's a lot of things happening here.
I know, right? So much action. This is what makes these matches so wonderful.
Oh, we've got some sideways shots. They're reaching for those power shots, but those don't count right now. So we need to see some actual goal shots here.
And their alliance member is the Circuit Breakers hailing from Aldie, Virginia. So once again, the 2 teams that we have on the field right now are 17774, Monroe Robotics, and 13353, the Circuit Breakers. See, I know I had said the name because I remember saying that R is what got me. That's what it was. And just forget these team names. I'm sorry, guys. I'm terrible with names. If it's funny, I'm going to remember it. I'm still just going to forget where you are.
You'll never forget Stenodsville as long as you live, though.
Got that right.
Give me about 5 minutes. It'll be gone.
And it's only funny because I'm saying it that way.
Yep, you and them New Englanders.
Yes, sir.
They're funny speaking.
It looks like they've got
So we're
two.
at the end game and taking the power shots right now. Those were close. Looks like they're getting some for the Red Alliance, but they'll need to switch up
red
that
ones.
strategy.
I think they are abandoning the power shots for now and going for that wobble, opting to run down the field and throw that wobble goal out. One thing that I do love about this Macadam drive is the way that these teams just glide across as they like to turn and shift around. Now, following that end game of an unofficial 67 points, we will get the we will get the referee's decision, but we're going to jump over to Colonial Heights as they're just wrapping up their autonomous period with a 5-point auto. And so over at Colonial Heights, they've just picked up their controllers. These bots are springing to life. This is the final matchup with the Lord of the Bricks and the Library bots. See, my thing is when I hear Lord of the, I'm thinking of the book Lord of the Flies, or I start thinking of Lord of the Rings. And that's what gets me wrong so many times. Then when I look at that team, is Lord of the Bricks? Oh, okay.
Oh, they're using rings in this game, so
I know.
clean it up.
Could have kept it. They could have just kept Lord of the Rings. I know some teams that have changed their name almost every year, but I know other teams that have kept their names very consistent. And once they choose a name, they stick with it. And they don't particularly try to stay themed to the actual game of that year, but they pick like a school theme or something like that.
Yeah. Might help with identifying them year after year.
Yeah. Some of these teams, though, I've seen them have the same like background group name, but then they'll specifically name the robot. Like we used to specifically name our robot. You'd say the Crimson Tide Engineers and their robot blank, blank, blank.
Oh, yes, us
That's
too.
pretty cool. Well, it looks like they got a
Shots.
little...
Boom, boom, boom. Going for the power shots here. Looks like 2 down, 1 down.
I see
2 down.
2 down.
Go for 3.
That's cute.
2 down.
Yep. Oh, is that gonna? Oh, I thought that was gonna roll to score there.
Wings are everywhere. I think they're gonna push it to the score though.
And if they back up, they'll get it.
If they can get it to stand up.
They'll score that.
Over the line. They took it. No, when it comes to the wobble goals at the end, it can score as long as it's on the red line.
Yeah, that's right.
Over the edge of the arena, or it can score if it's got rings stacked on top of it and it is still standing. But we're going to go see
score one.
We're going to go see what Fulton has to offer with its rings and with its wobble goals.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
The chat's going to go crazy again. They said they're going to do a numbers guy chain. Chat, how's those number guys t-shirts coming? When do we get to see the hoodies and t-shirts? But with 20 points on the board and over 100 seconds left to go, they have plenty of time to put these points up on the board.
There's a lot happening on the field. There's rings going everywhere. It looks like one of them is positioning to shoot.
Unfortunately, I cannot see that number as clearly as I want to because of how it's rounded around the body, but I believe that is 18770. Wait, no, 18477. Yep, because I see the 4 in the middle. Okay.
Oh yeah, the orange colored one.
So the robot in the middle of the field is 18477, and the robot off to the top is 18770.
Yeah, look at those shots. They're great job on making that high shot there. There was three of them? 2?
We'll see.
Either way, they
We'll
made
see what the referees have to say.
It looks like that other one is getting a little caught up on those rings.
Last 30 seconds, once again, running into that problem of those rings. Teams. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, only to get the same result. Please do not go
Except
insane.
here in first, we do the same thing over and over again, but it's a good thing.
Please do not attempt to fight the rings. They will fight back. And with a final unofficial score of 38 points, we're about to jump over to Shenandoah, Virginia. That final score will be 38 points for those two teams. And now over in Shenandoah, once again, we have the Circuit Breakers and Monroe Robotics. I like how all these teams came with their uniforms and their nice clean setups. And teams are just showing how simple it is when you're on the side of the field. You don't need to bring the most expensive toys and trinkets. They're using a coffee table to hold up their equipment. You don't need
a little spirit goes a long way.
That's pretty awesome, that little table.
Yeah, when you're talking about
Now,
there are just so many opportunities to show team spirit here.
Yeah, you have plenty of time to dress up your team, dress up. Like I said, if you got your mascot and your mascot is one of your drivers, sure. If you want to put even if you want to put your mentor in a funny suit, because honestly, mentors, they can do some, but they're not supposed to do a lot. So put them in a funny suit. That way they can't touch anything.
Yeah.
So they just get the voice of wisdom.
Yeah, and just a little spirit goes a long way, so just showing up, everybody in uniform, just it shows that, you're all united, you all got the same plan. My students, they all have the same mask that they wear. And yeah, it's just team spirit is just such a important part of this.
Of course.
Welcome back, Zeke. Nice hat.
Hello. I'm back.
Back with the cricket hat, I see, or the grasshopper.
Grasshopper, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it seems like we got just a little bit of downtime before we get back into the thick of things.
But showing off the next two teams that will be in Fulton will be the Metal Jackets FTC2 and Big Brain Bots, as well as over in Colonial Heights, we are awaiting the arrival of Frog Bots and the Powhatan Spear.
I always say Powhatan personally, but I've heard it both ways, so I'm not. Yeah, I don't know if anybody's in chat and they want to say one way or the other, Powhatan or Powhatan. I know those sounded very similar, but yeah.
Powhatan? No.
Powhatan.
Powhatan.
Tempting. Yeah. Powhatan. Powhatan.
Once again, this is another wonderful time to say, if you answer our survey, tell us how to pronounce things. If your team has a name that you think that we can possibly mess up, even if you don't think that we can mess it up, believe it, we can mess it up. Please tell us everything.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you tell us something as simple as all of our bolts are colored red or blue for the two different alliance sides, that's something special. Let us know. It's something minor, yes, but it's something special and it's unique to you.
Hold on. If you think that replacing every bolt, depending on which alliance you're on, is minor, then you need to just get right out of here.
Oh no,
man.
I'm talking about the color sides. Like, it's okay. Colors might not be the biggest thing, but still, tell us.
That's true.
All right. So we've got Big Brain Bots and the Metal Jackets. They're setting up here for what looks like their last match together Hopefully not their last match for the season. We'll see if they can get to the championship happening just next weekend, in fact. And good news, you don't have to travel anywhere. It's all going to be right here on First Chesapeake.
And we go into randomization A. No rings on the field.
Fantastic. Whew. I'm really excited to see this, so...
And here we go.
Yep, referee gave a nice big countdown.
Here goes a
got a
power
couple
shot.
shots logged. Ooh, looks like they got one power shot down. Yeah. Very good. All right, they're positioning. Looks like they're going to put that wobble goal down in not quite the right place. Well, no, maybe I spoke too soon. Down it goes. Yeah, it could be still in.
Nope, it looks like
It's
they
so
will
hard.
not get that part.
Yeah.
Drivers,
But they
pick
will
up your
get a
controllers.
power.
3,
Yeah,
2,
There
1.
definitely was a power shot there at the beginning of Autonomous. Sadly, they did not get the wobble goal. Sadly, they did not get the parking points for either robot. But still, a very respectable Autonomous program. It's just incredible to get these robots moving the way they do. And we're off in Teleop now with a starting score of 15 points. And those rings are just going all over the place. And we got one robot here with a little claw mechanism, and they're doing a great job of getting those rings where they need to be. A couple high goal shots went up. Looks like 2 of them connected for so far a score of 27 in Teleop. All right.
I'm still not quite sure what the thing on the front of the robot with the red flags is.
That is 18770.
Thank you.
And I think it's just a different form of being a push bot.
Maybe.
Now, my only thing about it is I haven't seen it like lift or anything. So I haven't seen them with any actual score capability yet. I haven't seen it do anything.
So maybe they have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. But they are certainly doing a great job of getting the rings
they keep being underneath of these rings and keep getting caught up.
Maybe it's designed to be like a defense bot if you think about it.
Potentially. So
one thing I can say though, whatever bot it is, it's going to get these wobble points.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So it was quick to move that wobble.
Get it out of their loader.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. They got it on the robot, no problem. It's getting it off the robot. That's the issue.
Looks like it might be a little stuck.
I think their bot has a little friction load.
Might have just gotten rid of it right at the last second.
I don't know if it's over
Unofficial
the
score.
Yeah. Official at 45 points.
5 high goal shots, which is fantastic. They should be really proud of that.
And we're getting ready to jump over to Shenandoah.
Pick up your
They are now
controller.
underway, and their Autonomous is clearing out.
By the way, the final score for that match in Fulton was in fact 45, so it doesn't look like that wobble goal at the end counted. But speaking of counting, I see 35 points on the board here in Shenandoah. So it looks like all of that came from Autonomous so far, none being scored yet in Teleop. But that's all right. These robots have a couple seconds to move around the field, get the rings that they need. Both wobble goals seem to be on the proper half of the field, meaning that they can be scored in game as long as they stay there. So far, 1 high goal has been made. Fantastic. I bet they're hoping for some more.
Taking a couple shots in there, they got one of them in. Let's see if they can add to their total.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, so score 47 again. both Wobblegles where they should be. Now it looks like one robot's taking more of a passive stance back there along that back wall. That might get in the way as they're trying to deliver these Wobblegles, waiting for that 30-second buzzer, and there it is. And they're going to be making a line straight towards that back wall. Oh, but first they're going to take a couple shots. Looks like they were aiming at the power shots, didn't quite connect. That little bit of indecision, that's always dangerous, you know? The drivers are like, do I collect more rings to go for more power shots, or do I just go ahead and throw that wobble goal over for 20 points? It's always a gamble.
Have that drivers meeting before you start your match. It's always great to talk to the other team. It's always great to discuss what you all will do. I know personally, my team had a variety of signals and calls that we used to have that would tell us what to do. So any of those that we would need to relay over to our other team members, we would do. But that score is going to come in at 47 points, pushing them into the 8th and 7th pole positions over at Shenandoah.
There you go. All right. Yeah, so again, glad these robots could come out here and join us. We're happy to see any sort of motion, you know. We'll talk about anything that's shiny and moves. We'll talk about things that are shiny and don't move. We'll talk about things that are not shiny but move. We'll talk about anything is what I'm trying to say. And we're just glad that these teams could be out here for us to talk about them. Fantastic. All right. Where are we going to go to next? It's anybody's guess.
We're just waiting on Shenandoah to clear. After that, we are going to be taking a short break. We're going to show you guys plenty of videos between our wonderful alumni, our gracious sponsors, even possibly some of our remote play videos coming from some of you guys at home. So we're going to keep watching Shenandoah for a little bit, and then after that, we're probably going to take a short little break.
That's right. And of course, we're all very, very, very thankful to First Chesapeake for organizing this, because we are one of the very few regions in not only America, but in a good part of the world that's actually making sure that we can have something kind of close to normal events where we have multiple robots on the field. So a lot of the world right now is doing remote matches, like Niall mentioned, where they record it in their own field and then send it in to be scored and compared to other teams. And we are just very thankful that we can have these alliance partners because, you know, robotics is more fun with friends.
And speaking of friends, the Truck and Tractor Museum is a wonderful place to take both friends and family. And we're probably also going to have one of our interviews coming from the Truck and Tractor Museum during that break as well. So remember, we're going to have all of our sponsors. We're going to show some of the alumni footage. We're going to have that wonderful interview. There's tons of things for you guys to look out for and for you guys to pay attention to, even when we don't have robots on the field. So as we take these 5 minutes to get ready to put more robots back onto the field, tell us a little bit about FTC from the mentor's perspective now, since you're not coaching him. And as soon as I say that, he drops out. Okay. I speak to people and they leave me.
Sorry, man.
I put him on the spot. He got a little camera shy. He got a little jumpy.
No. It's my Discord. It's my Discord, I swear. I would never do that to you.
So tell us about that mentor side, since you were a participant and now you're on the mentor side. I know how it felt for me when I first jumped over. How does it feel for you?
So I first started out in FTC. So I first started in FLL, and then my friends and I in FTC teams at one of our FLL competitions. You know, they were showing off their robot, and we were all getting to that age that we could be in FTC, and we're looking at it, we're like, that looks super cool. So me and my friends, we said, okay, next year, we're not, no Lego stuff. right for the big leagues. We're gonna build robots out of aluminum and stuff. And then we did. And then, as us founding members got older, we started, phasing out. A lot of us went to college. So luckily, I got to go to college, and you can guess where, which is right next to where my
Speaking of phasing out, we're gonna phase this conversation out as we phase into randomization A with 0 rings on the field.
That's right. So randomization A, it could go either way. It could be a blessing, it could be a curse. It depends on what your autonomous program does. If you have a really simple autonomous program and all it does is just drive forward, configuration A is probably the best because you can just push it forward, be right, and park, easy 20 points. Now, if you have a very complicated autonomous program that tries to collect more rings, then you want Zone C. All right, so a couple of power shots came in, dropping that wobble goal off securely in Zone A. It's going to be some big points for this autonomous period.
Pick up your
Can we get the other robot?
I believe they have their program shut off just to allow their partner to move.
And that's a strategic decision. You don't like to see it all the time. We'd like to see it when teams can work together. But hey, if that's what they decided, and that's how they decide to go about, that's all good. It's all about strategy, So even if, but I'm sure their programmers worked very hard to make that autonomous program, but sometimes it doesn't see the competition field. And that's all right. It's just all strategy.
Other times, I know I may have had an auto that could get us 20 points, but if you have a guaranteed 40-point auto, then I'm going to let you run your 40-point auto. I'll perfectly shut off my auto to get more points for the team.
Absolutely. And it's interesting that you say that word guarantee, because time has a 5-point auto that works all the time. So speaking of points here, smooth transition, I know. So far they've gotten 2 high goal shots. Both robots are scurrying around the field trying to get those rings. One of which is already electing to focus on the wobble goal with about 33 seconds left in the match. They've got their claw right over it. There's that buzzer. Moving forward, trying to grab it. It's up in the air. The other one is exactly in the position that it needs to be, and I'm hiccuping so much.
It's okay. It happens to the best of us.
Because I'm so excited. These bots aren't scary enough, I haven't seen any robot fires yet. That wasn't an invitation, by the way.
Don't wish that upon any of these bots.
I'm knocking on wood. All right. Yeah, it didn't look like they quite were able to get that wobble goal out of the field. No? Did they? I can't quite see.
I think it's out. I don't know if it went out in time. Oh, no, I don't think it's out. No, it's not out. It's
Here we go. Out. Final score. Let's take a look.
66
points. All right.
One of our cameras seems to have froze. That's why I couldn't tell where it was.
Yeah. I'm looking at the same thing. It's a blurry picture of a robot. It's about the same quality photo of any time you see a picture of Bigfoot. It's slightly motion blurred.
I think this is still clearer than a Bigfoot, but
all right, if you say so. Yeah.
Also, at least we can guarantee that these photos are real.
That's true. Yeah, because we've seen it happen. All right.
I can guarantee.
So they're taking a bit of time
to these bots.
Yeah, so they're taking a bit of time to take a look at their robots and repair them here at Shenandoah. But at Colonial Heights and Fulton, we are seeing teams show up and get their robots on the field, including the Frogbots and the Powhatan Spears. And over in Fulton, we're looking for the Spiderbots and McDonough. Now, if you've been watching these competitions every weekend, because you just love hearing Niall's voice so much, then you might have heard the name McDonough a few times. And that's because a lot of the competitions are so much closer to the teams, some teams are electing to compete in 3 competitions, even 4 competitions. They could say, oh, we're going to do 2 hybrid competitions and 2 remote competitions. It's an opportunity for a lot of competitions this year to try to get a spot at the coveted championship happening next weekend.
I know another thing, especially with this year, even if I already have my championship ticket, I'm still going to try to go to as many of these qualifiers as I can, just so I can see some of the other teams and some of the other possible alliance mates, but also so I can get more practice time on the live fields. These are our live fields. If you wanted to see how the field felt, if you wanted to get a whiff of the field environment, see the judges, see your referees, meet the scorekeepers, this is your way to do so, is to go in person and put field.
Absolutely. Nothing beats the real thing when it comes to driver practice. You know, you can do the same drill every time in your own personal space, but as soon as you hit the actual competition field, plans tend to go out the window. So as many times as you can participate in a real match, highly encourage it. So, all right. Looks like we're getting looks like we're getting ready at Colonial Heights. What are you about to say?
I was going to say, especially with previous years, there were no guarantees until you had another bot in your face trying to stop you from doing what you wanted to do. And this year, there are no guarantees until your team is alongside with you, helping you out. But we're about to jump over to Colonial Heights, and the bot that we see moving currently is the Frog bot. That Frog bot with that huge long shot, getting 2 wobble goals in position and parking on the line. Once again, this is another one of those points. They also did get one of the high shots, and this is one of those points where you ask your teammate to cut off their auto because, as we were talking about, that guaranteed points. Frogbots has a program that can guarantee both wobble goals. So if you have a system that can guarantee something will occur in a certain fashion, I would rather go with the guarantee than with a possibility.
But at the same time, if ever I was going to run both autonomous programs, it would probably be the first match just to see, okay, are they going to collide? Is this going to be a problem? And just for fun, you know, because that's what first is all about. Yeah, maximizing points is one thing, but fun is also another thing. And it looks like these teams are having a sufficient amount of fun. They've got 6 high shots right now. Powhatan Spears over on that back wall trying to get rings, whereas Frogbots gathers rings from the front wall. They might want to
between a front loader and a rear loader.
They might want to adjust those wobble goals, because if they're going to try to score them in end-game, and of course, as soon as I say that, Powhatan Spears comes in and just hits them both to where they need to be. However, they're both tilted over, which is not ideal. And that's the kind of thing that you might want to start looking at now with 35 seconds left in the match. So there's 11 high goal shots in total, which is just incredible. Thanks to the Powhatan Spears and the Frogbots. 1 wobble goal, up out of here, easily. Frogbots having a little bit of trouble with that wobble goal that was in the down position, but they were able to snatch it up, and they make it look easy. But of course we know it's never easy to build these robots. Powhatan Spears lines up taking some shots at the power shot. Didn't look like any of them connected, unfortunately. Just as time expires, but a very respectable score of 178 points, and that was their first match together, the Frogbots and the Powhatan Spears.
So let's see what these referees have to say, but we're about to take our nice little trip over to Shenandoah, where they already have 35 points on the board. And yes, that official score coming out of Colonial Heights was 178 points.
Way to go. All right. Yeah, so as we said, we are well into the teleoperated period here in Shenandoah. Got robots lining up. A funky looking shooter is taking aim at this moment. Can they get it? Ooh, lobs one, not quite connecting with the low goal. So they gotta go around, reposition, and find those rings on the field. Looks like they might have hit at least one high goal shot. 2 are counted on the board. The third one bounced out. Nope. 3 high goal shots in total over here at Shenandoah. Now, the robot in the top left looks like they're having a little bit of trouble getting one of the rings up against that wall with their front loader. And, and all the rest of the rings are kind of hidden and sheltered behind those wobble goals that are going to be tough to maneuver around. They're electing to go ahead and start grabbing one of the wobble goals here in the final 30 seconds. They've got it up and over on their bot. Can they get it over the wall? But first, they're going to try to take some, looks like power shots. They hit one, and now they're going back to the wall. Had to nudge their alliance partner out of the way. Ooh, they drop it, but it falls right back into the field. Can they recover with 4 seconds left? Looks like they're electing not to. They hit it, it goes wobbling. Doesn't look like it landed on the line either. But that's alright, they still did their best and it really shows.
And once again, just because we don't see something doesn't mean that our referees see it the exact same way. They ultimately have our final decision. And that decision is about to come in at 68 points. But we're heading over to Fulton, Maryland to see how that match wraps up as well, waiting for the referees to come speak to us from over there.
Fantastic. All right. Man, so many exciting things happening today.
That score being 5 points from Fulton with that Park in Auto.
All right. Now, if I'm correct, we got something special coming up for the viewers here soon, don't we?
Yeah, that interview I keep hinting at is about to come up. And that interview is coming from one of our sponsors out of the Truck and Tractor Museum.
Yeah. So, before there were robots, there were always trucks and tractors, helping America's supply chain.
And before there was first, there was still James. So we're going to have James over there at the Truck and Tractor Museum doing that interview.
Yeah.
He's probably going to get on me for the joke later.
I mean, it's factual.
He's going to still try to get on.
Yeah. I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, there are some FRC teams that are older than me and still going.
Oh, some of these teams have been here since the beginning.
Oh, absolutely. And it's just incredible, especially whenever you see a low number team, because, that means that they started a while ago and they're still going strong. But that's not, of course, to discount the fantastic high number teams, otherwise known as your rookie teams. We always love new teams coming into the program and expanding. And First Tech Challenge is actually one of the fastest expanding programs in First. They created it as a way to be a cheaper alternative to FRC, and
that's what a lot of people seem to love about it. I know personally, my FRC team used to run a budget of $10,000 to $15,000 each season.
But a lot of these FTC teams are running budgets around $2,000, $1,000, $1,500. And so that's why you see some schools opt to have 4 FTC teams instead of 1 FRC team. And also, FTC is, I won't say so much as easier, but due to the scale of it, it's a lot simpler when it comes to getting more students involved and getting a better grasp on the concepts of it. A lot of times with these smaller bots, you can put this bot up on your countertop or at your school's table, and then you could give it as a school project to students. Whereas a full 2x2 FRC bot that weighs almost 100 pounds, if not more, you know, that takes a little bit of scale to put it somewhere.
Absolutely. And you know, each first program just offers something different. So there's a First Lego League Explorer, you know, which focuses more on the research side. You know, find out a problem, come up with a solution, and teamwork. Work with your team to show it off in an expo. First Lego League, you know, again, that has the research side where you're solving a project. FTC, that's when you start getting to use power tools. And then FRC, you're learning you know, team structures, how to work in sub teams, and kind of gives you a taste of the industrial world. And speaking of the industrial world, we are over here in Colonial Heights, and we got some robots looking to make a business out of putting rings in the high goal. That autonomous
Once again, we see Frogbot going out with that characteristic autonomous. Unfortunately, they dropped one of the wobble goals, but while dropping that wobble goal, they dropped down all 3 of those power shots, and I believe one of the high goals as well. And then they put that second wobble goal in place. So with 2 wobble goals in place, a park on the bench, and I think they only counted 2 of the powers. No, all 3 of the powers. We now have 57 points on the board, 62 points on the board.
Man, that is a way to start Teleop, and it's 77 points now. Just goes to show that us commentators know almost nothing about the official scores.
Those scores changed. They have their own chat and their own call that we're not privy to.
That's right.
So sometimes we do have to wait for them to tell us how they scored something and why they scored something a certain way. We're just able to speculate and watch what you guys can see. And so a lot of times the details that they notice are so fine and so minute. They can tell you if you had a single bolt on the other side of that white line.
That's right. And that's not because their cameras are better or anything like that. It's largely because they have a head referee on site, and he's the one able to walk around, or she, sorry, is able to walk around and take a look at things and tell whether or not, you know, whether or not those bolts are there. Oh gosh, is this?
You know, you can't discount the ladies. You know, Caitlin's gonna come back and she's gonna have some words to say about that.
I would deserve. Yep. So
speaking of the ladies, don't forget about the Women in STEM Scholarship hosted by Leidos. So, ladies, there are plenty of events and opportunities for you all, just specifically, and there's plenty of other specific and unique scholarships for people that are out there, whether it be the left-handed scholarship, the minority scholarships, the Women in STEM scholarships, and plenty more. There are all sorts of things for you guys to go look at, and plenty of things for you guys to go find, and plenty of schools for you guys to go choose from. Ishan, also known as the numbers guy, he's one of those first scholarship recipients, and at his school, he said plenty of people that he's with participated in first and also are on a first scholarship.
All right, and right as the buzzer hit 0, let's take a look at this. Look at that board. We've got 2 power shots down, 1 wobble goal out of that field, and 15 total high goal shots provided by the Powhatan Spears and the Frog Bots. So great teamwork.
And we're going to jump over to Shenandoah while they're about halfway in, as well as Fulton, Maryland is also halfway in. But we're going to take our way over to Shenandoah real quick. Looking at Shenandoah, right. Both teams, I'm trying to see what's going on with that. I think that front end entry is just on the ground, and the way that it scrapes against the foam causes a lot of friction and prevents a lot of movement.
That's right. So they are taking a couple shots at the power shots. Looks like they got one down.
I see two of them down.
Yeah, I see one. Yeah, it's on the outside. Yeah, there's the two. All right. And sadly, they dropped that wall goal on the inside of the field just as time is about to expire. But it looks like it may. No, I don't think it's. If it is on over the tape, then it's definitely still in contact with the robot. And I believe it has to be on the tape and no longer in contact with the robot. But yeah, just that last second error we see to happen so frequently, where a wobble goal is just about to go over, but it falls inside the field.
And our final score is 83 points. And with that, teams, that long-awaited interview from the Truck and Tractor Museum is just around the corner.
Yeah, 5 more matches.
We're going to show you all the score coming out of Fulton, which is 10 points, pushing our teams up into the 11th and 12th pole positions.
Very good. So all of those coming from autonomous, which just shows that even if you have an autonomous that can just move forward, go ahead and run it. See what happens. Because, everything is more valuable in autonomous, and just because just to get an autonomous program working is awesome. We always appreciate it. Love to see it. And what's interesting is that autonomous programs are the hardest programs, because those robots are just completely on their own with whatever sensors you gave them. And as you go up in the levels of first, there gets to be less and less time for the autonomous program. So in FLL, all 2 minutes are autonomous. In FTC, you get 30 seconds of autonomous. And in FRC, you get 15 seconds of something that may or may not be autonomous.
Sometimes we get a 30-second autonomous. It all depends on the year, how much time they give us.
Yeah. Do you remember the sandstorm period?
Which year was that for?
That was I believe 2019, Deep Space, and what they did was they had a curtain that went in front of the drivers, just a black curtain that they couldn't see through. And they just said, hey, you get more points during these 15 seconds when that curtain's in front of you. They didn't say you had to be autonomous. So some teams just elected.
2019, I wasn't that involved with the field. I was more so involved. So I did. 2019, I helped my team, didn't go to competition. I was at the what was it called? I was at the release of the event. I didn't stay for the full thing because I had to go help with kit distribution.
All good.
I can see that part. I was normally working kit distribution when we did our event releases.
Very cool. Yeah, so in FTC, there's not a determined kit of parts, nor is there in FRC, but in FRC you typically get a kit with some things. But in FTC, it's just entirely up to you. You could build your robot out of Tetrix, Actobotics, go build or you could go to Home Depot and get some PVC pipe. It's really up to you. The rule is consumer off the shelf. If I can go into a store and buy it, or if I can find it on Amazon, you can use it. Frogbot's doing their signature autonomous. They are all over the place. That wobble goal's still teetering around. Not quite sure if it's completely in, but they're going to go ahead and
Amazon. Did you hear that Amazon is one of our newest sponsors?
Are they? That's fantastic.
It came out in one of the first notifications, I believe.
That's awesome. Yeah, and Amazon, they are so big into, they're looking at delivering with drones now, and they're really focused on automation of their warehouses. So it absolutely could be something that you apply first knowledge to while using robotics. All right, Powhatan spears. We've seen them before, and they have this fantastic little spinny thing at the front of their robot.
That front end flipper that they have, that like 4-piece flipper.
Mm-hmm. And it's just the most entertaining thing to watch. And I like to think that that's why they're able to shoot as rapidly as they do. Frogbots, of course, also with a very rapid shooter. So far, 5 shots in the high goal, 1 shot in the mid goal for a total of 81 points here. And as soon as I say that, they get 3 more, 8 shots in the high goal total.
Frogbots just lights up that top goal.
Absolutely. All right. So they're just loading, and these teams are working very independently right now. They're both trying to score as many points as they can, and that's all right. That's a strategy, Some teams like to say, "Oh, you work over here, I work over there," or "Oh, you stand here, and I'll deliver you rings." But yeah, these teams both just try to seem to be focusing on their specialties, which is it seems to be everything with the current score. 18 shots in the high goal, 1 shot in the middle goal. Coming up on the last 30 seconds here, they're trying to get those wobble goals. Looks like they're a little bit harder to grab than they anticipated. There's one up and over. Oh, Frogbots got stuck on rings on their way to the wall. Is there any help?
Those rings are crazy. Oh no, they got free. They're running
They got the free. All right, time is about to expire. Powhatan's shooting at the power shots. Powhatan power shots. All right, time expires.
With a unofficial score of 206, we will see what our referees have for us.
Yeah. And there have been a lot of high scores today at all 3 venues, Shenandoah, Colonial, and Fulton. And don't forget, Shenandoah and Colonial are competing against one another, whereas Fulton is competing against itself at the moment.
They're competing with one another, not so much against. It's not like it's Shenandoah versus Colonial. It's Shenandoah with Colonial. But we're about to head over to Fulton as we watch the conclusion with these last 15 seconds on the board. These 2 teams have been putting up what a wonderful match, trying to get that wobble goal right back on the blue line. Oh, no, it's over. I believe the other team is trying to go up.
Right as time expires. And that's all right, yeah. There we go. Unofficial score of 30 points. So that doesn't seem like a whole lot happened during teleop, but hey, that's okay, If you have, as soon as that challenge comes out, you gotta decide with your team, all right, where are we gonna focus our points? It looks like they focused their points in autonomous and in game. 10 points, looks like they got a double park. Again, love those autonomous programs. 20 points for getting that wobble goal up and out of there. Love to see it. All right. So we got all 3 fields working to be reset right now. Looks like we do have a little bit of a update.
The official score coming out of match 23 with the Frogbots and the Powhatan Spears. Their official score was 196. They had a 47-point autonomous, a 124-point driver control, a 35-point endgame, but an unfortunate 10-point penalty. Remember, teams, you can only be in possession of 3 rings at any one time. So they did receive a minor penalty for that.
Right.
Remember, you must be mindful. Even if you are trapped, even if you are stuck, that is considered possession.
Mm-hmm.
If you get a ring jammed in you, you can only carry 2 rings. If you get 2 rings stuck in you, You can only carry one. Please be mindful not to load up your hopper full and then get jammed up on another ring. Also, be mindful that opening stack in configuration C is 4 whole rings. You cannot push the entire stack at once.
You can knock it over.
You can bump it and then take them one at a time, but you cannot be in possession of the full stack.
That's right.
That will result in a penalty.
Yep. So
one thing I would like to see though is one robot just look at that stack and take them off the top one at a time, just like lift up, shoot, lift up, shoot, lift up, shoot, lift.
One of our bots just left and joined the channel. Because believe it or not,
backstage.
Yeah, but believe it or not, Niall and I aren't alone in this call. We're joined by robots or cameras or whatever you want to call it. So
they're the captures. They're here to capture our essence. They catch us on the good side and the other good side. You know, no such thing as a bad side.
Oh, of course not. No, yeah, especially if you're a spear.
Oh, well, if I got hit by the back of a spear, that's not the good side. It's not the dark side. You know, I want to point the sharp end of the stick.
All right. So looks like we got a cup. Looks like we've got Colonial Heights just finished match 23. Shenandoah is getting ready for match 26, and Fulton is getting ready for match 29. So all multiples of 3, or ending in multiples of 3, I should say.
I was about to say, no, they ain't. No, they ain't. If I remember one thing, I went to math class. That one wasn't it.
Yeah. Now, if you guys want a little quick math lesson, if you're ever unsure whether or not a number is divisible by 3, add up all the digits, and if that number is divisible by 3, then the whole number is divisible by 3. For instance, 12. 1 plus 2 is 3, so it's divisible by 3. For instance, 1,302. 1 plus 3 plus 0 plus 2. That's 6. It's divisible by 3.
I think the chat says that they would like to keep their math lessons from the numbers guy.
Yeah, well, he's busy, so you get me. One of my just a mechanical engineering at Virginia Tech. What do I know?
Remember, chat. Hashtag bring back the number. Hashtag numbers guy. Then also don't forget hashtag Almighty Slick Smith. Hashtag Slick Smith.
I don't have any hashtags, so just cheer on your teams, and I'll count that as
what? You hashtag Panda. You Panda Man. Dun, 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 it's Panda Man. Yeah, see, that works.
Yeah. If you want. Yeah, I lost my captain's hat. I don't know where that went. Last year, I had a captain's hat because we are pirate pandas.
Well, speaking of hats, Fulton seems to be wearing some hats made out of wobble goals as they push it across the field. Working on that line for those 10 points once again.
All right. So these guys, this is their second to last match together. Hopefully they can really make it count. Hopefully they got everything dialed in. So they've got 2 parks. Looks like the
pick up your
scoring
controller.
system gave them
3, 2,
goal points,
1.
but I don't know if that was meant to be. Yeah, there we go. It goes back down. But of course,
everything is meant to be. If it's there, then it was meant to be.
Fair point. Yeah. So
to take away from these teams' points.
Yeah, so these teams don't seem to be focused too much on teleop scoring. Where they really make it count is getting those parking points in autonomous, and then wobble goal points in end game. So they're just kind of hanging out. They're having a good time. One ring seems to be lobbed. Didn't quite go towards any goal in particular. Still going to collect them just to make sure. McDonough, they are ready on the spot with that wobble goal. And that's absolutely a viable strategy, is to just have a wobble goal and be ready for it. If you're going to do something, make sure to do it reliably, make sure to do it super well.
Start a bit looking to get all those bits and pieces from those leftover rings sitting out on the field.
All right. Their alliance partner is going to strategically go ahead and grab the other wobble goal, because right now, if that in-game whistle sounds, it's not eligible to be scored. But unfortunately, yeah, it's because it's there on the tape and not in the launch zone. That means it's not going to be eligible to be scored. Because you gotta move the wobble goal before you can score it. So McDonough got their wobble goal
over the edge.
Yeah, it's up and over. Can they let go of it? There it is, right at the last second. Way to go. All right. So, fantastic performance. Both robots were moving at all points and times, and it's just absolutely incredible that they were able to make these robots and make it out here today for this fantastic competition. And we still got one more match between that pair. But we're going to take a look now at Colonial Heights, where the Frogbots and the Powhatan Spears. Endgame, or Teleop, Autonomous looks like it just ended with a score of 113 on the board. Can you imagine starting a match with 113 points? Boy, I wish I could.
Well, that's what we've said about that Configuration C. Configuration C, especially with a very dialed in and tuned in shooter, gives you that 4 extra rings on the field, meaning that you technically have 7 shots. So if you can load up all 7 shots, you can do wonders with it, especially with that top goal counting as 12 points. You got to think.
That's right. All right, so far 6 shots here in Teleop. Powhatan shooting a couple that towards it. Looks like some of those connected. 9 total. Also some provided by the Frogbots, of course. Both teams working really well together. Both very well-rounded robots. With a already breaking that 200-point line. Here with about 50 seconds left in this match. So they still have plenty of time. They're still in game.
15 high shots already.
Yeah. And of course, we were talking about how important Autonomous is. Off camera right now, Shenandoah just had a fantastic Autonomous, resulting in a score of 85 points. So good for them.
I can't wait to talk about these two teams coming out of Shenandoah after this match ends in Colonial Heights, because this is their first appearance.
That's right. So Powhatan Spears sending a couple, not quite going where they wanted to, except for that one. That looked like it hit one of the power shots here in endgame. Frogbots already got both wobble goals out of that field. And that's going to be time expiration. Ooh, looks like they might have been just shy of the 300-point line, which have we crossed that 300-point line in Chesapeake?
We haven't crossed it today, but we have crossed it before.
Okay. Man, so that was a very impressive match in Colonial Heights. And
last team that we had crossed that 300 mark was last week with Wizards.exe, and I'm trying to remember who their partner was at the time.
Yeah, I can't remember. I wasn't there. All right.
It's eluding me right now because I know the name.
Here we go with the final
score of 293. They're pushing themselves into the first and second post positions, and that will be our current high score for today. But we're getting ready to jump over to Shenandoah And as we're over in Shenandoah, let's look at these two teams over there. We have team 14575, and that is the Capital Bots coming out of McLean, Virginia. I actually think they're one of the teams that I know of from the Matha, but it says that they're listed as something else. So I might be wrong on that. But then there's also team 18305 Singularity coming out of Frederick, Maryland. And so these two teams are already putting up an impressive score for their first round with that unofficial of 192.
All right. All sorts of great things happening here in the Chesapeake region. Like I said, we're just so lucky to have multiple robots on the field at a time when it's kind of hard to do that, but we're making it work. All right. Man.
Excuse me.
What'd you do?
Accidentally burped. I didn't know that it was coming up. I like breathed out and then it just bubbled up and I said, "Oh, wait a minute.
Where are your manners?" All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't know breathing was a crime.
Yeah, so let's talk about the high scores for a second here. So 293.
That 128 in the auto is what I really want to focus on. Absolutely. Because we've seen those high driver controls. We've seen that 110 as a driver control. We've seen that 55-point endgame come multiple times. But 128 as a auto score, what that means is that team filled that goal. That team did nothing but light it up, max it out, and fill that goal again and again and again and again and again and again and again.
All right. So, taking a look at our match number 30, we've got, again, 2 robots parked, and it looks like they might have gotten a wobble goal. Yes, that's their first wobble goal that we've seen. Fantastic. A good way to start the teleop. So this was because it was in configuration A. McDonough just so happened to
pick up your controllers.
The zone
3, 2,
and it's going to be a nice
1.
boost to their points. All right. So maybe we can get a couple of shots off here, even if they're in the low goal. That's all right. You know, it's the last match of the day. May as well just try something. Just see what can happen. Because, you know, you got plenty of time to repair the robot before the champions next weekend.
You say that like a week is a lot of time right now. Some of these teams only get an hour or so to meet. That week is not much time. It's not like back when I was in school, because when I was in school, a week was all the time in the world. I got to spend almost 24 hours on my bot. I would be at school at 7 in the morning, and I wouldn't leave school till 10, 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah. It's a crazy thing robotics is. Yeah, so it's not quite seeing any shots. That's all right. One was kind of lobbed out there, but that's okay, you know? We all understand how robots work. They're so complicated. And, you know, when you're practicing, if something goes wrong, it's so easy to just go onto the field and fix it. But when it's in competition, of course, you can't step on that field. So you just got to do your best, and these teams certainly are. So they are absolutely ready for this end game, which just started. McDonough has had that goal in their clutches, and they are proceeding ever so slowly, ever so carefully to make sure that they get it just right.
And teams,
looks like,
even though Ethan is talking about that wonderful little period of time where you get to go adjust and make little touch-ups, especially when you're on your home field, please get in the habit of not reaching over the field. Please get in the habit of not stepping onto the field. Please maintain that habit of appropriate field etiquette. Referees will penalize you. Referees will dock you points.
You can even get your team kicked out of an event just because you failed to stay out of the box.
Yep, and that's all due to safety.
Please make sure you're using all of your safety procedures, and that when you guys go onto the field, it is after that buzzer. I remember with my team, we used to put on that 2-minute buzzer, and you could not touch the field until after that buzzer was gone, because of the pure fact that that buzzer was the difference between a red card and 100 points.
Now, we've got Shenandoah happening right now. A very solid autonomous period. Looks like they got both wobble goals, parking points, and maybe even a couple of high goals mixed in there. And these robots are just wicked fast. You know, they've got low profiles, not taking up that full 18-inch box, but they are just doing A-okay for themselves. So far, 5 high goals, 6 now, in teleop period for an unofficial score of 112, and there's still 75 seconds left in this match. So really anything can happen.
30 points on the board. They are in a wonderful position to fill up that score box.
That's right. So they're just doing really well. And it seems like they're taking turns. You know, one collects while one fires. And
I don't
the other...
think they're so much as taking turns as they're taking advantage of that low profile. Because with that low profile, their partner's just shooting right over top of them.
Yeah, they're able to do that. And yeah, so they're lining up now. One bounces out. They send 2 more in. So like I said, accuracy times volume. You know, as long as you're able to shoot quickly, you're good. Doesn't matter if they all make it or all miss. Well, it does matter if they all miss, but as long as you can shoot really rapidly, it doesn't matter if 1 or 2 bounces out. All right. So we've got 1 wobble goal out of this field, taking some shots at some power shots. Sadly, didn't look like any of them connected. Now, so they're electing to shoot 1, 2. Can they get that 3rd power shot? Oh, just as the buzzer beat ends. Yeah, so that's only going to be 2 power shots, and they elected not to get rid of that second wobble goal.
Well, with a current unofficial score of 252, it's still very respectable.
Very respectable. All right.
And we're about to jump over to Colonial Heights, where the Frogbots and the Powhatan Spirits seem to be off to a slower start than normal. I believe that they had trouble in their autonomous. As you can see, both of the wobbles are down, so they probably didn't score an autonomous as strongly as they would have hoped.
Meaning that could have hurt their end game. But they're still making a lot of points, 108 points as they go into the end game now. Now they have to worry about, can we get those wobble goals in the upright position in order to deliver them in time? Because they're hard. So Frogbots answered that question. They got it up and out of here. Trying to flip over that second one with 15 seconds left. Or I'm sorry, even less than that. They've got it upright. Can they get it in their grasp?
Can they get it out? 2, 1.
Looks good.
Ooh, that's all up to the That's all up to the scorekeepers.
That was clear.
That is time for judgment. It is judgment day with that last wobble goal.
And so sadly, we'll have to be waving goodbye to the Frogbots and the Powhatan Spears working together. And boy, did they work together. A final score of 158 put up by the Frogbots and the Powhatan Spears, making them number 1 in Colonial Heights and number 2 in Colonial Heights, which is just incredible. Man, oh man. Okay.
And teams, if we do have another big break between our teams and between our showings, we're probably still going to bring out those videos that you all submit. So please remember, submit all of your remote footage. We love to see everything that your teams do. We love to see everything that your teams can show out. We would also love to see all of you guys at judging. Please do not forget to submit all of your information to the judgment panels.
That's right. And as much as possible, we'd love to see it when the whole team can show up for judging. That just presents, a united front. And I get that circumstances are hard right now, but there are a lot of options out there. So you can Zoom one of your team members in if they're elsewhere, if you needed to. There's a lot of options out there, but having everybody at judging and having everybody speak at judging, answering questions, it really shows that everybody knows about the robot, the outreach, the team. So that's always a critical component, is making sure that it's not just one or two people who know everything, it's the whole team. And speaking of knowing things,
we just know
like we are Exactly, yeah. You took the words right out of my mouth. All right. So over here in Shenandoah, we're on qualification match 28, and we're going to go to 30, and then take a short little break. All right. Here we go with that, Thomas. They put the wobble goal down on top of a ring. I don't know if you saw that. But
I've
hey,
seen it happen before. Technically, it counted.
Yeah, no, absolutely. 1, 2, 3 high goal shots. Wow, they make it look easy, even though we all know it ain't. All right. Yeah, so one wobble goal for sure. Second one may or may not be in. Looks like
they got both of them. 71 points.
That's fantastic. So that is a good start to this teleop. And these guys have been putting up scores of at or above 200. And can't wait to see what they do. Couple of shots taken. 1 or 2 went in the middle goal, which of course will be points to us, the commentators. We have yet to win a match, and I think that's a good thing, personally.
And I'm pretty sure that is a good thing. I wouldn't want to win a match unless
Absolutely, I was. Yeah, we don't want to take attention to these games. All right, so far a total of 3 high goal shots in teleoperated period, for a total of 89 points on the board. Here come 3 more. In rapid succession, no less. So already breaking that barrier, getting ready for endgame. You can tell it's on their minds. Couple more.
I mean, I love to see it when both of these teams are up in the front. And I love to see it when they have great ring control, making sure that they're not getting a ton of litter in the back. Unfortunately, that blue corner is just getting filled with rings.
That's right.
It's just barely hidden by the score here, but underneath of those 2 powers, underneath those 2 blue wobbles is a litter of rings. It has to be at least a dozen rings all making their way over there.
That's right. But luckily they're out of the way, but at the same time, those rings are hard to get to. But that's not going to be a problem, because right now the focus is on wobble goals. They got 1 wobble goal out of the field, still teetering about. Here we go with the second one. Taking aim at the power shot. So far, none connecting, but they still got 2 seconds. Oh! Looks like the clock just ran out. But still a fantastic match, and we got 1 more to go over here. 1 or 2? 2 more to go, I think, over here in Shenandoah Heights. Caverns. Shenandoah Caverns. Here we go with the official score.
166 points. With a 71-point auto and a 72-point driver control, but a unfortunate 20-point ending. Remember, teams, it is just as important how you start as it is how you finish. You must beat the system. Overload it. Fill it up. And as we're sitting here looking out at our fields, what I can say is these events have been great so far. And with everyone out in the chat, what has been your favorite event?
Where is your team? How's your team doing? Talk to us. What's going on? Is there anything special that makes you you? We want to know. Also, don't forget to check out all the first events and all the first notifications. Please don't forget to sign up for the first emails. And if you're in the Chesapeake region, please don't forget to get involved. Volunteers, we love having you all here. We love having you all with us. So it's wonderful when you guys get to participate. And students, it's wonderful when we get to see you guys and see all the work and see all the creativity that you all are able to put into these robots. I love hearing from my teams, and I love seeing all the great things that you guys do. And currently looking at Fulton, Maryland, that is the Blue Chariots of Fire and Mechanical Paradox that will be coming up next. Remember, we had Singularity and Capital Bots up at Shenandoah.
Sorry to leave you all alone. Hope the stream was entertained.
Oh, it was entertained, but that mic was a little hot while you were gone.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so you got to hear me grunting as I emerged from my little cave that I've made for myself.
And I'm just trying to get my feeds back up. I can't seem to get a visual on Colonial Heights, but I did get a glimpse at. I did get a quick glimpse at the interview, so that might start up soon.
Can't wait to see about that. All right, so we are getting ready for match number 29 on Shenandoah with and Capital Bots.
Down on that right side, you can see once again those blocks that we were talking about with teams keeping trophies and memorabilia from past events. I know personally my team has frisbees, dodgeballs, and all sorts of other things from past events. We even still use our tote boxes to carry equipment.
Yeah. That is the one good thing to come out of that season. Yep.
And that's great too, because then I got to turn around and use the pool noodles as bumpers. So everything was
there.
Good.
You go. There you go. Yeah. So of course he's talking about FRC. The problem with FTC is that the game elements aren't that useful. My first ever game was bowled over, and the game element was crates, which were useful, and 100 racquetballs, which are useful if you play racquetball. After that, just random plastic objects. This year they're foam. Maybe you could use them as a dog toy.
I don't think you want to with these rings. These rings will get shredded. That's like giving. That's like giving one of these rings to a FRC bot.
Yeah, it depends on the dog, I'd say. But we've got a fantastic score of 63 over here in Shenandoah Caverns. 2 parks, definitely 1 wobble goal. Well, no, neither seem to have been scored. I can't quite tell. Yeah, so 1 robot looked like it may have been touching that wobble goal. I guess we'll see. Yeah, due to the fact that that there was such a high autonomous score, I'd like to assume that one of the wobble goals was counted. All right. So now we are running around. The name of the game is high goal shots. That's one of the main ideas in Teleup is trying to get those high goal shots. Because you can't get the power shots in Teleup. You can't get the wobble goals in Teleup. So may as well just shoot high.
And shoot high, these teams do. And speaking about shooting high and aiming upwards, we're going to aim over to a wonderful interview by one of our sponsors very soon. Once again, that very much so alluded to Tractor and Truck Museum, as well as being hosted by our wonderful James. So as we were joking earlier, two things that predate the robot.
Trucks, tractors, and James. Fantastic. All right. So we are into endgame here. 12 high goal shots have been made so far. Score of 145. That wobble goal being down could pose an issue as time runs out. They're taking some power shots right now. Doesn't look like any have connected, unfortunately. One wobble goal is getting out of here. It has gotten a one-way ticket to out of this field. Looks like they might have hit a power shot right at the last second. It's hard to see.
Unofficial score of 165 sitting on the board. I don't think they did, but with an unofficial score of 165 sitting on the board, it'll be wonderful to see what the judges, what our referees and scorekeepers do finally rate it as.
That's right. Yeah, it's hard for me to see because their human player has a blue shirt and they were standing in front of the blue power shots. So.
Yeah, I had to look at one of the side goals. I was looking at one of the side goals, and that's why it didn't look like we went down.
Here we go. Final scores.
It's 165 points. And so, as we've been talking to and as we've been alluding to this entire time, one of our gracious sponsors who's allowed us to use their space over in Colonial Heights, Virginia, the Keystone Tractor Museum. We're going to be featuring Dylan from that museum, as well as James, one of our very fun and entertaining commentators. So we're going to give you guys over to those two, and we'll see you guys when we come back. And don't forget about all those robots. Hey guys, so we're back, and we're just coming into the conclusion of Shenandoah. We're letting them have their interview. They're having a few technical difficulties. We're going to speak with them later. We're going to let them come back. And in these last 2 seconds of this final match, their score come up to unofficial 228. Looks like both wobble goals were out. This was an amazing match presented by both of these teams. Wonderful job done. I know that you guys couldn't see it, but they were lighting up that top goal with 11 high shots and 3 mid shots. And so that unofficial score coming in at that 228 with an 80-point autonomous, a 78-point driver control, and a 70-point end game.
Wow. That is just what you like to see. And that will be the last match between these two teams. And they did a great job frequently getting over that 200-point mark. All right. Fantastic. All right, looks like next up we have... I can see movement over on the Fulton side. That's nice.
Blue Chariots of Fire and Mechanical Paradox seem to both be on the field. Or that might not be Mechanical Paradox.
Are you questioning the name?
No,
Yeah, it says Mechanical.
No, because see, it says Blue Chariot. It says Mechanical Paradox is with you in spirit. So they might have a surrogate.
Interesting. Okay. But it looks like 2 robots are on the field. Of that,
so it's Blue Chariots of Fire, and I wonder who the other team is. Teams, bright numbers on robots make for very easy reading. Big numbers on t-shirts make for very easy reading.
Yes.
We are blind people looking at small numbers. It doesn't really help us.
Yeah.
And it's perfectly understandable, Mechanical Paradox. The life is paradoxical. You got to roll with the punches. Stay safe. We would love for you all to be safe and happy and healthy at home, and for you all to risk anything coming out here with us.
Mm-hmm.
And we're glad that you guys are still able to tune in.
Speaking of risks, looks like we got randomization for Zone C. So it really depends.
Doesn't sound like a risk. Zone C sounds like a reward.
It depends on your shooting guys. Yeah, it depends on your autonomous program. You know, if you're just planning on driving straight ahead, that's fine. But looks like we got 1 wobble down in Zone B, and the other one still firmly in the grasp. And looks like 1 high goal shot was made, so congratulations to them. So starting off with a score of 22. Right.
Driver, pick up your controllers.
Into teleop.
3, 2,
steering contest
1.
at the end of autonomous, because the robots are typically much faster than anticipated. Right. So this is the first time that we're seeing these two teams together, and it seems to be off to an alright start. My video feed's a little choppy, but they seem to be going around the field, collecting rings. One of them is lining up for a shot now. Didn't look like it quite connected there. Man, oh man. Alright, so far 2 high goal shots in total during teleop. And we're about halfway through the match here soon. And remember, this is their first match together, first match today. So if there's going to be any sort of little wires unplugged or any sort of mechanical or electrical mishaps, now is the time to have them so that your other 4 matches can be your absolute best. But they're doing pretty darn well for themselves with the score of 34. We're about to transition here into endgame. Looks like they've got their sights set on at least one wobble goal. They're working together to try to get that. Ooh, just knocked it over. All right, can they recover with about 20 seconds left? That's the question. Okay.
I see one power shot down.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, so if you have a robot that only shoots 3 rings and no sort of collection mechanism, not saying that's what they have, but if you had to only shoot 3 times, you should keep those shots for the power shots because those are worth 15 points apiece. Looks like
if you only can shoot 3 times, I would much rather shoot at that high goal during auto because I have a better chance. And even though it's only 12 points, that's a better guarantee at 12 than that guarantee at 15.
Well,
just as a game.
Yeah, so, you know, autonomous shooting in the same place or teleop shooting in 3 different places. It's a gamble, you know. You and I are different people, but yeah. So anybody watching in the chat, feel free to tell us which one you prefer. You know, if you had 3 shots, where would you put them and why?
I was told always bet on black, so I'm betting on that nice little black box that I call the high goal.
All right. Now, chat, I do expect you guys to have a full 5-paragraph, well-thought-out essay, including a thesis statement, and go. No citations.
Chat. He expects you to have a full 5-paragraph. I don't like writing. I don't like reading someone else's essays.
That's such a crucial part of first is technical writing, you know, being able to justify your choices and whatnot.
See, I was really good at speaking to the judges panel. I let a whole different division take care of that people pleasing with essays part.
Yeah.
We literally had an essay contest at the school and they didn't know that they were doing it for first. They were doing it for first.
That's fantastic. All right. Yeah, so of course, what he's talking about is FRC, where I believe it's for the Chairman's Award, you need to write an essay, whereas for FTC, it's purely based off of those conversations that you have with the judges. So you have 5 minutes of planned presentation, and then 15 minutes after that for questions and answers from the judges. Now, if you don't feel like planning an entire 5-minute presentation, you can elect to just use 20 minutes for Q&A. That's all right. And then
who's back?
Hey,
what do you want me for? Jeez Louise, I'm not fun at all.
We want you back because you got to go do a nice fun interview.
We did.
And we got to talk about the 3 things that are older than robotics.
Me,
you, trucks, and tractors.
There you go. Thanks. I appreciate that.
But so
so I'll just say that I had a nice chat with Dylan from the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. Unfortunately, we could not do the live connection, so we were able to talk with him briefly and learn a little bit about the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. I encourage everybody to, if you have the opportunity and can make it over there, go and visit the museum. They are open at reduced capacity, of course, but they are open for visitors. So do go over there and check them out. So obviously there's a lot of stuff going on still today. In Fulton, there will be continued competition as well as in Shenandoah. Colonial Heights is now finished for the day and they're all wrapped up. We've got, let's see, we're 31 and 32 getting ready to go over there in Shenandoah 31. It'll be new teams coming in. And in Fulton, we've already seen those teams compete once today. And then they'll be coming back. So Blue Chariots of Fire and Mechanical Paradox on the field at the moment. Looking forward to seeing them compete in their second match. Let's see, we can get this one running again. So, oh, coming back now. Looks like Ethan coming back on the line.
Of course.
Deal. My streams are looking kind of weird. Oh, we're back. Yeah. So here we go, and we've got one robot on the field over there at Shenandoah. So I don't know if that's Gardner or Bacon, but they are doing their testing and lining up.
That's
In the
right.
meantime, we've got Fulton, and looks like both robots are on the field, so we should be seeing a randomization choice momentarily.
That's right. According to the system, this is Blue Chariots of Fire and Mechanical Paradox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, randomization A.
And speaking from the great beyond, remember, the Mechanical Paradox was unable to join us today.
Is that what?
So we have team 17219 filling in as a surrogate for the Mechanical Paradox.
Fantastic. I love that first spirit stepping in to help out another team and give them the opportunity to score some additional points. So off we go in autonomous.
All right. Looks like they put forward. Oh, yeah, a little bit of a collision there.
Uh-oh, it's going to de-score that. Oh, both of those. That's too bad. So that has consequence, unfortunately, for the team, and they're going to need to learn. Oh, wow! I think they need to discuss their autonomous strategy before the next match.
A lot of bumping into each other, and the robots, they don't know any better. They don't have a set of eyes to be able to change
pick up
their
your
position.
controller.
So that's going to be 5 points in autonomous from that parking, and one wobble goal is upright, and looks like it. Just as I say that, they get a second wobble goal upright, and both of which are in the zone that they are eligible to be scored in endgame, as long as they stay in that zone and are ready to be gone by the time the clock hits 30. All right. So, an exciting match. So far, 17 points on the board, courtesy of the 5 in endgame and the 2 points up in the high goal. Still plenty of time left in this match to put points on the board.
Oh, yes. And it's interesting. You can see there's a plow configuration on one of the robots. I can't tell which one it is. Let's see, 17. Okay, so it's not our surrogate. I can't see the number.
Oh, yeah, those numbers are just so hard to see.
Hard to read.
From our perspective.
Right.
That's right. Okay. So those robots are just all over the place. They're moving with purpose. So far, 4 high goal shots, which is fantastic. Just getting down into endgame. Let's see if they're going to try to move any of those wobble goals, one of which is in the down position.
Right, so they can pick that up, hopefully. Well, the up position, they got that one, so we'll move that out, see if they can tip it up, get the other one ready to go.
They grabbed one with the claw, but they're not going over to that back wall quite yet. Now they are. Down and over. 20 points, just like that. Here comes the buzzer in a couple seconds. One final shot.
Power shot, good job.
Yeah, all right. I wasn't sure if that connected, but it looks like it did. All right.
Interesting. So it looked like the ring hit the wobble goal. Hit the power shot, knocked it over, but then stayed up on the rail.
Yeah.
So I can't tell if it's actually on the power shot. That would be pretty cool. Well, here comes the score, and it's going to be 54 with a 10-point penalty. We saw the explanation there. Let's see if I can see what it is. You can't see what the actual penalty was, but 10 points, it looks like that's a ring going out of the arena.
It could be. All right, we are over here in Shenandoah, a place where James had just came back from virtually, and we've got robots all over the place. Looks like at least one robot is on that line for 5 points as they go into tele-op. All right. Those robots are all over the place. They are moving.
Mm. So are they stopping the match? No,
No,
looking at a different. No. Looking at a different feed. Now everything's going fine over there. We got shooting in the middle goal, and those are going in.
Yeah. Now, is that the correct
shot? See if I can line that up.
Yeah, they're playing for the blue side right now. So if you're going to shoot,
shouldn't be shooting at that red goal.
Mm-hmm. So far, one high goal shot, which is fantastic. All right. And remember, this is their first match together.
Right.
So if they're gonna have to work out strategies or have any mechanical failures, it should be now so that their other 4 matches can be perfect. Is the goal, you know?
Right.
Take a match to kind of feel things out. Of course, you still want to do really well.
Of course. Well, everybody wants that, but yeah, there's a little bit of dancing, right? You got to learn your partner and figure out who's going where, and how are you each going to be able to capitalize on the other strengths?
My dance reference. Still reliable.
Yeah.
I'm with it. Totally with it.
All right. So we've got 20 seconds left. We got one wobble goal up and out of here. Very quick. It doesn't look like the other one's going to be eligible to score.
I don't think it's the right. No, it's in the wrong place, so they won't be able to do that. But taking some shots. Did they get a power shot? It looks like they
might have. Yeah.
Oh, they got one.
They got one now. They got one now.
One's down. Yeah, I'm not sure what caused it to fall. Referees say it was a ring. That's good. 46 points. Very respectable. 2 very well-versed robots. They can do it all. They can push wobbles. They can lift wobbles. They can shoot high, shoot power. Official score of 46 points.
I think very much demonstrating the power of the end game and shifting the scoring up. They got the auto, got stealing driver control, but
we've seen some teams make their mark just in that end game.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
You put up that wonderful end game and that wonderful autonomous, you can lack in your driver control a little bit. We've seen it happen. We've also seen that if you have that strong driver control and that strong end game, you can relax in your autonomous. But even though I say that you can relax, never relax in First Robotics. We always want to push forward. We always want to push as hard as you can. This is supposed to be the hardest fun you will ever have.
I mean, you say never relax, but it's all right to, take a celebratory dinner after you win an award and all that. So,
I don't know if many people are going out. I don't know if many people are going out to have dinner anymore.
All right. Well, we'll say goodbye.
Celebratory dinner after everything we go to, because again, we're not there to win. We're there to play, and since we played, that's worth a meal.
Absolutely.
I think my school considered our bus ticket our feeding the team. They were like, we gave you permission. We gave you enough money to get here and to go back. We paid $10,000 for you to show your face. That's all you're getting.
Well, I'm going to scoot here, folks. Folks at home, you're in great hands. You've been in some great hands for the day with Ethan and Niall. And we'll see you tomorrow morning for day 2. In the meantime, enjoy the rest of the activity here at Shenandoah and at Fulton.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Fantastic.
And so there goes James signing off.
Yeah, one of our
wonderful commentators.
Uh-huh.
He also did that interview earlier, so even though you guys see our first Twitch feed, don't forget that there's also a first YouTube channel. You might see some of these videos popping up on our YouTube channel later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. so great that we have the option to live stream because you know, one of my students asked me the other day. They were like, "Oh, Coach Ethan, you talk a lot about your previous matches. Can you pull up the recordings of them? We didn't record matches back then. Like, all these cameras and live streams, that's a fairly recent development, like in the past 3 years.
One thing that I can say that I did used to like about the FRC championship is we used to be on TV. So we do have recordings for some of our events.
That's true, yeah. All right, so we are underway over here in Fulton with match number 33. If that's what you guys are looking at, that's what I'm looking at. We have a fantastic autonomous period with 34 points. We got 2 robots parked. We got 2 shots up in the high goal. That is what we like to see. Fantastic robot action. Looks like we have 1 wobble goal
Driver,
in the zone
pick up your
C.
controllers.
Unfortunately, it was supposed to be in zone B.
2,
Hey, that's
1.
all right. It means that it's eligible to be scored in endgame because it's outside of the launch zone. Now, if they want to score that other wobble goal that's currently still on the tape, they might need to move that out of the launch zone, or they can choose just to purely focus on shooting rings. It's all the strategy question. All right.
Or as numbers guy would say, it's all a calculation, but we miss him too.
Calculations. Oh, I love that one quote where it's like, the risk I took was calculated, but man, am I bad at math.
I think one of my favorite quotes that I say all the time is, I don't gamble, I guarantee. And that's just to say, gambling is a risk. Gambling means, there's a percentage of error, there's a percentage in the margin that is it. No, I guarantee. I've calculated all my risk. I've gotten all my errors worked out.
Well, I can guarantee you these are some great teams on the field right now because they have made 4 high goal shots, 1 mid goal shot for a total of 62 points as the timer just gets below 40 seconds left. Now is the time to start thinking about those wobble goals, and looks like both should be able to score. I see one still in zone C in that corner, one of which is being proudly carried by one of the robots. They've got it in their jaws.
That is the blue chariots of fire right there, holding their wobble goal and then putting it right back.
Just
kicking
put it
around
down.
the field. Just kicks it around the field.
Yeah.
That's like kicking money, folks. You just kick $20.
Yeah. Looks like they took a power shot right at the last second. Don't know if it connected or not. But a very respectable score of 62 points is up on the board for these teams. All right. Yeah, so it's curious as to why they didn't score that wobble goal, but it's hard for us to tell. Maybe something wasn't working quite right. Maybe they were stuck on something that we didn't see. But it's all right. But we are underway over in Shenandoah Caverns. We got 10 points in autonomous. Looks like it was from 2 park.
Oh, he dropped off for a minute, but he'll be right back with us. And as they're shooting, they are firing off and again and again. Once again, these teams set themselves up in such a way that as one team is filling up that box, the other team is reloading, so that way there is never a pause in that continuous volley of shots that is filling that goal. And over at Fulton, Maryland,
Absolutely. That's why we're so thankful to have line players. Wow. Good job. All right. There have been some great robotic feats all day. Of course, FEAT. Most of our robots don't use feet because they prefer wheel.
Unless you watch some of the old game animations, in which case those bots definitely had hands and feet.
Oh yeah, but those robots were never meant to be created.
Never say never. I've definitely seen some people try to recreate the game animation bots.
Now, the bulldozer bot, that I think everybody loves. Like, you can't hate the bulldozer bot.
I sort of kind of love that like triple claw bot, only because of the fact that its wheel layout reminds me of the Omni Wheel days.
I love Omni Wheels, man.
As I say all the time, I'm from before the Mechanium Wheel era. I was Omni Wheel era. So all of our wheels, we would put one on each side, and so that way if we were driving forward one way, it was, oh, that might be that direction. You drive forward the other way, oh, it's the other direction.
Yep. Now, just closed out the Shenandoah match. Unofficial score of 34. Looks like one wobble goal was sent outside the field, one middle goal shot. Visual score of 34. Big points coming in from their end game by getting that wobble goal out of there. So, good job to those teams. All right. They're taking a second to reset. Looks like we got at least one robot on the field in Fulton.
But I really wonder why some of these teams are named the way that they are. Like, wouldn't you want to know why the team was named Bacon or Gardner Robotics?
And if I remember correctly, I think BACON is an acronym, but I can't remember for the life of me what.
Well, I know one way that we can remember, and that's if they go and fill out our survey.
Hey!
So teams, don't forget, go fill out that survey. Please let us know about yourselves. Please let us know why you are the way you are and what it means to be who you are. We would love to get to know about you guys. We would love to get to know all the wonderful, interesting things that makes your team unique. Same with like Blue Chariots of Fire. Why are you a Blue Chariot of Fire? Why aren't you a Red Chariot of Fire? What happened to Ice Cold or Vanilla Ice or something? I don't know. There's plenty of different things that you could have been. You could have been the Egyptian Chariots. You could have been the go-karts. Why Blue Chariots of Fire? Please let us know why you guys are what you are. Mechanical Paradox. What makes you so paradoxical?
Yeah.
What even makes you so mechanical? You could be an electrical paradox. I think an electrical paradox might be scarier than a mechanical paradox.
Yeah, I believe they call an electrical paradox a short because that'll create a bunch of sparks. You gotta.
Yeah, but you don't want to call somebody short.
That's not the short I'm talking about. So, all right. It's anybody's guess which field we'll be going to next. Looks like Fulton. They have
we're up in Shenandoah.
Shenandoah has two robots on the field. But regardless,
remember, in Shenandoah, we're talking about Gardner Robotics and Bacon. And down in Fulton, Maryland, we're talking about Blue Chariots of Fire and their surrogate 17. Oh, I'm terrible with numbers and names. Why do y'all let me do this? I don't remember people.
I believe you kept signing up.
17219. That one.
17219. Fantastic. All right. So Shenandoah, we have randomization B, a nice happy middle, one ring on the field. Those wobble goals we're trying to get them into that middle square there. We'll see if it pans out. In autonomous, which just started for Shenandoah. All right. Lining up. Took a couple shots, didn't quite land where they wanted them to.
Landed in the mid goal, I believe.
Right, and that's the mid goal for the Red Alliance, unfortunately. So if the referees bothered to score that, that's points to us, the commentators. That's just what we've decided. Anytime the opposing team gets points, it goes to the commentators. But they will get that part.
Spider-Bits is still here. Spider-Bits is the team that's still here. I want to say I knew the number was familiar.
Yeah.
So Spider-Bits is surrogate, filling in graciously for Mechanical Paradox, who unfortunately could not be here at this time.
Yep. All right. So starting off with 5 points, that's always good. That's 5 points that's in the bag, guaranteed, secured. Just gotta make sure that you don't get it
first.
All right.
Only guaranteeing first is that you will be put to the test.
Oh, absolutely. But I guarantee that you have the option to go pro. How about that? So whatever skills that you learn in first, you can take with you in any job you want. All right.
But
So
we did just
one...
we just got the definition of bacon.
Oh.
Best all-around club of nerds.
There we go. See?
But we're about to jump over to Fulton, Maryland real quick, where we see 79 points on the board with 70 seconds left on the clock. And with both of those wobble goals in scoring position, teams chasing after rings, launching them up into that slot, filling up the goal. 6 rings have already been put into the high goal. Let's see how many more they can do.
Fantastic. And, I really feel bad for these robots, because from the robots' perspective, they're just trying to get rid of all these rings, but then, they just keep coming back to them.
Like I said, I look at it more like hungry hippos. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet over there. Give me more!
Yeah. I wonder if the robots recognize the rings. Like, hey, I just shot this ring 4 seconds ago. What's it doing back here? All right, we've got a fantastic score of 103, and we are a couple seconds into the end game here. Now is the time to start looking at those wobble goals. Ooh, pushed it over. It wobbled back. Yeah, that wobble goal is down for the count. So they're going to go for the other wobble goal. Got that lifted up over their head. Can they get that over the wall in the last 4 seconds? Time is running out. Now's the time to do it. There it is. They let go.
Did it count? Is the question on the table. Referees, please let us know. But chat, remember, everything that you want us to know about your teams should be put in that survey. Hit us up in the survey and then let us know when you filled out the survey and we will definitely go look.
Absolutely.
And speaking about filling things out and providing a bunch of information, don't forget, teams, provide all your information and all of your videos for the judges panel.
Okay. We've got some final scores here. Shenandoah Caverns, the match that we started commenting on, that final score is 37 with 5 points from parking and autonomous, 12 points from shots and driver control, and a whopping 20 points in endgame. So congratulations to those teams. And then over in Maryland, we've got a final score of 125 points. 61 of those came from autonomous, 44 of those came from teleop, and the rest came from in-game. It changed before I could read them all out. Sorry.
I was about to say, I thought you wanted to keep talking about them. That's why I was letting you do it. You got quiet, and I'm sitting here like,
The problem is, I wish people could see periods on the end of sentences. Like in the digital world, it's just so gosh darn hard to read body language and whatnot.
I couldn't even see your body. It was just a score on the board, remember?
All right.
I'm listening.
Yeah. In person, man. Crazy to think that we used to go and actually see people. Can you believe that? Face and everything?
I still work on a frontline job, so I do still see people. I definitely still go see people.
Right.
Speaking of seeing people, don't forget, teams, we are still competing tomorrow. So don't forget to tune in tomorrow so you can see us some more. And also, in addition to seeing us, don't forget to come see our judges' final scores and results on Tuesday night.
What, Monday? It's on Monday.
Oh, it's on Monday this week.
On Monday, yeah. We want to get those results out to you as soon as possible because guess what happens this coming weekend? It's the championship. Yeah.
Somebody get me a golden goblet or a crown or something. What do we need to hold up? So I know soccer has the World Cup. Baseball, hockey has the Stanley Cup. Football has the Lombardi. What do
we got for us?
We need a gear. That's what we need, a golden gear.
Well, BattleBots has the big nut, right?
Giant. Yep.
Is that a beep of fortune that I hear?
Yeah, it sounds like a friend.
Is that a beep of fortune that I hear? Yeah, it sounds like a beep of headphones. Is that a beep of fortune that I hear? Yeah, it sounds like a beep of
feedback here.
Hello.
All right.
I think I turned it off.
There we go. It's all good. Fantastic.
But speaking about turning off, let's not turn off these bots because we have bots getting ready to jump on this field.
Oh my god.
But so, Lisa, how have you been? You left the sport.
Good.
How's all the technical writing and everything?
It's great. I had to do some trainings, but I'm back.
Wow, we are glad to have you. Oh man. Speaking of trainings, these bots are. I can't transition as well as Niall. We're into autonomous here over in Shenandoah Caverns, dropping off a wobble goal. They made a couple shots, didn't quite connect, but it looks like they're going to get 2 robots parking on the tape. All right.
You flatter me. I think my transitions are only this good because I know how to get out of an unfortunate conversation.
And why is that?
Because I talk a lot. So then when I talk to somebody that I don't like the conversation, it's like, oh, I'm transitioning.
All right. So, yeah, absolutely. We're starting off this match with 10 points. Both robots still carrying around those wobble goals, and that is absolutely a strategy just to make sure that, hey, if I'm carrying it around, I know exactly where it is at all times. I don't have to bump into it. And I can make positive certain that as soon as end game comes around, I don't have to worry about grabbing it again because it's already in my hand.
And teams, remember, this is why you have 3 members. Somebody can watch the clock. Somebody can watch the shooter. Somebody can watch where my other teammate is. Remember, robotics is a dance between the 2 teams that are located on the field. If you're not dancing with your partner, you will bump and you will step on each other's toes. And unfortunately, stepping on the other robot's toes in robotics can lead to some very, very bad situations.
All right. So we've got just under 45 seconds left here. Unfortunately, one of those robots seems motionless.
Yeah. I wonder what seems to be the disconnect between 70-80.
Mm-hmm.
But with these last 30 seconds, Team 18825 races across the field to throw out that wobble goal. They might actually try to snatch the wobble goal from their partner as well, but they seem to be dancing across the field right now. I don't know what it is. I hope everything's okay and they're just dancing. Teams, as much as it is fun to dance, please be serious.
Well, you know, I think they deserve to dance celebration.
Yeah, but you know, referees sometimes can't tell if your dancing is you being fun or your dancing is your robot isn't in control.
Well, I suppose.
A little bit of both.
Like, I remember
the robots in Fulton are absolutely out of control because they're an autonomous. So they have just dropped off their wobble goals. Looks like one might be in, but we definitely have one robot parked. So that,
Driver,
yep, so
pick up your controller.
Referees counted
3,
that as in, so
2,
we are starting off this teleop with 20 points.
Nice, that's a good start.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that 20 points coming out of the opening gate, these teams are both ripping and roaring to go find any and every opportunity that they have on this field. Teams zipping off, picking up rings, launching at that top goal. We're just seeing them just barely miss that goal.
Uh-huh.
Looks like they got one of the low goals down there.
There we go. Yeah, points are points, no matter how small. And unfortunately, this will be the last match with these 2 teams. I'm blanking on their names. I am so sorry.
This is Blue Chariots of Fire and Spider Bits.
That's right. Thank you so much. Spider Bits, of course, being a very gracious surrogate. They've already played 5 matches, but they stuck around to take the place of Mechanical Paradox. And right now, we have had 5 shots in the high goal during this teleop period, and we've got just under 45 seconds left, so still plenty of opportunities for points here. Sending a couple more shots into that high goal. This is fantastic. We love to see teams close out the day on a good note. Now we're into that in-game period. Now they're going to start going for those wobble goals. Very precisely lining it up to get that claw working.
And it's out
I love
there.
how efficient that was.
Let's see if they
Yeah.
put that second one up. Tip it over. Tip it over. And it's up.
They got it back up.
There we go.
Let's see.
5 seconds.
Second.
Yeah,
5 seconds.
Go, go, go,
Can they
go,
go?
go.
Can they go? Is it going to be gone?
I don't know.
That is all to the rest of the side.
Yeah. I mean, it's over there, but yeah, I'm not sure when the buzzer sounded. That's, yeah. I do not.
Our resident sheriff pacing around his parts.
Yeah. Love that hat.
Oh, we love all the hats. I love all the hats, all the buttons, all the shirts, all the wonderful, great, and interesting things teams have. Teams, remember, buttons, shirts, hats, everything. We love it. You guys love it too. Even some of the refs still like it. If you guys have buttons that you guys want to leave for the refs and for everyone else, try. Very few times will we tell you guys no for leaving us team memorabilia.
That's right.
We love having you guys here.
All right.
And we're about to jump up to Shenandoah as we await Gardner Robotics and Bacon's final match. Once again, this is qualification round 35. We are just awaiting their randomization. But now Bacon has me wanting bacon. Now I'm getting hungry. Why bacon? Why?
I think that was their goal. They're distracting us.
I'm gonna be very blunt and be like, these nerds and their acronyms. I mean, they have nerds in the name. I forget what it fully said. It was
best all-around club of nerds.
Yeah, so like they have nerds in the name, so I'm gonna say nerds. These nerds. That's like my food and my hunger.
Ah, that's all right to embrace being a nerd. You know, there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, when said in anger, everything is a bad thing.
Oh, of course. Niall, you freaking great person, you. Arg.
Aggressive compliments. You never know how to take them.
It looks like the final results from Fulton are posted with a total score of 104 points.
And
20 for
and the Mechanical Paradox, once again, thanking Spider Bits for all their help and for being a gracious surrogate over in Fulton, Maryland for the Blue Chariots of Fire. And speaking about thanking people, we'd love to always thank all of our sponsors. Everyone from the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum, Booz Allen Hamilton, Leidos, Qualcomm, Northrop Grumman, and all of our other wonderful, gracious hosts and sponsors. You know, we have to give a big thanks to Star Wars for being a force for change.
Here we go. Autonomous in Shenandoah. 10 points, just like that. 2 robots parked on the tape. Love to see it.
Set up A. Now, see, one thing that I kind of like about Team 7080 is the fact that they're built like a turtle shell. So a lot of the things can't get stuck in their bot. It just rolls right off.
There we go. Yeah, and that's the goal, you know, is to, because if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time and one of those rings falls into your robot and you can't get it unstuck, that's going to be bad news for you.
That's pretty cool. They picked up the wobble Cool. And they also have been pulling in those things at the same time.
There we go, yeah. Multitasking is fantastic.
And we love seeing those bots that can actually multitask. There are plenty of different tasks and challenges for teams to complete. And so with that, it's wonderful seeing all these teams and everything that they can do.
Yeah, and what's great is that although it's one robot, there are often two drivers with game controllers. Typically, one controls the base movement of the robot, and the other one controls all the attachments, the bells, the whistles, the shooter, the collector. So that makes multitasking like this easier. And then there's often a spotter or coach, as they're sometimes called, calling the shots. And a good shot was called there because they got one of those wobble goals out of the field, and we are got 15 seconds left. Can they get the second one?
Talking about this dual teammate dynamic, my team back in my day, our drivers used to eat together, go to lunch together, go to class together. They played sports together. They did every single thing as a team. So by the time that they got to competition, they were 100% in sync. I mean, you'd ask them a question and they'd answer together. There was no separating my drivers, and that was for the pure point of that whole unit need to be synchronous to where they didn't need to look down at the controls. They did not need to look away from the field. It could 100% have focus and trust in the field, and they knew that as one person was driving, the other person would shoot. I could switch them off, and the other person would drive while the other person shot. And they knew their partner's individual quirks and ticks, so that way they would be 100% efficient at that game.
That's a pretty cool strategy to keep them all together and make them work together. How much practice does it take usually for these drivers to work together, do you say?
My school, in addition to practicing with the actual robot, one of the things that some of my drivers used to do together, because we either use the air controller joysticks, like the airplane controller joysticks, or the game, like Xbox controller, they would go play video games together. So you would see them both playing the same game, learning to move and step with each other to stay as a group, because if they split up as a group, they die in the game. So they learn they have to stick together. They have to trust each other. Sometimes we would do those blindfolded exercises with our obstacle course, so that way they have to trust each other's words and each other's controls to move through. And speaking of trust, and speaking of all the good and great things that happen in First, we're getting ready to show one of the founders of First, what the creator of First ethos, gracious professionalism. And so we're going to bring you a nice short clip to you all from Woody Flowers called Good Stuff, because everyone loves that good stuff.
What happens when natural language is applied to solid modeling and stress analysis? You might soon be able to say to your screen, design a bracket to hold this wheel, keep the deflection to less than 1 millimeter as the robot collides with a stiff wall at full speed. That time is near. So what will a STEM-trained person do? What will we offer to society so society will love us? It's not likely to be commonly applied at technical analysis. However, uniquely human things like recognizing needs, being creative, acting on empathy, demonstrating leadership, designing beautiful things, those uniquely human characteristics will be even more valuable. So, those who understand the universe and understand themselves and society will be in a very powerful and satisfying position. That's good stuff. Building a robot teaches that the universe is perfect. Mother Nature applies all of her rules all the time. She is reliable and causal. If we learn about her, we can work with her. When she surprises us, she is teaching. So a robot is a natural thing. Its behavior is totally determined by the laws of the universe. And the same laws apply for the whole universe, which is bigger than we humans can imagine. This sphere, for example, is a 3D model of part of the universe. Each tiny speck represents a galaxy. Now, our galaxy would be very hard to find in this cloud of specks. If you could find our speck, you'd be hard-pressed to find our solar system, then our planet, then our continent, etc. Compared to the realm of the laws of the universe, we humans are the small end of nothing whittled to a fine point. Learning about the universe through your robot's behavior can teach humility. Our belief that we are the most important things ever is hard to justify. So arrogance is not appropriate. We do not own the place. We should behave as a temporary user who has a long-term good in mind. Be careful about human chauvinism. It is not good stuff.
We wish that we could still hear more from you. And with that, we're about to be coming back into Fulton, Maryland, and Shenandoah, Virginia. Just talking about the teams that we're about to see. Looking at Fulton, Maryland first, we have team 18769, Metal Jackets FTC. We also have team 14399, the Gearbox Gators. And over in Shenandoah, we have teams 2818 G-Force, as well as teams 18381, the Ram Eaters. Hopefully they don't eat up all the RAM on this stream, because we do need it.
And these are the last, for at least Shenandoah, this is the last qualification round, correct? For the last matches?
These might be the last matches for Shenandoah, but Fulton are going all the way out to round 50. And then 51 through 70 should be tomorrow. Will you be able to commentate with us tomorrow, even though you're going to be one of the judges, or are you going to be busy over there?
I believe I will be busy judging all day tomorrow, unfortunately, but fortunately, I get to see both sides of the game.
So teams, you know, if you want to see one of your judges, she's here right now. If you guys want to say hi, start your interview a little bit, you know.
Let's see how well we're doing out here on the field.
But at Fulton, we are going underway with these two teams. Now, I see these two big side pieces on this bot. I wonder what it's for. These big, like, blinders on 18769.
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
So we have 14399 dropping off in the right zone and being parked, I believe. I don't know if any of those went in.
And
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3,
it looks like
2,
we're now in
1.
the driver control period.
They must have been in contact with that wobble goal, so they didn't get the points for the wobble. Yeah, I really want to see the purpose of that side shield. I think it might have been a defensive bot originally. That could have been its purpose. It could have been a defensive bot. But it almost looked, what I think it is, the actual pieces, I think they're like the locker sheets, like the sheet metal that came off of locker siding. That's what it looks like with the little handles on it.
It does. And now you aren't allowed. Are you allowed to block in the game if we had both alliances playing? Would you be able to block?
I think you're allowed to be slightly defensive. I think I'm allowed to be in front of you for up to 3 seconds or something like that. So if I zipped in front of you right before you shot those 3 shots, then I'd be fine. But if I stayed and hovered over you for the whole game, I don't think that's allowed.
Yeah. Oh, good shot.
Because in a lot of these games, yes, they still want you to be on your side for the most part. But remember, you have to remember with them having the middle goal on your opponent's side, you would eventually have to go over to their side if you wanted to shoot at the middle goal.
Right.
So there has to be some level of defensiveness that goes in with your bot, because if I park in front of the line and you're used to shooting from the line, that could definitely do something there. But as we approach these last 30 seconds over in Fulton, Maryland, our two teams having put up 44 points on the board, starting to push the wobble goal back towards the line. Oh, it got lost in the other one, and that is a minefield of rings over there.
Yeah. I got some good points in, though.
But with 44 points on the board before the referees are finished, that is honestly a wonderful opening score. And we're going to take a quick jump over to Shenandoah. And over in Shenandoah, they already have 52 points on the board with about 95 seconds left before the clock hits 0.
It looks like
Otherwise, about a minute and a half. Fantastic. All right. So those robots are just all over the place. I see a little splash of yellow on the right side of the field, and of course on the field, which is just fantastic. Yellow is one of my favorite colors. Because it's not blue, it's not red, so it's alliance neutral is what it is.
Team 2818. And my school colors were red and black. My favorite colors are red and black. So I never had a problem with rocking red. Oh, I was a 5th generation student to my high school.
My goodness.
All right. My high school was established back in 1870. It was the first high school for African Americans to attend in the entire nation.
Fantastic.
So
all right.
I took very much pride in being at my school.
As you should. So we've got 1 shot in the high goal, 2 shots in the mid goal. They're getting those wobble goals, trying to kick them out as soon as they possibly can.
I see one in the air. One in the air, one on the move. Let's see what can happen. Go get it. Go get it.
9 seconds.
With that handoff.
Yeah, go.
Get it.
So close.
All the way. Javelin toss. Oh, that's going to be very close.
Yeah.
That's going to be very close. That's really up to the refs.
Yeah, I saw that 2818 was trying to make those power shots at the end. It doesn't look like they hit any, though.
I believe 2818 is 2 female drivers.
Well,
that scored 106, and of course that was their first match together, G-Force and the Ram Eaters. And it is fantastic that was their first match. Really sets the tone for the rest of their matches. All right. I wonder, these two teams have worked together before, G-Force and Ram Eaters. I recognize their names individually, but
I recognize both of the names. I don't know if they did pair up. It seems like we've had a lot of teams that were paired off 2 weeks ago, so they could very well be paired off from 2 weeks ago.
yeah, I mean, like, what are the odds of that? But it's a random chance, so anything can happen. All right.
Our backstage is always a group of comedians. If you guys think that we talk a lot and that we're funny from time to time, just wait. If we were to put our backstage on camera, whew, those guys. Maybe one day we should do that. We'll do like a flip flop. We'll do the screen work and they'll do the talking.
All right.
I don't know how we
Probably won't be very good screen work.
Like,
Hey.
I hate to insult us as commentators, but like, I don't think anything would be done if I was in charge of doing the backstage stuff. I wouldn't know what.
If they told me what buttons to hit, I could hit the button. I know that much. Just don't expect me to problem solve too well. But if you told me hit button A to do button A, I can do it. But we're about to jump back over to Fulton with the Metal Jackets FTC and the Gearbox Gators as they go into configuration B. Let's see if we can wrangle them Gators back into that box.
That'd be nice.
There we go. They got one ring on the field, so it's up to their human players to feed them.
That's one thing that I did always want to try, though, was Gator.
Oh, it's good. It's good.
Go down south and try it.
I'm from the island. I done tried practically everything else. And when I used to live down south, I had one chance, and then I missed it. So I want to see if I can get another chance.
It tastes like chicken.
It does taste like
Everything
chicken.
in the
Like
world
they-
tastes like chicken.
The wobble goal, it got on the corner there. I wonder if that
Yeah,
counts.
but unfortunately, if it's not fully inside the box, it will not count.
Yeah. So you bring up a good point, though. Yeah.
Team 14399. You can say hi to the camera. Please do not shoot the camera.
Driver, pick up your controllers. 3,
I need
2, 1.
That's our only frame of reference.
If you shoot us, we cannot help you. And by we, I mean the people in the back that actually get to manage the scores.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that you bring up the difference between in and completely in, because one of those wobble goals looks like it could be counted as in both of those zones. So in order to be in, you just have to have some part breaking the plane, whereas completely in, you need to be, well, completely in. So when this challenge was first revealed, I thought, hey, what if we put our wobble goal down between two of the zones, and then there's like a 66% chance that we're right. But then they added that rule about you have to be completely in, and well, there went my strategy.
So teams, I'll give you another frame of reference. This isn't the hokey pokey. You cannot put your right foot in and your left foot out. This is hopscotch. You must jump in that box.
Well, let's see if they move it out during the end game scoring. Hopefully they're able to get some points there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 2
I
points.
think loading up that box, though, that's always wonderful to see.
Points from 2 high goal shots, yes.
And we approach this final 30 seconds. Both of these wobble goals are eligible with the being past the white line. Let's see what these two teams can do.
Looks like one alliance partner is a little bit caught up, doing a little spin move.
There's a ring stuck
under. Yeah,
there is.
These teams with their rings, they love getting caught up under that calamari.
On your ring, yeah, sure.
No, calamari. It's like it's the tentacles. It grabs on. It don't let you go. Wraps around like
Calamari doesn't have the tentacles at that point. If it's already cooked.
All right.
Let's see.
So we are going to grab your attention and bring it over to Shenandoah, where they are making some fantastic high goal shots. So far, 2 total.
Please, not that. I wonder if that wobble goal is live. That second wobble goal.
Yeah. So what matters is whether or not It was outside the shooting zone when the clock hit 30. So that's not going to stop them. They're still trying to.
I believe they're still going to try because they don't want to risk it if it is live and then they just lost 20 points.
But it looks like they got all 3 power shots.
See 3 power shots.
Now, while we were talking about the wobble goal, 28-18. Snake shot down
like
all 3 power shots.
They've got a pretty good score.
Like I said, those 2 ladies behind the controls just demolishing that field.
Mm-hmm.
Love to see women in STEM.
And with the final score popping up at 149, they bounce into the 11th and 12th pole positions.
And let's look at that in-game score.
That competition.
That in-game score is 85 points.
That means that they did count both of the wobble goals. If it's 85, they counted both wobble goals and the 3 because that means 20 points per wobble and 15 per power. Powers being 15 by 3, that's 45. Wobbles being 20 by 2, that's 40. 40 plus the 45 equals that 85 right there.
Yeah. See, numbers guy could have done that all in his head.
I did it in my head too.
Okay, that was still very impressive.
So if you don't count
numbers guy just gives you percentages and other.
Yeah. If you don't think about rings being put on the wobble goal, then that means that was the perfect end game. That's the best that you could have hoped for with those 3 power shots and those 2 wobble goals. So hopefully we can see more like that from not only them, but from our teams in Fulton still competing.
Teams over there saying hi in Shenandoah.
Yeah.
Yes, teams, we see you. If you dance, if you have your nice, interesting gear, we will notice.
Yeah. Now, I hate to rain on our parade, but it's possible that they could be waving to their team because they do have an audience cam set up where
I think their audience TV is off to the side, though. I don't think it's directly behind them.
All right. Well, maybe they're using the same camera, though. But, yeah, all right. Let's believe that they're waving.
They're probably using the same camera lenses, though.
Exactly. So, for our self-confidence, we'll say that they are waving to us.
Or Twitch, maybe they're talking to you guys.
We're getting confirmation that, yeah, they were probably...
Well, we're getting randomization B going out to Fulton, Maryland. Randomization B.
And randomization B in Shenandoah.
I'm starting to think these randomizations aren't so random.
They all start off with their
maybe Arrow
one.
Maybe we need a team called the Matrix. Or Inception. That's what we need. We need Inception. Somebody's name
already team. There's gotta be.
The Matrix is probably a team. I don't know if Inception is a team.
Yeah.
Or
well, here we go.
New movie Tenet. Maybe it's Tenet.
All right. Which one are we watching? Yeah, Shenandoah.
Shenandoah.
Fantastic.
You can't get lost in the madness.
Oh, they made a couple of points there.
All
Looks
right.
like. There we go.
Yep, 1 shot in the high goal, 12 points. Good way to start out a match. 1 wobble goal in the right position. There we go. And looks like 2 robots parked. Way to go.
So we got 2 parks. Wobble. Now let's see if they put that second wobble goal back into scoreable position. Yep, they do. Remember, teams, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the box, but it does have to be across the white line. The only alternative to that is if you put it in box A. If it is still within box A, it is also considered live.
Yeah, so we know all that's very complicated, but the idea is that the intent behind that rule was so that you didn't just leave your wobble goal there in autonomous so that you could quickly pick it up in in-game. They wanted to make it a little bit harder for you. And this is actually one of the hardest challenges that I've ever seen in FTC, and I have seen a lot. In fact, all of them since
One of the things that I think makes this game so hard is the fact that there is no real interaction with the field. Like, there's no standardized obstacle. A lot of times we build to get around the obstacle. Like, we're building to get over something, building to go under something.
Right.
This time it's no, you got the field. The field is open.
The rings are the obstacles this time, and they're also.
What do you do with these rings and these wobble goes in the way? Like, they're not a permanent obstacle. It's a moving obstacle. What do you got to do?
All right, so we've gotten 3 shots into the high goal, 2 shots into the mid goal, and a respectable score of 63 as we have about 20 seconds left. They've got their attention on those bubble goals.
There they go. Hopefully they can get both of them.
And speaking of respectable scores, Fulton, Maryland also putting up a respectable score of 53 at this time. We will probably pan over to them for their score as it gets posted because both Shenandoah and Fulton, Maryland started at the same time. And with both of these events rounding out, Shenandoah puts up a current unofficial score of 103, and Fulton puts up a current unofficial score of 53. Both of our referees making sure that the field is clear and available before giving the green light to take their bots.
All right.
They got some good points this round.
Absolutely.
But their score keeps changing. What's that final score about to be? And the final score is 53 at Fulton, Maryland. And 107 over in Shenandoah Caverns.
Very respectable. Love to see them. And just getting robots out here and on the field. That's already a victory.
You know my favorite thing about all these team scores so far? That 0 penalty. Make sure to keep that penalty down. Make sure to keep the opponent's side down. As much as I love getting points as a commentator, it doesn't help me, and it surely doesn't help you. So please keep our score down and keep your score up. Our score is like a game of golf. We want to be as close to 0 as possible. Your score should be as high as the sky. Remember, you all are trying to be like Star Wars. Get that score to go to a galaxy far, far away.
All right. So teams are making little tweaks to their robots, making sure everything's working all right. Trying to make use of the full 5 minutes because, just because the robot performed really well in the last match doesn't mean the wire didn't come loose. Doesn't mean the bolt didn't come loose. So it always helps to just check and make sure. Shenandoah has another bit of dancing on cam. That one's probably to their fan cam because they seem
because they were both together and they kind of looked like they were looking our way. Now that one they're looking to the side. That one was definitely off to the side. Now this one right now they were giving up. I can't tell. Shenandoah, if you can hear us, say something to us. Do something specific for us. Do something.
Yeah, bring. Teams should start bringing signs that they can write messages to the screen.
I don't know about signs so much because they can still speak to their family at home.
That's right, they can.
Bring flags and bring on the flags. Bring on the buttons. Bring on the shirts. Bring on all the great team gear.
If you have a mascot costume, try to bring that.
Like I said, dress your mentor up in a mascot. If you have a mentor like this one that's out on the screen already, might as well put him in a suit.
Yeah, walking like an
I love the dances. The best part about competitions is being able to do some of the line dances in between the games.
Oh, all the cha-cha slide and the Cupid shuffle and the hamster dance and
hamster dance, really? Oh my gosh.
I love these t-shirts, all of the teams having their matching uniforms to show their team pride, their team numbers on there. it's really great to just see everyone getting together to make this a good experience for everyone, even though we're still virtual.
Yep. And,
backstage trying to have fun. Backstage, y'all gonna give us music? Backstage, y'all can give us music. We'll do stuff. We're fine. But Louis, so what's one of the big things that you miss about competition or about being there in person?
I definitely think it is being able to talk to everyone and communicate with other teams. I think even if you don't have a part in driving the robot or being on that field, walking around the pits and meeting other people, showing your gracious professionalism, it's a really good time to just make new friends. I've made tons of friends through these competitions.
All right.
One of the things I miss the most.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that used to be really cool for me, some of the people that I went to middle school with were on FTC teams. I mean, we're on FRC teams at other schools, and so I would see them at competition after not seeing them for a whole year. And so I used to love running over to the pits to go find them, or they would run over to the pits to try to find me to see who could catch the other person. All right. And then the other thing was like everybody just gathering around later. Like it used to be really fun, everybody going to lunch or something big like that.
All right. So we have a fantastic score of 15 on the board right now in Fulton, Maryland. And that is thanks to a power shot in autonomous. So we talk about how hard those power shots are because you hit one and you got to move and hit another one. So yeah, it's no easy task. And then, as I'm saying this, we have 2 high goal shots in Teleop, which is fantastic, bringing their score to unofficially 27 with about half the match left.
Doing pretty well so far, already up to 63 points on the scoreboard.
Oh, that's a Shenandoah.
Oh, 67, no.
Sorry. Which one was the stream showing, Shenandoah or Fulton?
Shenandoah.
Shenandoah, fantastic. They're doing great in both places. All right.
Both of these teams, once again, wonderful scores. Shenandoah putting up that 67 points already. 50 seconds left on the clock.
73. Can they break 100? That's the question. These last couple seconds may make or break that, because if they get both wobble goals out again, that'll put them over the 100-point line. So they are ready. Here comes the in-game buzzer. They've got it up in the air.
They're going for those power shots once again. Unfortunately, they hit the crossbar. And remember, teams, if you hit that crossbar and happen to knock a pole back, it does not count. Your ring must touch the power shot itself. Now, that's not to stop you from knocking down 2 power shots with 1 ring, as we have seen before, but the ring must come in contact with the power shot. It cannot just be coming in contact with the bar. Because if that was the case, what's to stop you from overcharging your power shot and just shaking the whole bar and knocking all 3 down?
Yeah. So here we go. They did get both wobble goals out. That's going to be 132 points. Fantastic
job. Also did manage to take away one of those power shots. So one of those shots that they shot up did connect.
Yes. All right. That's what you like to see.
I mean, anytime these teams are out here is what I like to see. I like to see all of these scores.
Yeah, it shows a very good balance of each team and the robots that they've brought to perform today.
Okay.
And can we show Shenandoah right quick just to show all the people on the field? Because we have one of our other alumni ambassadors on the field right now. We also have teammates from both sides helping out with our referee. And so everybody, if you see that characteristic blue shirt with the Wi-Fi logo, that is the alumni ambassadors. Those are people who graduated out of a FIRST program and still wanted to come back to help their teams and help out in general in the name of FIRST. So remember, just because you have gotten older, just because you're not able to play on the field, does not mean you cannot get back to your teams. I'm speaking for all of us. All three of us in the box are alumni. All three of us in the box participated. We're out on the field, got our hands dirty, left our blood, sweat, and tears on the field for these bots, and we're still back.
We try not to leave the blood, but it does occasionally happen.
It's an unnecessary, it's an unfortunate byproduct, but you know.
Yeah.
This means you're working hard.
Yeah. You weren't in first if you didn't at least cut yourself once.
Oh yeah.
Even with Lego League, I've been surprised. I've seen people cut themselves in Lego League.
You know, like putting out pictures for the project and setting up those trifold boards. Those are gonna be pretty intense.
I saw somebody just rolling out the mat. But we're about to head over to Fulton with the Metal Jackets FTC and the Gearbox Gators. And this is both of our teams' 40th and final match for their events. This is going to be the final event over in Shenandoah, Virginia. So after this, we're going to be waving goodbye to them. But there are still a few more matches to go in Fulton, Maryland. We would just be saying goodbye to the Gearbox Gators and the Metal Jackets.
All right. So we got configuration B over in Fulton. Getting set up for that. Can't wait to see how this match is going to be. And for those of you folks who are watching us from home right now, let me know if you can figure out exactly which keys Niles is pressing on his super loud keyboard. Let me know.
It's not necessarily that my keyboard is super loud. I have a gaming keyboard with a streaming microphone. My microphone is one of those blue snowballs. It's like an ASMR quality microphone. I can almost whisper and you will still hear me into this microphone.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we have a fantastic autonomous closing up here in Fulton. 5 points in that park.
Pick up your controller.
They did take a couple shots. They didn't
2, 1.
All right.
And Shenandoah is randomization A. But with those 5 points on the board, these two teams are going to be firing away and taking off over at Fulton, Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they're going after those rings. They're doing a pretty good job of organizing them so they're not all over the field.
That's right.
And teams, don't forget, all of our results are posted at the end of these matches. And teams, also don't forget, say hi to Louisa. Send her your information. She's going to be one of your judges tomorrow. So please make sure that she can see everything that you guys have by submitting all of your information to us. We do need all of your information after each event. Every single event that you go to, you must resubmit. That means all of your videos, all of your outreach. What did you say? A 15-page report or something, Ethan?
It's called an engineering portfolio. That's right.
All of the portfolios and documentations. Don't forget that nice picture with all your smiling faces under your mask and socially distanced.
Yep. And speaking of, hey, we got some great scores on the field here. We got 4 points in the high goal for a total of 29 points all total here. And we are just entering end game. We've got one lava goal already being grabbed up in the air, carefully taken to the wall. All right. Can they do it?
Get rid of it.
Nice slow turn.
Drop it.
Drop it
There's
over. There we go.
Yeah.
Like they say, drop it like it's hot.
Yeah, but unfortunately that other wobble goal is down and looks like they weren't able to get it, but still a very respectable match number 40 with an unofficial score of 49 points on the board.
And while we await that official score, let's just take a quick peek over at Shenandoah. With 73 points on the board and 50 seconds left to go, They are filling up that top goal. Once again, teams, their auto period, they had both of those wobble goals. That these shots, they're constantly taking shots at that high goal, and they're gearing themselves up for that move once again. And with 30 seconds on the clock, both teams looking at their respective positions. Team 28-18 firing at those power shots as they've been doing, and team 18-1 going for those wobble goals once again. And what's that called again? A palindrome with those numbers?
Yeah, palindrome reads the same forwards as it does backwards.
Yes, that one. See, I know I went to school one time.
Here comes the wobble goal. Ooh.
And with time expiring over in Shenandoah, the final score for qualification match 40 was 49 points, pushing those two teams up into the 9th and 10th pole positions.
Way to go.
Our final score coming out of Shenandoah Caverns is 132 points.
Way to go. And when we say final score, we mean final score. So that will be us waving goodbye to not only team 2818 and 8381, but also to Shenandoah as a venue. So that means all of the teams who competed today in Shenandoah and Colonial Heights will be judged tomorrow. And then we'll have an award ceremony on Monday evening.
They're waving goodbye to us as well. Wait. Bring them back up.
Guys,
somebody get their attention.
I think all the teams at Shenandoah and all of the other venues have done really well today. Super impressed.
This will be the very last time that we get to see all those wonderful smiling faces over in Shenandoah. This is the last time we get to see all those wonderful cars and trucks in the background, because Shenandoah will be shutting down as one of our FTC sites. I believe the championship is all in Fulton. Am I
in Colonial Heights? I know because I'm going.
It's in Colonial Heights as well. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember they were trying to put out 2 fields in one of the locations.
Yeah, hard to say, but yeah, so it's going to be a lot of fun, the championship. I'm not entirely sure what it's going to look like, but I'm sure it'll be a heck of a lot of fun.
And I can assure you guys of one thing, we're going to be right up here in this box watching it all go down. But speaking about things in a box, we got Crabotics of 16540 and High Point First Robotics of 16789. Okay, that is a wonderful number. Can I say that? That's like super simple. Can we? Numbers were this easy. First we got 654, and then we got 6789. I like this.
It works very well. Let's see.
All right. Cannot wait to see what these teams do, what their robots look like, what their uniforms look like.
And since Ethan wanted to talk about my keyboard, I wonder if you guys could hear and guess what he was typing through his.
It's silent, man. You can't hear it.
I couldn't hear anything.
I heard it. I definitely just heard you swipe your hand across the keyboard.
That was me trying to make noise.
I hear all the But we're saying goodbye to everyone at Shenandoah. We're going to leave our alumni ambassador over there. He's just going to be stuck. But because we tell you guys about watching you all the time, and we love to see you guys and see all the things that you do, now we're going to show some of the things that you do. So here are some of your guys' remote play videos sent in from home. First up, this is team 14575. Let's see them in action.
You got it. Unfortunately. Okay, ready? Alright, we're ready. Are you ready? Wait, never mind, we're not ready. Don't start. Neil, both goals, 3 power shots. You got it, man. You got it. 100%. I'm gonna turn my phone. Okay. Drivers, are you ready? Yep, we're good.
3, 2, 1.
So straight to the right. Wait, don't touch anything. Don't touch.
Hold on, wait, you got time.
Wait, 5. Don't touch.
Don't touch. On the wait for it. You guys come in.
Yeah.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
One, 2, 3. One, 2, 3.
I didn't want to do it.
2, 3. Give me 1 second. Give me this one. Okay. 1 minute, 1, 2.
Keep going. One more. Come on, guys. Yep.
Okay, now.
Shoot.
Yeah, let's go. Right.
Shoot, then. You can shoot.
Wait, back.
Back.
1. Go.
Quick roll, real quick.
Okay. Go. Again,
Alright, here. Good.
Yes!
Are we preloaded? Yes. All set. Position. Initialize, please. Initialize. Randomize. 0 rings. A goal. Starting match.
2, 1. Driver, pick up your controller. 2, 1.
And we are back. Thanks everyone for joining us this afternoon. Here we have two teams in our qualification 41 match. We have team 16789, the High Point First Robotics, and we have team 16540, the Crabotics. This looks like it's the first round of their 5 matches.
And it currently seems that High Point First Robotics is unfortunately unable to be with us at this time. So graciously filling in that spot for them is the Gearbox Gators. They have graciously accepted the opportunity of being surrogates. Remember, teams, we only ask that you give other teams the same fair chance that we try to give everyone. And it's one of those small things. Like we aren't able to give our robot pieces to another team. We aren't able to give away batteries and help each other out the same ways that we used to. I remember pit talk and pit work. You could see somebody's entire team come over and shift to work on another team's robot. And that used to be some of the pit culture. And currently now we're having this surrogate culture, which is still just as important, if not more important, having that second alliance member there to help, to support, and to try to help you put up the best score that you possibly can.
All right. Speaking of scores, looks like the Crabs and the Gators are off. Configuration B, so they're aiming for that middle zone. A nice little 180 there by 16540 Crabs. All right. There's a wobble goal down, not quite in zone B, but at least it's outside the launch zone. Several shots being taken. Looks like a power shot got knocked over.
One power shot went down.
Yeah.
Pick up your controller.
Fantastic. Unfortunately, no
Driver,
points.
pick up your
I
controller.
think somebody's quad feed.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, yeah, that's mine. There we go. I just love hearing the sounds, man.
Put in headphones.
Really fun.
And I'm not on the quad anymore. I'm on single feed.
Oh, you're on the single? I stick to the quad just so I can see the presenter stage.
Ah, okay. All right, so we are well into this teleop period. Ooh.
Let's see how they're doing. We have a bunch of rings all over the field. Let's see if they can gather them up and get some good goals.
And so teams, don't forget, cheer on your team, say hello, say what's up. Tell us if you're here, say what's going on, and tell us something special about your teams. That's why we have that survey. Fill out the survey. Let us know who you are.
All right. So the Gearbot Gators, or the Gators, I'll call them, they're taking shots. One goes into the high goal because they heard me talking about them. Crabotics has a really interesting collection system. You can only see it as kind of a yellow
down. I want to see it slow down. I think it's surgical tubing. It's surgical tubing around a gearbox.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of little like yellow fingers pulling those rings in.
That's like
it looks like when it backed up and stopped, it looks like surgical tubing.
Yeah. But of course, we are limited by our frame rates and
If that is your
resolutions here.
team and you worked on that bot, please let us know. Also, that's another thing to send into your judges like Luisa. They love hearing these wonderful and interesting things about your teams.
All right, they're trying to get that wobble goal over.
Get rid of it.
Doesn't seem to want to go. All right.
So close.
Yeah. So not bad first match, you know. So for the Gearbox Gators, this is their 6th match because they played 5 earlier. But for the Crabotics, this is their first match here today at the competition. So now's the time to go through and work out all those little issues. So 15 points in autonomous, 4 points from driver controlled, and 30 points from in-game because they being the I believe Gearbox Gators got 2 power shots down while we weren't looking. So good for them.
And another thing that we will remind all teams, the only matches that count towards your qualifying points are your first 5. Anything after that is you being a gracious professional. Once again, the only matches that count towards your qualifying score is your first 5. So even though it didn't happen today, we have seen it in the past where another team played 5 matches early than what they were supposed to because they were being gracious professionals and helping out a team that needed a surrogate. And so because of that, those 5 matches were the matches that counted, not the second 5 matches, which were the matches that they were originally scheduled for.
Yep. And I know personally that exact same thing happened to my team, and it was a little tough because as soon as we heard who we were supposed to play our 5 matches with, we strategized with them, we talked with them, we tried to figure out, you know, how can we best, you know, complement each other. We even like made a different autonomous program to fit their autonomous program. So then when we got told that when we were asked very politely if we could switch which matches counted for us, you know, play 5 matches with a different team and then play 5 surrogate matches with the team we had planned on. It was different, but we ended up doing okay. All's well that ends well. All right.
Sometimes it works out in your favor.
Absolutely. So, yeah, so we're getting set up here. The Gators are on the field yet again. So we have 2 very different aquatic animals here, gators and crabs. So of course, gators are primarily in freshwater, whereas crabs are primarily in saltwater, if not exclusively.
Well, these no, there are freshwater crabs. I even owned, I used to own a few freshwater crabs. And the crabs that Crabotics is in reference to, if you see the back of their uniform, is the Maryland blue crab.
All right.
So Maryland being in the Chesapeake region with the Chesapeake Bay, actually, namesake, they do have the blue crab, and I believe it might be a soft-shell crab. I can't fully remember. But it is the blue crab is the crab that they're talking about.
No kidding. Well, yeah. I got some crab legs.
You also know that
about it.
Maryland is the state with the most flag pride. So I love seeing that little glimpse of the Maryland state flag along with that blue crab.
It's Maryland. I'm pretty sure Texas has a whole lot of flag pride. I've seen a ton of Texas stars up too.
No, we like Maryland. If you can't tell where I'm from.
I live in DC. I see Cowboy stars and Redskins banners all day. And that is the biggest feud.
We're now the Washington football team.
Okay, well, the banners that I still see flying say Redskin, even though the team has been currently renamed. The banner that flies.
True. Times are changing.
Yeah. Did you guys ever get to compete in the St. Louis Dome?
No.
That's yeah. They belonging to the St. Louis Rams. Then the Rams left and went to Los Angeles. So anyway, speaking of
one
teams,
of my hats on that wall is from the St. Louis Rams, and I got it from the St. Louis Dome in 06.
There we go.
Back when the Rams were still in St. Louis.
So in autonomous here, we have 2 power shots. Now I'm not exactly sure which team we're playing for. I think Blue Alliance. There we go. All right. So we got 3 power shot, 2
Driver,
third,
pick
2
up your
high
controllers.
goal, so very respectable
3,
49 points
2,
in
1.
Yeah. For a second there,
All right, let's
red almost beating blue.
There's those little crab-like hands trying to reach out for the for the rings there.
And teams, as much as I talk about the first memorabilia and all the first pieces that I love to receive and I love to see that you all have, we just got another first card, and I got my first pin for this year. So I just got my ultimate goal pin. So remember, teams, shout out to First, shout out to all of the people that helped make this event happen. And remember, we love getting all of our things. We love seeing all of the trinkets, all of the badges, all of the medals and awards. That's why we stick around. We also love seeing the robots. It's another wonderful thing to stick around for. I miss putting my hands on a robot personally.
All right.
Putting my hands on a robot by far one of
We've
my
got
favorite.
1 shot in the high goal, 1 shot in the mid goal for a total of 59 points here in teleop period. The clock's winding down. We got about 45 seconds left. Robots are weirdly stagnant. Crabotics take a shot towards the mid goal, did not connect. Now is probably about the time that they want to start taking a look at the wobble goals if they're going to do anything with those. And just as that end game whistle sounds,
It looks like there's one standing upright that would be easy to grab if possible.
Shot being taken at the power shots did not connect, unfortunately. Time is winding down. Both teams are going for those wobble goals. Can they get it up and over this time? There's one. Can we get a second one? Clock's counting down. Crabotics
go.
The gator.
That is
Second drop.
Our referee is going to have a field day with that one.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. You saw how there was a big patch of rings that was in between the wall and the field. So the Crabotics specifically went to a place where there was no rings. But when the Gators were coming, they were trying to get to the same spot, but the Crabotics were in the way, so the Crabotics moved out of the way at the last second, hopefully to make that wobble goal count. All right.
Let's see.
I love talking about all the things on stream. And I love having all you guys here with us. Like Twitch, it wouldn't be the same without you guys. I mean, it wouldn't be the same without these robots either, but we really do need every single person here. It means a lot to us. I know it means a lot to these teams. And with 79 points, those teams are putting themselves up into the 14th and 13th pole positions with a 49-point autonomous, a 10-point driver control, and a 20-point endgame. And that's only their second match. So
and unfortunately, the 20-point endgame, that means that the second wobble goal did not count. It was dropped just a little bit too late. But hey, that shows that both teams have the potential to do that. It really came down to the wire, and like Niall said, we still have more matches to go. All right.
Resetting the field and checking out their robots to make sure everything is okay before the next match begins.
Mm-hmm. So, Niall and I were talking a little bit about Omni wheels versus Mecanum wheels earlier, and both of these robots have Mecanum wheels, and just about every robot that we've seen today has had macadam wheels. So what are macadam wheels? What defines macadam wheels? And the answer is yeah, go ahead.
I think while we await that definition, we might want to go see a quick video from Team 15304.
Okay.
See how they handle with their wheel.
All right, yeah. Let's check it.
Randomize it. 0 rings. Drivers, are you ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1. Driver, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Sandy, fix the bar.
Spit.
When they would shatter.
Oh,
On
yeah.
wheels were not the most rigid things. And we're coming back. We're coming back into the middle of this autonomous period. And with our two teams here, once again, talking about those macadam wheels versus the Omni wheels. One of the things that I definitely remember was back when we used to have Omni wheels. If anyone remembers from the game animation video, the red robot that was shaped like a hexagon that had a
Driver,
wheel on
pick up
every
your
single
controllers.
side. That
3,
was something that reminds
2,
us of the Omni
1.
wheels because you used to have to put a wheel on each of your bot sides so that way if I went forward, backwards, it was these two side wheels going. But if I wanted to go left and right, it was the wheels in the front and back going horizontally this way, left and right. And so now with the macadam wheels, all 4 wheels are on the same side and they're just angled diagonally. So as these bots are going, they get a little bit of a drifting motion as they start to turn and move around and maneuver across these fields.
That's right. So we got Gator bots lining up, take a shot or 2 or 3. Looks like one of those might have made it into the high goal. Still waiting on them to feed those shots in. These rings, they're just really.
Another thing I want to say though, with Crabotics' mouth, their little opening, it really does remind me of a crab's mouth. Because if anybody has ever seen like a crab's mouth opening, it's like a little filter feeder thing, and it just moves so fast. And it's just blinding as it hairs. And that's all I see, a bunch of little tiny hairs just blindly moving.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with you. It feels a little weird.
So we got
yeah.
total as we're moving into end game here. That arm on robotics comes out like a switchblade. It is just ready to go to grab onto those wobble goals, except they're all the way over there. And between you and them,
Yeah, let's see if they can do them.
Stuck on a ring.
Yep.
The crab might have.
Can the gators grab it as well? I haven't seen them grab the wobble goal yet.
They have an arm. I just don't think that they've been close enough to use it.
Yep.
Here we go. Let's see.
So
there we go. Ah. Well,
Fantastic.
Looks like we weren't able to move the wobble goals, but we did score some points by getting into the high goal.
All right.
And our official score is coming in at 16 points. A 20-point autonomous, a 6-point driver control, but an unfortunate 10-point penalty. Referees, people in the back, if we could get a word on that penalty, I know the teams would love to help and would love to know what they had done.
Just saw a quick shot of their collection system, and it looks like you were right. It looks like a big drum made out of surgical tubing. That's what's spinning it on, spinning those rings into the mouth of Crabotics. So glad to hear it. All right. Yeah. So very impressive autonomous period, resulting in 20 points. I believe that was a park and a wobble goal, either that or a power shot and a wobble goal. But I believe it was a park and a wobble and a wobble.
Looking at
goal.
the positioning of the wobble goals, I'm pretty sure it was a park and a wobble. Now the penalty is the question, because that was either a possession penalty or it was a shooting penalty. And my only idea right now is that it would be a possession penalty, just because of when they got jammed up. They might have had more in possession.
And part of the reason that you're not seeing a lot of penalties in every single match is because our drivers know the scores so well, and also because the referees aren't there to punish students. They're not there to be hitting them with every single penalty in the book. They're there to teach the students. This is a learning process, and I just got word that penalty was for shooting outside of the field. If you can at all help it, try to keep shots pointed towards the goals. Sometimes we get it, it's accidental, but so penalties are there to keep gameplay fair and to keep gameplay safe. We don't want the possibility of a ring knocking out a camera and thus making a referee unable to score the match. We don't want.
We also don't want a ring coming out of the arena and knocking out a player and making the player unable to play the match.
Yeah, hopefully the rings aren't going that fast, and also they're fairly soft. But alluding back to FRC, there have been.
Don't underestimate the power of these bots. I was about to say, wait a minute. Don't underestimate the power of these bots.
They're pretty
Not the bots, but the rings are soft enough.
Plus, there's also the shooting rules in place. So we were talking earlier. The power of your shooter is only strong enough. Can only be at most strong enough to shoot a projectile 16 feet horizontally and 5 feet vertically. So, if you have a shot that goes 7 feet horizontally, illegal. 17 feet horizontally, illegal. And if you're unsure about this at home and you have a full-size 12 by 12 field, well, if you do a quick Pythagorean theorem, you'll find out that the diagonal of the field is about 17 feet. So if you put your robot in one corner of the field and shoot across to the other corner, if it makes it there, you might want to dial it back just a little bit. All right.
Supercharged at that point.
All right. So in particular, what we're talking about with the penalty in that last match was G27. Removing game elements from playing field. Robots may not deliberately remove game elements from the playing field during a match. If it's inadvertent, that's one thing. But
so teams, part of what that could mean is that if we were shooting and it bounces off the backboard and it came back off the backboard and went out the side, that's inadvertent. If I was on the field and I was lined up to shoot and my partner accidentally nudged me and that nudged my shot out of the field, that would also be up to the referee to rule incidental or not. But for the most part, try to point forward when you shoot. Also, with your autonomous periods, make sure your auto code, if it's going to fire, it has been tested to fire forward.
So
Slick Smith is not
autonomous is always the trickiest when it comes to rules like that, because if your robot gets bumped one way or the other, yeah.
But we're going into configuration C, and that is with all the rings available in the start. Remember, some of our high shooters have loved this configuration. Ethan jumping out and jumping back in,
It's my Discord. It gets angry when I have it running for this long.
You gotta go please the beast, man.
All right, it looks like they tried to pick up that wobble goal, but weren't able to hold on to it.
Yeah, that's the thing, sometimes teams will just spend a whole lot of
pick up your
time
controllers.
trying to get
3,
that wobble goal,
2,
and
1.
then they'll drive to the wall and let it go just at the last second. It's the most heartbreaking thing to see.
It is, but it looks like they've got a hold of another one, and as soon as I say that, it's out of their hands. But we've got some rings in some good places. Let's see if they can mix them up and make some good shots.
Yeah. Feels like no matter what, as soon as we talk about something, it immediately changes.
Right.
But that's the nature of sports. But with that huge litter of...
there we go. I think we got...
With that huge litter of rings around Crybotics, I wonder how their robot is actually handling and how the drivers are taking care of that situation. Because remember, with those rings getting underneath you, that can make or break a team right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So meanwhile, Gearbox Gators have put up 2 shots in the high goal and 1 shot in the low goal. Fantastic job by them. Still about 50 seconds left in this match. So it's up to the drivers. Do they want to start looking at the wobble goals, or do they want to keep shooting? Maybe get ready for power shots. So many different possibilities. Looks like they're going to stay focused on that high goal. And Crybotics is staying really close to that wobble goal. They extend that arm of theirs, maneuvering into position. Gosh.
With these last 3 seconds, let's see what they do. I see them shooting up.
I think they may have gotten one of the power shots.
Human players sitting here trying to dodge with that net.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see.
Clock's winding down. Can they get it?
Time.
Yeah. Now, it looks like at the last second, Gearbox Gators extended their claw. It's suspiciously close to the red wobble goal. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I know at least the student drivers on my team a few times have forgotten which alliance we're on. Not saying that's what happened to them. Final score, 5, 14, and 15 for a total of 34 points. Fantastic job at Crybotics and Gearbox Gators. And they have one more match to try to be even better.
I tried to tell one of the referees that I forgot which side I was on, which is why I went and did something to the other team. That would still be a penalty.
Yeah, that's correct.
Fortunately, I don't think that helps.
So, in general, so in FRC, which you guys are familiar with, you guys change out your bumpers. You have that border around the whole entire. It is so. To confirm what Niall said, yes, it is a penalty to forget what side you're on, but it is funny sometimes. Yeah.
And you say that we have those
those bumpers, if you have a team that didn't mount their bumpers properly, we'll start looking like an FTC bot. You won't see no bumpers on that bot.
Yep. But
this has a lot of power though in how small these robots are compared to other leagues and their competitions.
I still wish that they had something on these bots just so that they were a little bit more a little bit more visible. But we do have another video to show you all. Once again, the great late Woody Flowers and his good stuff. We'll be right back, and hopefully by the time we're back, there'll be bots on the field. See ya.
We should all celebrate that STEM education is a popular topic, but we must be very careful thinking that STEM or even STEAM is enough. Most of what is called STEM education is actually science and math training. Being on the first team is real education that includes STEM topics, but it also includes appropriate emphasis on creativity, teamwork, community service, leadership, entrepreneurship, and a whole host of things that you need to know. You are learning to be valuable to society. You are learning to respect your own ability to make a contribution and feel wanted and needed. Good stuff.
Putting the finishing touches on their bot as we're getting ready to see these teams out here on the field today. And once again, this is qualification match 45, so unfortunately, this will be the end of watching Crabotics and the Gearbox Gators for today. But don't be upset. We should hopefully see them in the championship. I want to see all my teams in the championship. So everybody, fingers crossed, everything crossed. I want to see all the teams at the championship.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job so far in terms of just really going with it, picking up those rings and being able to hit those power shots, excuse me. It looks like they've just gotten configuration C again, so that means we have 4 rings available for them to pick up starting on the field.
All right. Should be a lot of fun. Can't wait to see what these guys do for their last match together. 2 aquatic creatures, gators, crabs. What are they going to do? All right.
I wonder how that matchup would work. How many crabs would it take to take out a gator?
Actually,
or I guess crabs could eat a baby gator.
It's fewer than
probably
because
they eat gator eggs.
Oh, looks like they got a shot in there.
All right. Yeah, it looks like one of the power shots. Way to go. Power shot and a high goal shot. I wonder if that was intentional. So
either way, excellent job.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Tremendous closing
3,
force
2,
on their jaws,
1.
but they have almost no opening force.
They don't have a good opening force is the thing, but then it's just the size of the jaw. They still have a lot more jaw space to fit 3-4 crabs in one bite.
Yeah, but like if after they close their jaw, like 3 or 4 crabs could like close the mouth. Like there are pictures of this happening. Of crabs.
Do you know that they like marshmallows?
Gators or crabs?
And what?
Gators.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, I guess first. Yeah.
So if you're ever stuck out camping and you run into a gator, just go ahead and share your s'mores with them. Just don't pet them.
I don't know if that'll make the situation better, but it'll certainly be cool.
It'll come after you maybe, so probably don't do that. Throw it in the opposite direction.
But what do we know? We're robotic people. We don't go outside. We got a couple of shots outside. We got a couple of shots being made by the Gators into the middle goal. And they also made a couple for us, the announcers. So far the score is 35 unofficially, with about 45 seconds left in the match. Crabotics is being surprisingly stoic, and just as I say that, they spring to life.
First Chesapeake throwing out our nice little disclaimer in the Twitch chat. Remember, nothing that we give you is honest advice. Do not attempt anything that you
No, please don't.
Do not
sticking your hand into your robot is just as bad as sticking your hand into the gator's mouth.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a FRC bot.
All right, we're here in the end game scoring portion. Let's see. Oh, there we go. It looks like they may have. Did they? No, they didn't.
No, both of them.
I'm looking for the power shot.
Second left, Crabotic sticking out its claw. Oh, but the crab's pincers do not pinch.
Yeah, pincer is a military move where you go on either side of an opposing force. Pincher is what you're thinking of.
Yeah, pincher. Works with the wordplay, okay?
I mean, I suppose in a way, yes, it is a pincer maneuver. Because if you're closing on.
And to be fair, when I think of that movement, I'm thinking about the Zulu warriors and their movement with the Zulu horn.
And speaking of movement, it looks like these two teams are moving up in the ranks to 10-9 with a score of 35 points, 27 in autonomous, 8 in the driver controlled. And sadly, this will be their final. That was their final match with us, and we will bid them adieu. That's the Gearbox Gators and Crabotics. And again, thank you so much, Gearbox Gators, for sticking around for 5 more matches when you might have rather, be at home, kicking your feet up and watching these games. You guys stuck around because you're gracious and you're professional.
Why, as you said that, did I get ready to recline my chair and stick my feet up? Just because you said it. Just because you said it. Oh, recline, feet up. Oh, you can do that.
All right, it looks like our next teams up for the qualification match 46. We have team 389, the Swarm, and team 18996, the Robust Bots.
And what's really interesting,
and this is going to be a really interesting matchup. The Swarm is a very veteran team, all the way back from 2007, and Robust Robotics is a rookie team from 2020.
Wow!
So this is going to be really interesting to see that matchup between old versus new, young with the old. How do they align? How do they work? Because obviously the Swarm can't have the same exact members that it's had since 2007. Unless it was, unless it's now their coaches and mentors.
Right. Yeah. So, for instance, Team 4924, they started in 2010, I want to say, and then now one of the members who was on the team the first year is their coach. By the way, that's me. So.
When he has to shout himself out and brush off his collar a little bit.
Yeah.
But not so subtle flexes, everyone, if you haven't noticed. That's like me when I talk about my DC teams and I'm like, oh, that's just my FRC coach down there doing a little bit of an FTC thing, just popping my collar a little bit.
There we go. Yeah, so, we loved First so much as students that we just couldn't stay away from it. So the three of us had to stick arod. So,
Luis, have you ever seen yourself doing that when it comes to Ursa Major?
Not really. My dad is still a mentor on the team and participates in First a lot. So he talks to me about it, and I'm really proud of all of the work that they've done. It's really good to see that. And all of the engineers that we get out of this program as well. The girls and boys and everyone else that we work with, it's been pretty cool to just see how they transition from First Robotics into their careers, but also sticking in first and volunteering like all of us are doing today. It's really valuable.
Absolutely.
And speaking about really valuable and wonderful transitions, would you guys like to transition into that interview that we had earlier from Dylan at the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum?
Boy,
hosted
would
by
I.
James, our commentator. So
I
we're
would
going
love
to give you guys that interview real quick, and we'll be right back after that interview plays. And hopefully when we come back, there will be two teams ready and ripping and ready to go on the field. So it's time for that interview.
Hey, hello everybody, and thanks for joining us for our special guest today. We've got Dylan from the Keystone Truck and Tractor Museum. Say hi, Dylan.
Hi, how are y'all?
Hey, we are doing fine, and I want to take a little bit of time and learn some things about the Tractor Museum. You guys have been a fantastic host for us over the last few weeks. We really appreciate you making the space available and allowing us to come in and set up our field, and have these events in place. So it's super great that. Oh, hang on, we don't have audio. We're waiting. We're going to do it all again. Oh, that's a crack up. Never do. Well, that's what makes it fun.
Absolutely.
Okay. Waiting on the backstage to give us the thumbs up. Still not having the audio. Yo. It'll happen. I know it'll happen. And I think it's amusing because there's going to be somebody who's watching.
Pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
You get points for it, I think, too, though, right?
That's major.
What is it, 30 each?
Is that major for?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Minor, I think.
Minor probably.
Remember tapping? That's it. Go. 4, 3, 2, 1.
How has everybody been? What's going on? Did you guys miss us? I missed you all. And speaking about missing things, let's not miss out on seeing the Swarm and Robust Bots. Once again, that is Team 389, the Swarm, and 18996, Robust Bots.
That's right. Both of these teams are from Maryland. The Swarm from Hollywood, and Robust Bots from Clarksville, Maryland. So it looks to me like both teams are actually family and community teams, which is fantastic. You love to see that because First Tech Challenge, you could do it in a garage that you're not fond of. It's very mobile. I know earlier we were hearing about teams that started the year in one place, but then due to COVID had to move to somebody's house instead. So there's not a whole lot involved that you need permanently.
We've even heard from some of our other teammates, like Ishan, the numbers guy. He said his old team practices out of his basement. Caitlin, her team Cubics used to be her team used to be a very small team with like 3 people. They said they even took robots all the way up to the dinner table some days.
Oh yeah.
Wow. It's a lot of hard work that goes into that, a lot of dedication.
I know personally with some of my teams, we weren't able to take our bots to the dinner table because our bot's not that small, but we definitely tried our hardest to do sleepovers at school. Mm-hmm. We tried to stay at school until midnight working on those bots, especially because especially because back on bag day, bag day, we would be there. We would be there all the time waiting for midnight and then throw that bot in that bag as soon as the clock struck midnight.
Yeah, so we couldn't do any of that without our parents and volunteers too, and family members that help out during the season. Absolutely. All of the food and snacks they bring us.
Mm-hmm.
My school, when I was captain of team 2961, my school let our team design our budget. So they gave us our limit. They told us one year we had like 10,000 and our $5,000 entry fee was covered. Another year, they just told us flat out, hey, you got $15,000 to spend. But I believe...
How many people are you feeding?
we literally, oh no, $10,000 was the entire school budget for robotics.
Oh, okay.
So this was everything from spare parts, new tools, everything. Bus money, if we wanted t-shirts, whatever we thought that our team could possibly want had to be fitting in that $10,000 bubble. But I did put like $2,000 towards our pizza and soda budget.
Honestly, that's not enough.
Not a bad idea.
It wasn't a bad, dude. We were spending like $50 every other day buying pizza. And when you include our weekend sessions where we used to do big weekend sessions where we're spending $100, because our team was 40 people deep.
Yep.
So we were spending money on food.
So we are almost ready for our first match with the Swarm and Robust Robotics. We have randomization C, referees pointing to teams, making sure that they are all ready to go. Here comes that over-exaggerated countdown, and we are off in autonomous.
It's not over-exaggerated. It is well loved.
All right. We were talking about Omni Wheels
3
earlier.
shots to that high goal. That shot is beautifully placed in. And once again, let's see if it happens. Now, see, these setups that these teams have with this shoot going around the side reminds me 100% of what was that game? 2013.
Ultimate Ascent.
Driver,
That one.
pick up your controller.
Ultimate Ascent, because
3,
my
2,
actual
1.
shooter, that was a year when we shot frisbees. My year shooter looked pretty much like this sideways shooter that's shooting right now.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's a big flywheel that makes contact over a circular distance before it finally releases.
Yeah. And also both these are very similar challenge. Ultimate Goal, Ultimate Ascent. There are discs involved, but of course they're unique in their own fashion. Now
I'm about to say we do not have wobble goals, and we used to block a whole lot more.
Plus, there's that big pyramid at the end. Now, if you take a close look at Team 389, the Swarm, earlier we were talking about what are Mecanum wheels. Well, those aren't Mecanum wheels. Those are Omni wheels in what is known as an X-Drive configuration. And that's
I think
they're going around.
996 might have been having some mechanical problems because they were spinning in circles.
That could be mechanical. That could be the wireless communication between the phone and the robot. Because that's right, we are driving these robots using phones. There's a board on the robot called the Control Hub, which sends out a Wi-Fi signal. And unfortunately, I just got confirmation that they were disabled, which is unfortunate. But it happens every now and then. And like we said, it's their first match of the day. Hopefully, they can get it fixed. 389 is trying to push back over that wobble goal, trying to get it somewhere. Time's about to expire, but still a very respectable score of 102 unofficially.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. He did a good job.
Once again, though, looking at Team 389 and also talking about those Omni wheels, that's partly to show just how old of a team that is, and just how old of a system that is.
Omni wheels didn't necessarily fade out. They have their advantages.
They have their advantages at the time, but most teams prefer Mecanum, and most teams, especially when it comes to coding, prefer a Mecanum code.
Now you see, though, the way those Omni wheels are set up, it is the exact same coding as Mecanum wheels. I know because I have coded both. Here we go with the official scores. I know a little bit about this before you guys do. 82 points in autonomous, 30 points in driver control. Unfortunately, no in-game points. Now you might be wondering, where's that penalty coming from? Well, this happened off camera. Team 389, unfortunately, they fiddled with their what's called driver's station after the field was randomized. So the reason that we make such a big deal of the randomization is that means that both teams should be ready to go. All they have to do is hit one button and the robot goes off. Because if teams have like separate programs, like, oh, the field is in zone A, let's just run the zone A program. That's not allowed. So that's probably not what the Swarm did. It was probably just an honest mistake. But still, that is one of the rules to make sure that the gameplay is fair across the board. So again, first match, this is the time to make mistakes. This is the time for things to be just not
so
quite right.
And so teams, piggybacking off of what Ethan was talking about, personally, as a driver, speaking from driving previously, we used to stand with our hands behind our backs as soon as our game was set. We used to never come near that bot until auto was done, until we heard that buzzer. We used to practice reaction time training because in FRC, unlike FTC, it's about how fast you can jump on those controllers after that buzzer beeps.
You physically have to run to the controllers.
But still, even with that being said, we still made sure to keep our arms behind our backs because we did not want to cross that line into our drive box until it was time.
That's right.
One of the things that used to be a big thing with a lot of people in my school was a lot of us participated in ROTC. So a lot of them got some slight military discipline from ROTC, and that transitioned onto the field and into part of our professionalism on and off the field.
Fantastic. Now, in the middle of that match, we were mentioning the robust bots 18996. So they actually did request to be disabled. They saw that something wasn't working quite the way they wanted to, so they went ahead and turned off their program, and that's all right. That's completely respectable. Hopefully, they use this time to get things running again and make sure that everything is working and they're ready to go again.
Sometimes it's a lot safer for you, your bot, and the rest of the bots on the field if you go ahead and bow out. Nobody's going to look at you differently because you had to take a leave of absence for the safety of all the rest of the teams. Same with how we feel about some of the teams that said that they couldn't make it here today due to sickness or due to the weather. We would never want you to risk the health and safety of yourself or others just for the sake of a game. So once again, as much as we know that you've put hard work and you've put in a ton of time and effort to get here, stay safe. If the safest thing for you to do is to disable your robot, then disable your robot. Everyone has understood, everyone has been there before.
Because it's not just about your performance on the field. No matter what happens on the field, if you disable your robot or if you win first place, the important part is the lessons that you learned along the way. How to put things together, how to use tools, how to work as a team, and how to deal with randomization A.
Well, I think that last part only affects this next match coming up. But let's see how these two teams deal with randomization A anyway.
All right. See a couple thumbs up. So maybe we do need to...
Let's go!
All right, so there they are, the Swarm in position. One shot. Two shot. Red shot. Blue shot.
They seem to have hit the net with all of their shots.
Yeah.
But they did get one of them in A, though, and I believe that is going to count as a park as well.
Looks pretty good. And then Robust Robot is also pointed at the net. Unfortunately.
No, don't touch it! Don't touch it!
No.
I believe it's in. I don't know if they're going to count the contact.
Pick up your controllers. 3,
That's true.
2, 1.
I don't know what happened. So they counted a park. I think they counted
2 parks.
But they didn't count the wobble goal. So even though the wobble goal was in play and was in the box, because robust bots made contact with the wobble goal and maintained that contact, it was deemed still in control of the bot.
That's right. All right. So what I really love about the difference between the robust robotics and the swarm is how different these two robots are, but they're still playing pretty well. Right now it's robust robotics driving around trying to get rings.
The swarm seems to be the one that's deactivated. Somebody might want to take a stick and poke that bee's nest real quick and get the swarm to reactivate.
Yeah, and
yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Robust is
not a lot of motion from within that hive.
That's a little bit concerning. Hopefully they're able to work it out. Now, like I said earlier, these robots do work off of a Wi-Fi signal. So sometimes if your phone has a hotspot on, or if you're in a place with a lot of Wi-Fi signals nearby, you know, like say you're in a strip mall with all sorts of businesses with their own Wi-Fi, that could cause interference and cause these robots to disconnect, potentially like we're seeing now. We're not entirely sure what's going on. Maybe it was just a stroke of bad luck twice, but it's hard to say here.
Yeah, I don't see any movement on the field at this point.
But everybody off the field is certainly moving around. They are trying to get those. They're trying to get those robots back.
Teams
and that's what we like.
Over their controllers already. They're hard at work. Hopefully, they take these full 5 minutes that they have to actually check out their bots. The last match we saw, teams just threw their bots right back out on the field, and so I would hope that they would take their time this time. And with a score of 22 points, they do push up into the 15th and 16th pole positions.
Fantastic. All right, yeah. So it's good that they got those points early on in autonomous, and then I believe they shot off 2 power shots, or sorry, not power shots, high goal shots. There we go. And that's gonna still be points on the board. All points are good points.
Sometimes it's just as simple as checking your batteries. Sometimes it's as complicated as having to rewire, finding that short. Other times it could be something as simple as ladies or fellas with long hair, a hair tie, getting in the bot. I've seen it happen.
Didn't think of that one.
No, I've definitely seen it. I've definitely seen hair ties get in the bot. I've seen a loose zip tie, or like if you clip a zip tie and you don't pick up all your clippings and one of those clippings just barely gets caught up in between something, that can short something or that can cause something to stop up.
I know my team had big problems with rivets, you know, so we would rivet something on and then realize that we don't want it on, so that we drill out all of those rivets. But then those little nubs would still be rattling around
in the bot.
Yep.
Yeah. One of the things that we had one day was a shattered ball bearing, and it wasn't that ball bearing was necessarily the most important part on the bot, because it wasn't. It controlled our overhead turret, like it controlled the actual turning of our overhead turret. So all we had to do instead was just angle the entire bot manually. But with that ball bearing being broken, it was a big lazy Susan. All of those little ball bearings were now lost in our bot. And so it caught part of our bot later when we tried to move forward, and one of our wheels was just caught under 3 bearings and pinned up and dragged up with a couple of bearings.
Man, oh man. All right.
And as much as we love to hear it, we're just going to hear it one more time. Once again, this is Good Stuff by the late Woody Flowers.
You're likely to be very successful. You will have a nice relationship with society. You will provide stuff that folks like, and in exchange, society will love you. You will feel needed. But you don't want your success to put you inside a success bubble, looking out at what some are calling the useless class. If you want a meaningful and happy life, each of you need to figure out how to pull at least 100 others with you towards success. This is very, very hard. You will need all of the gracious professionalism you can muster to help others get to the good stuff.
Back. We hope everyone had a wonderful time listening to the late Woody Flowers. We miss you. We love you. You will never be forgotten. We will forever play your videos in your memory and in your honor. Louisa, did you ever get to meet Woody?
I don't recall. But I
you
know
remember
exactly.
meeting with Dr. Flowers. Yeah. I got to meet him a few times at the Super Regionals. So, back in my day, you would go to regional qualifiers in your state, and that would qualify you for the state championship. And then for like 3 years after the state championship, you would go to a super regional. So there was a North Super Regional, a South Super Regional, an East Super Regional, and anyway, the 4 cardinal directions of super regionals. And super regionals were the best first events in my personal opinion, and I think others share that opinion as well. And so I think 2 years in a row, Dr. Flowers came to the East, we were the East Super Regional, and graced us with his presence, and it was just fantastic to be able to see him. And he's really like a rock star in the community during his time. I mean, people would just flock to him; they would follow him around. Like he had this shirt that he would wear, and people would sign his shirt. That was his big thing. He had like
Woody always had the best outfits.
Yeah. He was a really cool guy, and we miss him dearly. And the shoes too. Don't forget the shoes. People could sign his shoes. So
I mean, well, Woody was like the kid with a cast. You could practically sign everything.
Yeah. He was a really great
guy. And I think that was one thing that he loved, and one thing that he enjoyed doing was just the fact that he was a big people person. Everybody in First is a big group of people. Even if some people have like a slightly angry face when they look at you, there's still people at the end of the day. They'll still stop and talk to you. If you have a question, there's no such thing as a dumb question. It will answer all of them.
We've got Swarm moving. They are sending shots in the direction of the high goal. Can't quite tell if
they got 2 men, so it's not just in the direction. It's in that goal.
All right. Robust Bot seems to be pointing in the wrong direction if they're going to make any shots. But it doesn't look like
they take the shot. I'm going to say it might go to the mid. It might go to the power shot. It all depends on how that goal works. Unfortunately, I don't know how the refs are going to deal with that pushing of all of those rings, though.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Are they in control of the rings, you know? So there's specific rules talking about herding versus plowing. So if I have a plow on the front of my robot, it's clear that you're trying to move through the rings. Whereas if I have a scoop on the front of my robot, that would be herding the rings and trying to move them to get a strategic advantage. There's a lot of finicky rules on it. And it varies year to year and situation to situation, which is why I'm glad I'm not a referee. I'm just a commentator. I have been a referee.
Well,
you're not the only one that's glad to not be a referee. These referees, they have it hard. I know they do, because they'll stay in their little conversation box for hours if we let them.
Oh, yeah.
If they...
It looks like the robots aren't moving at this point.
Yeah, we're
Maybe
we're
maybe
venturing
maybe
into the
everybody needs to check
territory.
their phones.
We're
Maybe
venturing into
everybody
the
on the
territory
side.
of something being suspicious here. So
I think, I think somebody just needs to do a phone check on the side of the field.
Yeah,
Students,
so
this is why teachers used to take your phones in school, is because you can shut down the robots like that.
that's exactly why. Yeah, this is the second match where about halfway through, both robots are disconnected. Starting to get a little suspicious, but sometimes these things just happen. They still have 35 points on the board, very respectable. They've been doing a great job. Wonder what's up though, you know, because you
Trying
can
to check
tell
the
that these
road
teams have a lot of work in these.
I mean, and we saw in the first match, both of these teams do have the capability of doing very good scores. I mean, we saw Team 389 put up almost 100 points by themselves for the most part. So we've seen both of these teams do have the capability of getting high scores and of putting out great performances. I think people need to check their phones on the sidelines. Teams, if you have their phone numbers, maybe text them a quick second. Hey, check your phone. Make sure your phone's not running.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm just getting word from the competition site that the Rev expansion hubs on both robots unfortunately stopped working. That's the nicest way that I can put it. So the Rev expansion hub, that is your robot controller and your motor controller and your servo controller and your sensor controller. And in some cases, it's what connects you to the driver's station phone. So, despite the disconnect, still a very respectable score of 35, 29 in autonomous, 6 in driver controlled. Now, a Rev expansion hub is an expensive thing to replace, and it is often not an easy thing to replace. So, personally, my team always comes with a spare expansion hub and a spare control hub. Even though we pray that we never have to replace one during a competition, but we are still prepared to should the situation arise. Also, it might not be us that needs to replace an expansion hub or a control hub. We bring those as spares to loan out to other teams should they need it.
Going
It looks like there's a timeout in progress now.
So once again, that's both teams taking the time to fully check their bots. I was hinting at it earlier, that 5-minute break that teams can have. Definitely, teams, please make sure to check every little thing on your bot when you have that 5-minute gap. If you do not check out your team during that 5-minute window and you opt out of that 5-minute window, that can very much so make or break your team, as we've been seeing recently. These teams, which performed very well their first round, have not taken a break and currently have been suffering due to that. So let's see if they can work out those last few kinks and issues.
Yep, last weekend when my team was competing, we have a checklist, and between every match, I told the drivers to go through that checklist, and one of them was check the condition of the wires, see if you could see anything loose, anything where it shouldn't be, and they actually did find that one wire had been chewed up by a gear that it was next to. So luckily, it was a switch. It didn't cause any shorts on the robot. We were able to swap it out really quickly, and it could have been really bad if they didn't notice that. So we were just so thankful that we did notice it, and now we're keeping that wire as a trophy to remind us to always go through the checklist.
And speaking about checking on things and speaking about making sure that everything's working, we wouldn't be able to make any of this work if it wasn't for Northrop Grumman, Qualcomm, Leidos, Booz Allen Hamilton, and all of our other wonderful and amazing sponsors. We will be speaking to them all throughout the rest of the day and all throughout the rest of these events. And when we do sign off at the end of our 50th match, we will be showing a slideshow from all of our sponsors and multiple videos from all of our sponsors, as well as showing our alumni footage and some of our other streams. But please do not forget, we are still going live tomorrow with more footage and with more matches. And also for tomorrow, remember, if you have not submitted your materials for judging, please submit it now. Luisa can't do her job tomorrow if you guys don't give her any materials. Are you guys gonna come back on Monday to get your to get your final placements and to see who's moving on to this weekend's championship if you don't send her all of your information? That includes your footage, your portfolio, your outreach, and all the other great things.
Mm-hmm.
But let's take a quick view and go look at that slideshow while we wait. And here goes that first Chesapeake slideshow. Oh, no. Ooh, sorry.
What are you talking about?
Put it up on the screen. Oh, you're testing things now.
He's just toying with
It looks like we have about 1 minute left in the timeout. I really hope they're able to at least play these last matches to get some more points.
You can't see it move, right?
Absolutely. Yep. So these teams should be proud of themselves for getting out here and getting the robot moving. That is just absolutely fantastic. And we are glad to see them here, both of them. It's very unfortunate that they're going through these technical problems. And like we were talking about, these are two very different teams. One started in 2007, one started in 2020, but electrical issues plague us all. So, Robust Bot is being put back on the field with that fantastic plywood shooter on top. So, plywood absolutely is a legal game material. It's a common raw material. You could buy it at Home Depot. It's cheap, it's lightweight, it's easy to machine, manufacture, cut, drill, and all that. So,
my only thing I would say about plywood, though, because we're dealing with foam, make sure that all your edges are smoothed down, and make sure that you test, like they're using it as a flat plane for shooting. Make sure that you actually test it on that plane as far as rubbing and wear and tear, because you don't want to cut on your flywheel and then a splinter pops up and just stabs and catches one of your rings, and now you can't shoot anymore.
That's right. And of course, sharp edges also applies to metal, but yes, metal does not splinter the way wood does. So hopefully they got like a nice finish, coat of polish on there. We'll see. All right, so we got two robots on the field. Cannot wait to see their performance. The drivers look pretty confident. They're lining it up. Let's hope this is the one, because they put up a score of 100 before, like we said. Let's hope we can do even better. Going for randomization A. All right. Anticipation's just killer. So this will be their second to last match, and I believe our second to last match for today as well.
Mm-hmm. And so far, all of these teams have done an excellent job out here on the fields, even with technical difficulties alongside during the day. It's been a really good game throughout.
All right, there's one wobble goal clearly down in zone A. Hopefully, Robust Bot doesn't.
They don't make up. Oh, Robust Bot, that staying on that flywheel a little too long. It might be the issue that I was talking about earlier, where if that wood isn't 100% checked,
Driver, pick up your controllers.
Stay on.
3, 2, 1.
Now they did get the two high
goals.
I don't know if they counted one of the parks. I don't know if they counted the wobble goal and said that they were making contact.
that might have been once again Robust making contact. Something I just noticed about the Swarm is that shooter of theirs seems to be able to pivot left and right. I noticed it for the first time when they started this autonomous period. It actually starts.
It has a lazy Susan attached to it, so it should be able to pivot
inside their robot and then expands outside the robot, which is absolutely allowed and encouraged. Robots only have to start fitting within a hypothetical 18-inch box. So a couple of shots made by the Robust bot, one connecting with the high goal. Swarm is trying desperately to get their shooter. Oh, there goes one. There goes two. Well done, Swarm. So it's so good to see these robots working at full capacity. I believe this is the first time that we've seen both robots work this well for this long. Because in the first match, if you remember, Robust Bot did have a little bit of an issue. So now looks like we're back full swing, doing a great job with 52 points as we
are still moving.
All right.
And as we approach this final 30 with both bots still moving and maintaining a great pace on the field, let's see if they can get this wobble goal out.
Yep.
Ooh,
the Swarm has
not our cameras. We see you.
Let's see.
So the Swarm has
Robust
been
bots.
extended, but it looks like they're not moving yet again. But
At least they made it through most of the match.
Hey, yeah. We saw both robots moving. We got a couple of shots in the high goal. They should absolutely be proud of that. It was a great match to watch.
Let's see if this next break helps the teams out. I would once again go back and troubleshoot every little detail.
Yep.
In these 5 minutes.
Yep.
And this is their last chance for this qualification.
Just something about, that trip, however long it is, between where you build the robot and where you compete with the robot. That's just where all the little the gremlins come in, and they just mess everything up. A very nice score, 52, 34 in autonomous, 18 in driver controlled. So I believe that means that there was 2 high goal shots and 2 parks in autonomous. Well done by the Swarm and Robust bots. Cannot wait to see what happens in their final match for today. Like we said, hopefully this isn't their final match for the season, because after this competition, there's no more qualifiers. It's straight to the championship. The regional championship, that is.
Once again, we hope that both of these teams are taking their time and are working on those bots, making sure that they use that full 5 minutes that they have to tune up and tune out their bots. This will be their last chance to impress people on the field today.
Man. All right. So we're going to give them plenty of time to tighten a bolt, plug in a wire, whatever it is they need to do.
Hopefully they're able to get through this entire match, at least through the end game, and score a little. I wonder if they're able to, if they get to fix the issue. That would be awesome. But they've also been racking up some points throughout the game, so that's also positive.
Yeah. Certainly nothing to be said about those points that they've been putting up. They have autonomous programs that consistently move and do about the right thing. And like I said, this is one of the hardest seasons I have ever seen, both in terms of the challenge design and the fact that we are going through a global pandemic. So it is just so hard to get those rings off the field and then throw them in a nice, stable way to the high goal, mid goal, low goal. those wobble goals, they really don't want to work with you. They will just go all over the place. And a lot of people can't even meet together to work on their robots due to the circumstances. So that just means what we are seeing is all the more incredible because these teams were able to make it out here today and compete like crazy. All right. And oh man.
One benefit from streaming, and I hate to say there's a benefit to this pandemic, but honestly, everything has run very well today, and being able to watch these 3 events go on at the same time and have everyone be able to interact with them and still do it safely has been a pretty cool experience.
You are absolutely right. Yeah, we are just so thankful of everybody working behind the scenes. And, you know, there have been diseases and viruses similar to, COVID-19, but society has never been in a place where we can transfer to digital until recently. You know, we have the option to say, oh, we can continue learning from home. We can continue working from home. We can have these virtual meetings.
Right.
Which is just fantastic. Now, is it the same? Of course not. Is it more enjoyable? that depends, you know? So it means that I could be, you know, in my nice, comfortable room. I have my Captain America blanket with me. But would I rather have this or a stadium full of, not a stadium, but a high school gym full of screaming fans all cheering for robots with silly names? I think you know which one I'm choosing.
I go for the stadium and FRC. We got a full stadium.
We got gyms, all right? Like
it differs. But either way, it's a good experience. Just
either way,
being
it's
able
still wonderful and it's still fun. And I definitely love the spirit and the energy coming off of both teams. And speaking of spirit and energy, let's see that energy that these teams bring into Configuration B as we watch these teams begin their final countdown. These teams are about to change the game and pave the way as they attempt.
All right, and away they go. Swarm is off, maneuvering expertly around that ring.
Wow, I think they got them all in.
I don't see anything on the ground, so it must have went somewhere.
That score went up, so definitely 3 high goals.
Like another one. That might have been a 4th one. Is that a 5th one? Can I get 6? Oh
my goodness!
I can get some points
that
for
was
us.
Almost 6 for 6. That was awesome.
So with 82 points, they will count those 2
pick up your
points
controller.
as well as
3,
70
2,
points.
Yeah, they
1.
counted 2 middle goals, but those middle goals, I believe, were a mistake or an accident, a misclick, if you will. So, yeah, the referees, they got this little scoring software. Sometimes you click incorrectly. That's okay. We forgive them.
There's no such things as mistakes.
They still got a pretty high score starting off here, so this is exciting to see.
Remember, we don't have mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Okay, Bob. All right, so we've got
more because of the shirt. Her tie-dye shirt just made the whole mood.
Yeah. All right. Swarm is sending those rings in the direction of the high goal. I think one might have gone in somewhere. Not sure which goal exactly. Sadly, RobustBot doesn't seem to be moving again, and you hate to see it, but they certainly have performed very well today. Hopefully, they can spring back to life now that I'm talking about them. So Swarm has put up 2 more high goal shots while I've been speaking.
We're doing pretty good. That little conveyor belt system they've got going on there has been really interesting to see how they pick up those rings.
Their conveyor belt is actually split, so it has little forks on it.
Yeah.
That are actually pulling up as well. So when you get on a ring, it's not only just the grip of the rubber. Those little white specks that you see are little tiny hooks. I think they're either plastic or rubberized hooks that they have on it that are also scooping materials up.
And I just
it looks like we made it into the end game.
Get that wobble goal out this time.
Can they do it? Can they do it? Time's oh, oh, not quite. So, so I got word that unfortunately, Robust Bots, their Rev Hub again, stopped working at the most unfortunate time. But again, a very respectable unofficial score of 94 for their last match. Love to see it. Here comes the official score. 94. Moving them to the
positions.
Yes, that means they're in the top 10, which is fantastic for them. Congratulations.
Wonderful point to sit at. And remember, teams, this is only today's matches. We still have plenty of matches for you all to see tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow and speaking of all of these matches, none of these matches would be possible without our volunteers, our parents, teams, everyone both backstage and in front, everyone at the events, whether it be the Keystone Truck Museum, Qualcomm, our sponsor, our streaming sponsor, Northrop Grumman, who we're going to see a video from soon, and all of our other people who help make these streams possible. And once again, highlighting Northrop Grumman, we're going to show their streaming video, as well as a few other videos and a couple of slideshows highlighting all of the people that help make this stream possible. And we will see you all tomorrow. This is Niles saying goodbye. We also have Ethan and Louisa here with us, if they'll say goodbye. And we will see you all tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
and no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not. Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not.
It's our job to break free from what is
to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible. Define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.